All right, good morning everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into aged care service delivery. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I'm Senator Orman-Payne, and in the room I have with me Senators Ananda Raja, Blythe, David Pocock, Senator Ruston, soon-to-be Senator Collins, and Senator Cox is joining us via video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome via video conference representatives from the Older Persons Advocacy Network, CODA Australia and National Seniors Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start where I can see you on the screen. So I might start with OPAN.
Hi, my name is Samantha Edmonds. I'm the Director of Policy, Education and Systemic Advocacy at the Older Persons Advocacy Network.
Thank you. I'll go to CODA Australia.
Hi, I'm Patricia Sparrow. I'm the CEO of CODA Australia.
And National Seniors Australia.
Good morning, Chris Grice, CEO of National Seniors Australia, and I'm joined by Brendan Radford from National Seniors Australia as well.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to invite each organisation to make a short opening statement. Can I just remind you that we do have your submissions and we'd like you to keep those statements to a couple of minutes so that we're giving senators plenty of time to ask questions. So I now invite the OPAN to make any opening remarks, please.
Thank you. OPAN contends that the biggest gap in the new Rights-Based Aged Care Act is that older people only have the right to an assessment of their needs, not the right to receive the type and amount of aged care services relevant to those needs in a timely way. However, even the right to an assessment is not fulfilled, and I'd just like to share a recent case study that came through OPAN. John's original referral for reassessment was lodged in August 2024. Since that time, he and his carer have been directed to 3 different assessment services and were informed that the referral was sitting with one, then the next and a third. Despite nearly 12 months of follow-up, including numerous emails and phone calls, John has still not received a triage call, let alone the actual assessment that is essential for his access to suitable care. John's condition has significantly deteriorated over the past year. His mobility has declined and his care needs have increased dramatically. He has made a conscious choice to remain living in the community, and yet the system has failed to support this choice. The delay in assessment has placed a severe burden on both him and his family, who are now paying over $700 a week out of their own pocket to try and cover the shortfall in care being provided. His family is exhausted and at breaking point with no capacity to meet the increasing care gaps. They genuinely fear for his safety and well-being. They emailed the assessor in May this year requesting urgent action and left multiple phone messages with no reply. They highlighted the financial and emotional impact caused by the delay. The current home care provider has also contacted the assessment service and was informed that they did not have a referral for John. The provider had submitted a referral. As of 15th of July this year, John is still waiting for his pre-assessment triage call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for keeping that brief. Coda Australia.
Good morning, Senators. Thanks for the opportunity to appear. Coda Australia represents and engages with older people over the age of 50. People are often surprised that it's 50, but that's actually when discrimination often begins, particularly in employment. This submission, as all of our work, is informed by our engagement with older people, and I can only echo what Sam at OPAN has already reported. We've heard that many times over in talking to older people. This is a really timely investigation, given that we've got over 87,000 people waiting, which has been a major increase in the 2 years from March 2023. We know that people are waiting for up to and over a year. And actually, when people seek help, they generally really need it. They don't put their hand up. Sometimes they should put it up earlier, but when they come for help, they really need it. And so waiting for that length of time is really devastating. The wait obviously impacts on their health, often seeing them end up in hospital. They get stressed. Many people have told us they just give up because nothing seems to be coming. They'll go into residential care, and in the worst cases, they die waiting for help that never comes. It's good the committee has committed. It's good that the government's committed to achieving a target of people not waiting for longer than 3 months. But we believe ultimately it should be no more than 30 days from the time people are assessed to the time they're getting a service, and that allows for the assessment to happen and people to find their service provider. We did support the delay to the beginning of the new Act to the 1st of November, but we did not support any delay in putting much needed new packages into the system. CHSP is a really important part of supporting people to live at home. There are also long waiting times for CHSP services who aren't well geographically distributed, and there's a significant unmet demand for allied health services. What we hear most often is people are excited they get approved for a CHSP service, they look it up on My Aged Care, off they go to a service provider who said they've got availability, to be told that they don't have availability, and in many cases that they can't even put their name on a waiting list. It's confusing for people, it's discouraging, and we really need real-time data to stop people from being in that loop. Coda Australia supports the integration of the Commonwealth Home Support Program into the Support at Home program, but we don't think that means that everything needs to be individualised. That's never been our position. Volunteer and community-based services need to be funded differently through use of grants and block funding approaches that will still make sure that older people have choice and control over the services they receive. And we need a really clear transition plan to what 2027 and beyond looks like. We've commented on most of the terms of reference in our submission. So in closing, I just want to make 2 comments. One is about that more needs to be done in the health space. Older people do need to access hospitals. They have every right, as every citizen does, but they also need to be supported to leave, and they need to be supported to leave to the right place for them, whether that's home or residential care or into transition care or rehabilitation. The right support is needed, and that requires both the Commonwealth and state governments to ensure that that range of supports are available. And finally, we need to make sure that there's very clear and transparent data that drives our planning, our investment and our service delivery. We welcome the quarterly waitlist reports that we're committed to in the Aged Care Act 2024, but we think they can be expanded, that will put everyone in a better position to make sure that older Australians can get the services that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll now go to National Seniors Australia.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. We are hopeful that the commencement of the new Aged Care Act will see people receive the care they deserve, including better support at home. While we supported the delay in the implementation of the new Act to give the department and the sector more time to be ready to meet the needs of older people, it is safe to say that older people were disappointed to learn that this also delays the release of any new packages until 1 November. This delay will have significant impacts on health, wellbeing and quality of life for older people needing care and support. Until new packages are released, we cannot start to make a dent in the existing wait list. We are concerned that delays in assessment mean that the true wait list for aged care is actually much bigger than the 87,000 on the national priority system who are waiting for a package at their approval level. The Royal Commission told us that rationing of home care must end. One of its key recommendations was to clear the wait list and ensure that no one waits longer than 30 days after assessment. 4 years on, instead of progress, we are seeing more people waiting longer. We acknowledge that extra home care packages come at a cost to the budget. We also acknowledge that reforms to user contributions will help enable the delivery of more packages to older people. But we must also be acknowledged in this discussion is that each home care package represents a real person. Each package represents tailored care and support that helps an older person live safely and independently at home, and that each package represents a person's dignity, safety and ability to remain at home. And what also must be acknowledged is that delayed access to home care package impacts on carers, the health system and the broader economies. 4 months of waiting means 4 months of preventable suffering and greater pressure on an already stretched hospital system. Let us make no mistake, when we say aged care, we're talking about the health care. Aged care is not something separate from our healthcare system and is an integral part of it. Australia is ranked first amongst the OECD nations for equity in healthcare and third for overall health performance. Yet rationing of home care leaves tens of thousands of older people waiting. There are right now hundreds of thousands of carers, both family and friends, who are being stretched. Help loved ones in a time of need because their loved one cannot quickly access a home care package to the level they need. The best way to illustrate this is through experience of those impacted. I want to briefly share an experience of one of our supporters to explain what I mean. Nick is 95 years of age and lives alone at home with his wife of 65 years and in residential care. Nick was receiving a level 2 home care package, which paid for 2 hours per week of help with washing and cleaning and for 2 hours a week transport to see his wife. Since the package only stretched so far, his daughters helped with shopping, cooking, extra cleaning and maintenance around the house. But Nick needed extra help, so his daughter tried and arranged with many calls and emails for an ACAB assessment. This involved an 8-month wait, and the assessor wanted to conduct it over the phone, which wasn't suitable for Nick due to his medical conditions, his vision and hearing impairments. It got to the stage that his 63-year-old daughter, who was working as a specialist cancer nurse, quit her job, forcing her into early retirement because it was too difficult to balance work and caring, which was taking a toll on her own quality of life. In addition to the personal impact on people like Nick, there is a personal toll on those who have become carers like his daughter Nicole. When we talk about the impacts on individuals and families who are waiting for care, this is a prime example of the consequence of these delays. There is a ripple effect across the community. Number one, the health system has lost an experienced health worker. Number two, the tax system has lost a tax-paying Australian. And number three, Nicole has lost her income to support herself in retirement. This is but one example of the impact of home care delays. What it shows is that aside from the impact on the individual, there are also impacts for carers who are required to take the role of the advocate and forced outside the workforce. We know funding choices are difficult. Older Australians understand the competing pressures on the federal budget, but they also need a healthcare system that efficiently delivers care and supports care in a timely manner. I thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your opening statements. I'd like to put this question to everyone, so I might just go in the order that we gave our opening statements. Clearly, there are flow-on impacts of people waiting for assessments. I'm just wondering if you could, and you've given us some examples, but I'm just wondering if you could expand a little bit more on the broader impacts for older people and their families who are waiting for care. I might go back to OPAN.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. So as I highlighted in the case study I gave and in the various case studies and clients that we receive referrals from at OPAN, the ongoing delay not only impacts the older person, it impacts the health and well-being of their carers, their family, who have to step up and provide that additional care. It also impacts, obviously, the older person themselves because their health needs and their health and well-being declines over time without the sufficient supports, which means where they could have had early intervention with an assessment and then the delivery of a package, maintaining their abilities and health, that declines. So they're then trying to enter the system at a time when actually they have their health and well-being and functional abilities may have declined over that time, requiring higher level care at a greater cost to the system, if you like, whereas if it had come in earlier, they could certainly have maintained that better level of functional ability and health and well-being. The other unintended consequence that we're seeing is that assessors are referring clients to OPAN. Even though they know there's no services in the area, they're referring them on to OPAN, and then the older person's presuming that OPAN can somehow magic and create a service in that area. And obviously that leads to much greater frustration for the older person and then anger against OPAN because we're not creating these services. So we're seeing this other effect happening within our members where the assessors are trying to do something and referring them on, but we can't actually deliver any services to that older person because there's none in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Sparrow, I note in your submission that you talk about, CODA talks about the fact that wait times are longer in the community than hospital. Could you elaborate a bit more on how the hospital system is being used, I guess, to try and speed up people's access to care?
Yeah, look, what we hear is that, and we know that some people advise, we don't, but we know that some people advise that the quickest way to get an ACAT assessment is to go into hospital. So we're concerned that, and obviously people in hospital need to be assessed, but it does seem to be that the desire to get people out of hospital leads to quicker access to assessment. Needs to be equitable based on needs, whether you're living in the community or in the hospital that you're assessed. And we know that people find it confusing and difficult. They start waiting for an assessment. They get confused about where things are up to in the system, and they're waiting, and all the time they're dealing with whatever's driven them to either be in hospital or to actually put their hand up and say they need services. It's not easy for anybody to put their hand up and say we actually need help at home, and so they've got to a point where they acknowledge they need help and then they're waiting. So we are concerned that it seems to be that people get quicker assessments if they're in hospital. We hear from older people exactly what Sam has talked about. There is desperation and confusion about what happens. They have to make multiple calls. I mean, one of the people that we spoke to said that people are always really nice on the phone, but at the end of the day, what they're telling us is there's going to be a 4-month wait or a 6-month wait. We ring back at the 4 months and then we're told there'd be a 4-month wait or a 6-month wait. So people are confused by that to even get the assessment. To then, they get the assessment and they think, great, everything's going to be right now and we're going to get our service, and then they'll face the delay with services with them not being available in their local area or having to wait for a package to be allocated. So it's an ongoing, we did a little survey with supporters who, one of the comments that stuck with me was we said, have you got services and how did your life change? And one of them just said, we're still waiting for the starter's gun. And that was a common theme through there. There were some people who had received services who said it was really good and had an assessment, but most of them were in the position of they'd had an assessment and they were still waiting, or they were waiting for the assessment. They were confused, they were discouraged and felt that they would never get help.
Thank you. Just in terms of going to National Seniors Australia, we're hearing that there are long wait times for home care packages. Are you able to speak to the delays that people are experiencing in just getting assessed to even get onto the wait list? Is that something that's come to the attention of National Seniors Australia?
It has indeed, Senator, and it's something that I guess not only that is that, as was talked about earlier, the process of actually getting an assessment, and if an assessment does occur where it's completed over the telephone, and how can an assessment be completed over the telephone? It adds. Is it a correct assessment? Is it accurate? I mean, when people have their assessment, they have their best day. They never actually present a truly lived experience. Yeah. And so that happens in person. So you can imagine how exaggerated potentially or distorted the impression is given to the person who's doing the assessment over the telephone. And as I presented just that case study that we had there where someone has hearing impairment or whatever. And this pressure that's not only on the individual who requires the care, but the pressure that's being put on the loved one, on the carer, is that, it's a very vulnerable situation that they're in and can be quite distressing for them. And they're sandwiched also because they have, typically they have kids that they're managing challenges with. And so they don't shy away from that, I guess you could say, obligation to look after their parent or their grandparent, but it's very challenging in terms of navigating, working the system that, the brochure says this is sort of what you should get, and then when they sort of work themselves through the process, the two aren't quite aligning at this point. And that's what we have to actually change that so that people, what the experience is as per the brochure.
Great, thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all very much for your time this morning, and thank you for the work that you do representing people in communities across the country. One of the things that we've heard as a reason for the delay in release of home care packages with support at home coming in November 1 is that Minister Ray has met with older people across the country And to quote him, I met with the sector and providers within the sector, I met with workers and their representatives, and the overwhelming message that I got was that they wanted to see a brief deferral from 1 July to 1 November of the new Aged Care Act. I'm interested, and maybe to start with OPAN, how many older people have you spoken to or heard from that want to see a delay to more home care packages being released?
Thank you, Senator. We certainly haven't seen or heard from any of the older people we've engaged with around supporting a delay in the release of home care packages. Certainly, they've supported a slight delay in the commencement of the Aged Care Act, primarily because they felt they weren't ready, they didn't have the information they needed to sign onto service agreements with providers, and that's why OPAN reluctantly supported that delay to the 1st of November, recognising older people needed as much information as possible before they entered into agreements. But absolutely, we've not heard anyone supportive of a delay in home care packages. In fact, we hear consistently about how desperately people want to receive a package, how important it is to them to receive a package and to start that package as soon as possible. We recognise that if we delay the start of those packages to the 1st of November, we're unlikely to see services actually on the ground until after Christmas because of the holiday season, because providers will need to bring on staff, will need to set up all their systems and processes. So it's then another delay on top of the current delay for older people to get the services that they need.
Thank you. Ms. Sparrow, you said in your opening statement that you didn't support the delay of home care packages. One of the other things that we've heard from the Minister is that 99% of people waiting for a home care package are also eligible for support through the Commonwealth Home Support Program. The thing that I hear from people here in the ACT is that often they can't access services through CHISP, and providers don't seem to have any room left in their programs. So I'm interested from your observations of the 99% of people eligible for CHISP who are waiting for home care, how many would actually be receiving support, and what's that looking like across the country?
And I guess we separated when we supported the delay to the Act for much the same reasons that Sam outlined. We supported the delay to the Act because we felt people needed more information, more time, and we wanted providers and the government to be really ready and for older people to have information about particularly their co-contributions. So we supported that delay. But at that time, we did say that we wanted new packages to be put into the system because too many people were waiting. We agree with you that people can get CHSP, but the common experience that people talk to us about is not being able to get it, that they'll go onto the My Aged Care website, it will say that there's a service available, they go off with hope in their heart that they're going to get some support, to be told that no, there isn't availability in their local area. They may go on a wait list, or they may even be told that they can't get onto a wait list. I don't know if I've got in front of me today any particular stats, but we know that it happens to many people, and that they feel completely disillusioned. They can't get their home care package. They've been told they might be able to get support through CHSP and then find that there's no availability. So it's a real issue, and it's a common experience for older people. And
Ms. Sparrow, what needs to happen to increase the capacity of organisations providing CHSP? Is that just a resourcing thing? The thing I hear is that resourcing really hasn't kept up with costs and inflation and a growing older population.
I think that's true. It's resources, but it's also we need to look at the spread across geographic areas. Not every service is available in every geographic area. We do see that for people from different backgrounds, they're underrepresented in usage. So some regions will have a full range of CHSP services, and some will have a different range. So we do think that it's important that the CHSP program comes into support at home at 1 November, and that we look at right across the board at how regions are supported to make sure that there is a full range of services people can access. And we need to look at what the usage data is and what the needs data is to make sure that we're hitting that mark. So it's resourcing and planning and making sure that there's a full range of services available.
Thank you. And then just finally, I know I'm running out of time, one question for national seniors. I've heard from people across the country pretty desperate about home care packages. And I'm interested what your sense is when it comes to senior Australians and how they're feeling about home care packages, and particularly taking into account some of the wait times just to get an assessment, which isn't part of that sort of 90-day commitment from the government.
Correct, and that's probably the. I mean, all you have to do is listen to a few moments of talkback across in any state or territory across the country, and this is an issue in relation to aged care that there is this genuine concern that as it sits at the moment, that the waiting list is just so too long, and that's where I guess they become frustrated and to some it's despair that they're not that they can see that the support is not going to be available when it's needed, and so not only those that are impacted at currently, Senator, but those that see what's coming in terms of their future. They're expressing concerns that when they need that care, is the system going to be able to cope? And that's the piece that, from our perspective is that, and to be clear, the bigger gorilla in the room in terms of the delay was obviously the providers. If the providers weren't ready and didn't have the appropriate information and capacity, then, and obviously from our perspective, we have to support that delay. But from a consumer perspective, no delay is that's the situation that they actually need.
Thank you.
Sorry, could I just quickly add to my answer? I just went back to have a look at the data that we did do. We did look at CHSP data in 2022, and across all services in CHSP, it looked like that there was availability. It was almost a third. A third of services were not available. About a third of services would take a wait list, and a third had availability. And that's where that frustration comes in, that people think they're going to get a service, but they end up it's either not available or they're on a wait list or they can't even go on a wait list. So sorry, yes, that was an analysis we did in 2022.
Thank you. That's
very
useful.
I'm going to go to the coalition. So Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I just quickly circle to you, Mr Grice? You just made a comment about providers not being ready. I'm just keen to understand what you actually meant by that statement, because my understanding is that providers would have able to have been ready, however they didn't have the information because of the delay in the provision of the rules, the IT interface, etc., etc. But your statement seemed pretty categorical that the providers weren't ready. So I'm just keen for you to unpack that a little for me.
Yeah, really, Senator, it's those two key items that you mentioned, having the information in terms of the rules and having the IT systems in place to be able to support the changes going forward. So they were the big things that were actually in terms of the providers, which were affecting their ability to be able to roll out as at the 1st of July timetable.
Yeah, so it's not that the providers were to blame for not being ready. They weren't ready because they didn't have the information to enable them to be ready.
To that capacity.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, so can I just ask you, we're talking a lot about the wait list in relation to packages. I'm just keen to understand from, as the representative bodies, do you have any idea about what the hidden wait list is? And, I think it might have been you, Ms Barrow, was talking about John's experience. So how many people are waiting for the assessment, whether it be community or hospital, and what the time period for that assessment wait is? Because one would suggest that the wait list is a lot, potentially could be longer than the official wait list. So do you have any idea of the kind of numbers that might be on the hidden wait list? Ms Barrow? Oh.
She's just lost her unmute button.
Oh, okay. Does anybody else want to hazard a guess at the hidden wait list?
Well, in terms of, I think the last reporting was the 87 plus change numbers was March. So, based on that, one would expect that it would at least have be 100,000, and but it's I guess it is somewhat an unknown number, and that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of, is to actually understand in detail, what does that number look like. But in terms of feedback that comes through, it could be it could be half as much, it could be double that, Senator.
Yeah, thanks. I was particularly interested to know how many people that you represent. Do you have any idea how many are actually waiting for their assessment? Not those that you've just referred to, Mr Grice, that have got their assessment but haven't got their package. I'm trying to understand how many people have sought an assessment but haven't received their assessment, which is referred to as the hidden wait list as opposed to the national priority list.
Yeah, regrettably, specifics, we don't have that of what that number might be, Senator.
Senator, I'd like to just join in here. Again, we don't have the information, but we're hoping to start collecting that data from people who contact OPAN for support in accessing an assessment, but that will be later this year when we'll start collecting that data. So we are too concerned about that unknown wait list, as well as we even think it's before they've been sent to assessment. There's the wait list from contact to referral, from referral to triage, from triage to getting an assessment, and then the wait list after that.
So can I take it from that comment that clearly it's something that is constantly raised with your organisation, sufficient for you to think it's an issue for which you need to gather data?
Yes, it is. We've got numerous cases, so we have lots of qualitative data. We just don't have the quantitative.
Yeah, sure. Ms Barrow, do you have a...
Yeah, I apologise. I'm battling the lurgy, so I put myself on mute and then had some technical problems. But yes, we do think that there are significant numbers of people waiting. Again, we can't completely quantify it, but we are concerned and think that data should be collected from the time people first have contact or first look to get an assessment, so that we can map that. Because, if you're disheartened at the beginning and can't get a service, it's really important. So our submission does talk quite a lot about data we think we need from the time of seeking an assessment. We think that's really important because often people have waited for 3 to 6 months, depending on where they are. And we know that, in the community, that in some communities that's a significant time. They've already waited that amount of time, they get an assessment and then they wait again. So it's definitely an area we think there needs to be much more transparency and data collection so we can see what's happening.
Yeah, thanks. You referred to CHISP and the third. In your your experience, is the reason that we're seeing that third and the third that are either not waitlisted or not available on the basis of a lack of allocation of resources from the Commonwealth, or is it there are other reasons why people CHSP providers are not providing the service?
I think as I alluded, I think there are issues around the amounts of resources that are available, but it's also geographically unevenly spread. So in some places there might be more resources or more different service types people can access. So I think it's both the quantum of resources, the way the services are distributed around the country. Yep. That means that it makes it difficult for people to get the service that they need.
Yep. Finally, I'm just interested in your submission. You asked for 20,000 home care packages to be released immediately. I'm keen to understand the qualification on that, because we obviously have two types of, well, not two types of home care packages. There's two mechanisms through which home care packages can be released into the market. One of them obviously is new home care packages, and the other one is home care packages that are reallocated, existing home care packages that are reallocated. Just would be keen for you to qualify what you actually meant by the 20,000, because one of the things that has been said to me by some in the government is that 20,000 home care packages probably are being released every couple of months, but that's home care packages that have been reallocated. So I'm just keen for you to qualify what you mean by...
We did mean new home care packages. It was partly when we determined that we did need to support the delay to the 1st of November. We didn't want that delay to include not putting new home care packages into the system, not reallocating the packages, and that happens all the time, and it should happen, and that's appropriate, but we did want it to be new home care packages to support people who are on that, who have been waiting for a long time, and that the reallocation is good but doesn't get to. So it was definitely new home care packages we wanted released.
Thank you.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, panel, for your testimony. I think it's pretty evident from what you've said, not only at this hearing, but for many of you at the previous 2 hearings, which unfortunately some members in this panel didn't attend, is that the system is broken. And it was evident to me, certainly as a practicing general medicine specialist, that patients, the overwhelming burden of patients that I saw were elderly, often frail elderly, and some of them died in hospital, some of them exited to aged care, others went home, but it was just very, very hard. It was incredibly hard for patients, it was incredibly hard for carers. There was a lot of carer burnout, and now we are on at a moment, a threshold of a historic aged care reform, which all of you have contributed to, and I thank you profoundly for that on behalf of not just the government, but for the millions of people, not just today, but into the future, who will benefit from your contributions. I guess my question is, what was evident from the previous 2 hearings is that it's imperative that there was a real sense of urgency from the sector and from lived experience advocates that we pass those technical amendments. Could you give us a sense? Right now that bill is bogged down in the Senate for various reasons, but can you give us a sense for those who weren't at those previous 2 hearings as to why this is really, really important and what it means for the sector and for the people you represent?
I'm happy to start on that, since I've managed to keep myself off mute. On mute. Look, it is really important. The reforms are important. We have advocated for reforms. Obviously, it came off the back of the Aged Care Quality and Safety Royal Commission, and we saw all of the things that were happening in the system that needed to be addressed. There are many good elements of the new reforms that we want to see implemented, and having a rights-based care system is really important. The previous Act, the 1997 Act, is a focus on the relationship between government and providers. This new Act actually does put older people at the centre. The Support at Home program will introduce new and higher levels of support at home. That's really important for people to access, and it introduces new pathways in terms of end-of-life care, and also to get, transition care. Those things are really, really important, and we're hopeful that what will happen when that comes in is that there will be a better flow, that we will see people get support more quickly, that we won't see people stuck in hospital. There is still a lot of work to do, but those are the reasons, that because it will make an impact on people's lives and it will help people to get services more quickly, but we need to actually get on and implement the Act for sure.
And some of the other panel members, can you comment as well, please, on the importance of passing these technical amendments, the urgency required?
Happy to. And look, I'd like to reiterate what Patricia has said, 100% agree with what CODA are putting forward. We think it's been long enough for people waiting for their rights to be enforced within aged care, and any delay to the Act then delays older people's rights, and we think that's a priority. We also agree that it's about improving the system and changing the system so people are at the centre, and this Act does that. And the longer we wait for those changes to happen, the longer we're going to see the issues that we're currently seeing, and we're probably going to see them get exacerbated. So totally agree with what Patricia said, and we would really like to see this Act and those other Acts pass as quickly as possible.
And just one final... Sorry, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to agree with both. Really important in terms... And it's a timing piece also in terms of, I think next week Parliament sits again. The concern is that, when will it next be potentially voted on? And will there be enough time, if it is delayed significantly, as it won't meet the 1st of November starting time? And the concern around that is that if there's been a throttling back in the release of packages, waiting for, it's coming in November, but then there's a further delay, that's going to have even a greater impact to those who need care right now.
Can you talk us through the difference between these two models, support at home versus the current system of the home care package system, and what you think how the outcomes will differ?
Sure, I'm happy to take a stab and people can add to it. But effectively, the Support at Home program has 8 levels of care rather than 4. and so it will be more gradated and hopefully match people's needs more. You will be able to get, and I got this wrong last time, so I want to make sure I get it right this time, you can get a package of 3-month extra support for end-of-life care, which can be extended by a month. There is additional support for people on a transition pathway. These are all things that we've talked about for a long time and that older people have told us that they need and are frustrated when they can't get them. So those things are really important, as well as some of the changes, as we're saying, a statement of rights, a change to the complaint system so that people who do make complaints, and this is really important to older people and their families, that when they do make complaints that it's looked at as a whole, it's not a tick box exercise, and some of the changes to the complaint system will do that. So it certainly increases the options under support at home and puts in some additional supports for people and helps more broadly with the way the system operates, and it's really important that we move into the 2027 environment, which will again create even hopefully more options for people to support at home and by bringing in the Commonwealth Home Support Program, which is a really important element. But I'm sure Samantha or Chris will add to that.
Thanks, Patricia. Yes, the other aspect of the new Support at Home program is a separate assistive technology and home modification scheme, so people don't have to save their funds to buy those, to purchase those items. We do recognise that the 15,000 limit is insufficient and would like to see that reviewed and increased. Also, as Patricia said, those additional programs of support are really important for older people, as is the different layers. So people aren't sort of being forced into one of 4 packages, whereas their needs might be much greater, or they could, or their needs can be met with higher levels of care.
Fantastic. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can I just make one comment, Chair? I'm just interested, I mean, Mr Grice, you made a comment about concern around the bill passing. And I just wanted to make it really, really clear that the Coalition absolutely supported passing this bill this week, and we are committed, and along with, I think, many of my colleagues on the crossbench and the Greens, to making sure this bill is passed next week to ensure that you have the certainty and the timing to go forward. But for some reason known only to the government, for some reason it wasn't prioritised in their listing of bills this week. I think it was listed at number 4 yesterday. So I just wanted to give you an absolute assurance that I certainly give you assurance the Coalition will do everything we possibly can within our control to make sure those bills are passed this week coming.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks for that clarification, Senator Ruston, and I think that I can put on record too that the Greens have no desire to hold up this legislation. All right, I think if we're all concluded, that concludes the evidence from this panel today. Can I thank you all very much for taking the time to come before the committee? Your evidence is incredibly helpful. The committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025. I don't think anyone's taken any questions on notice, but if you did, they need to be provided by close of business on Thursday, the 4th of September. And thank you again. We really do appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senators.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from Anglicare Australia, Bolton Clark and Uniting Care Australia and Uniting Age Well. So we don't have them yet?
Yeah, we've got it, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I welcome representatives from Anglicare Australia, hopefully shortly Bolton Clark and Uniting Care Australia and Uniting Age Well. Thank you very much for giving us your time and appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? We might start over on the left.
Casey Chambers, Executive Director, Anglicare Australia.
Courtney Love, National Policy Director, Anglicare Australia.
Fonda Vigalatos, Uniting Age Well.
Georgina Watson, Head of Policy, Uniting Care Australia.
And do we have Bolton Clark online yet?
He's joining.
Okay, all right. I'm going to invite each organisation to make some opening remarks. As I said to the earlier panel, if you can keep your remarks to just a couple of minutes, that'd be great, because we've got a lot of people who are really keen to ask questions. So I'll go to Anglicare Australia.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, panel. Last year, the Anglicare Australia network delivered aged care to over 82,000 older Australians with the support of nearly 10,000 staff and 12,000 volunteers. We provide services across residential, home and community settings, and in addition, our members assist thousands more older people in the community through financial counselling, emergency relief, housing and homelessness and community-based mental health programs. In September 2024, we published Life on the Waitlist, which examined the effects of not receiving care at home when you need it on older people and their families, and on the whole aged care and health systems. The report urged the government to fund more home care packages ahead of the commencement of support at home, arguing that old people have waited long enough, and warning that by not addressing the increasing waitlist, the new system was being set up to fail, and older people were running out of time to get the care they needed. Of course, since then, we know that the waitlist has continued to grow from 76,000 at the time of that report to over 87,000 in March this year. This growth places the health system under further strain, further highlights the ineffectiveness of the CHSP to operate in a way it was not designed to, and leaves more older people without the care they need. Support at Home will deliver much-needed changes to home care in Australia and make improvements that cannot be achieved under the current system. However, it will not fix the problem we face in its entirety. Anglicare Australia calls on the government to fund the release of enough home care packages to cover the waitlist prior to the commencement of support at home, to work with the sector to provide detail on release of further packages, including the more than 80,000 new places that will be released in the first 12 months of support at home, and to better support and resource the sector to deliver the necessary digital transformation required under the new Act.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Mr Hicks from Bolton Clark. If you could just, for the benefit of the Hansard, give us your full name and then give us your couple of minutes of opening remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Tim Hicks, Executive General Manager of Policy and Advocacy for Bolton Clark. Very briefly, Bolton Clark is Australia's largest independent not-for-profit aged care provider with 140 years of history and a team of 16,000 people delivering the full continuum of care across residential care, retirement villages and home and community support. There's two items that I'm just going to highlight from our submission, as I imagine that most of the speakers will highlight the broader need to release additional packages. Those issues are the potential influence of pricing caps and care management caps on the nature of services that will be delivered under support at home, and the risk in particular of a single price for care management forcing providers to reduce the level of nursing skill within that care management category, despite the fact support at home is designed to support people with more complex clinical needs. The second issue that I would like to highlight there is the broader reduction of nursing support under home care packages over time, and the need to ensure that we arrest that trend as we move through to support at home, whether that's through the design of the program itself or considering additional measures like specialist nursing advice support. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Mr Hicks. Now going to Uniting Care and Uniting Well.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. The Uniting Care Aged Care Network includes 13 aged care providers delivering services to approximately 95,000 older people across urban, regional and remote Australia. This includes Uniting Age Well in Victoria and Tasmania, represented by my colleague Fonda Vukalatos, who joins me here today. I note that the Uniting Care Australia submission to this inquiry is made on behalf of the whole network and covers the key issues we've gathered from staff in our network working on the ground. Delaying the support at home program is a decision that needed to be made in the circumstances, and it's one that we support. However, as you've heard, it remains a fact that thousands of older Australians continue to wait for a home care package or to be upgraded to a package level at which they are assessed. The older person and their human rights must be at the centre of everything we do, and right now thousands of older people are being left to the side. While providers in our network will always strive to deliver high quality care, if clients can't access care because of a lack of packages, then not only does this impact on the individual, but the demand on the public health system will only increase, noting this is already an ongoing reality across the country. Noting how close we are to 1 November and the promises from government to release packages from this date, what we critically need as a sector is a roadmap detailing when and where these packages will be released. Providers in our network are ready to deliver services, and they also need to know how many packages will be allocated to their respective regions so they can plan accordingly and have the appropriate workforces in place. Thank you, and we look forward to the discussion today.
Thanks very much, everyone. I'm going to go to Senator Pocock first this time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time here today. My first question is for Uniting Care. Your colleagues at Uniting New South Wales and AC submitted that, and I'll quote from their submission, the decision to delay the release of an additional 80,000 home care packages linked to the upcoming transition to the supported home program in November has had serious and avoidable consequences for older people. And I know in your submission you have said that urgent action is needed to reduce waiting times. What are or will be the consequences for older Australians on this decision to delay the rollout of new home care packages?
Thanks. I'll let my colleague respond.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So fundamentally, the issues for older people is that they've already been assessed for a level of care and they're not in receipt of it, and the longer they're waiting, they are deteriorating. As someone who's had lived experience, so both my parents have accessed home care and home care packages over time, waiting and deteriorating and being socially isolated, not connected with your community, not having your fundamental healthcare coordination needs met or your home maintenance needs met can only lead to adverse outcomes. And what we are seeing fundamentally within our organisation and across our network is people who are ending up having falls. They may end up in emergency departments. They may also be blocked from going to emergency departments because our public service and ambulance services are extremely stressed and stretched around things. So what we are seeing is an increase in mental health issues. So we're responding to that as organisations. We are seeing an increase in social isolation. We are seeing an increase in people's health acuity. So fundamentally, when I look at some of the ABS data, Australian Bureau of Statistics data, older people have 3+ chronic disease management issues that they're dealing with at any given time. As they're waiting for healthcare coordination, for coordination of services to help them be independent, they're just deteriorating. And that's why we're seeing fundamentally people die waiting for a package. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Foukaladis. Do you believe that the CHSP is providing an effective safety net at the moment? And if not, what can we do to ensure that it is, given we know people are waiting for so long?
So my understanding around the Commonwealth Home Support Program is that it's geared into people with low care needs, predominantly. The care is not necessarily coordinated, so you can actually go to a range of different providers. People are not assessed, or they may be assessed and waiting for a home care package or residential respite or residential permanent care. But fundamentally, because clients can go, or participants can go to a range of different organisations, they're not going to get the care at the right time at the right place. So you may get one service and then probably waiting another 3 to 6 months for another service. So what a home care package does offer, parallel to that, is a coordinated group of services. So yes, you're getting your in-home assessment, you're probably getting your restorative care assessment, your physio plan, you're getting your home reviewed and looked at to make sure that it's fit for purpose, so that you're not having, that you're not subject to falls or other unintended consequences. So what needs to probably happen in the CHSP area, if we're talking about it, it's part of one of our recommendations, is that there needs to be some component in there around care management. So the care management component is fundamentally something that did come out of a Royal Commission into aged care and quality and safety. And therefore, how can we honour individuals and say, okay, we can help you when you land with us to coordinate your care arrangements in real time. And fundamentally, that's something that CHSP does not do now. The other aspect as well is probably, we touched on this a little bit, is in relation to the unit pricing of CHSP. So there is a differential between what you get for one unit of CHSP versus what's proposed under the new supported home, reforms and packages. So the cost to deliver care has increased enormously. And as it should, because, we want to have a, vibrant workforce. But CHSP has not kept up with that. So there are some disbenefits with that program as well.
Thank you. And just what I'm interested in your thoughts on something that I'm really concerned about, and that is managing expectations for people who have been assessed and are waiting. We know that list is sort of north of 90,000 now. The thing that I'm hearing from people is, okay, well, from November I'll get a package. But we know that from November 83,000 packages will start to be released. And I'm interested in what your view is on how fast those packages can and should be released to people who have already been assessed.
So we share your concerns around setting expectations and what the expectation is. On one front, we have seen people who have been potentially allocated a package within 3 months, they've been pushed out to 6 months, 9 months. We're finding that we're having to advocate on behalf of people to get that information. But fundamentally, if someone is needing services right now and a home care package, they should be released. And that individual should get that, but they should also there should be transparency around the timelines for the packages and the priority setting as well. And we're finding that's not occurring. So, one, how can a provider prepare their workforce in anticipation, which is peripheral to the real issue, which is how can a person who's anticipating a package get that when they need it versus, it'll be another 3 months, or it'll be another 6 months, or it'll be another 9 months. And no appropriate communication around it as well. I'm not finding that there's outbound calls, for example, from my aged care saying, oh, actually, your waiting time has been extended out by a further 6 months. So where's the customer in this, if I take that approach?
Thank you very much. Mr. Hicks, thank you for joining us. I was interested in your submission that you outline that the fiscal impact of releasing extra packages during this transition period would have been very small. And I was hoping you could maybe outline the reasons for that to the committee.
Sure, and I will preface that by saying, in our understanding, we don't know all of government's internal budget rules, but people's co-contribution arrangements are based on the date that they were assessed, not the date that their package has been allocated. So if they were allocated a package now, the only fiscal impact, as far as we can understand it, would be that there would be a couple of months of additional home care that government would be providing. Once the new program begins, they would go on to the new co-contribution arrangement, and the future fiscal impacts should be unchanged. The only way we can see it might have a long-term impact is if the average funding per package is lower under supported home than it is currently.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So that sort of no worse off principle, people who've been assessed shouldn't have to have the co-contribution. And from what I've heard, it seems assessments are taking longer in the ACT and WA. I'm interested if you have any observations on assessment wait times at the moment and how they might differ by jurisdiction across the country, given the different providers that are doing assessments.
Initially, under the new single assessment workforce, the biggest challenges in assessment delays that we found were in southeast Queensland. However, and I should emphasise we don't operate in the ACT, so I can't speak to their wait times there specifically. What we found over the first sort of 6-7 months of the operation of that single assessment workforce and the integrated assessment tool is that delays have gone from impacting a small number of areas to being almost universal. So we're finding delays across the country around getting assessments. We're finding a lot of telehealth assessments are being conducted in order to try to get on top of that wait time, and often those assessments aren't actually able to properly assess a person, and so another assessment needs to be done. So the whole assessment process is a significant challenge at the moment.
Thank you very much. I think that's my time. Thank you, Chair.
Go to the Coalition. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. So question to all of you. What lead time, so what more do you currently need as you're sitting here today to be in a position to be able to deliver a supported home package? Maybe Ms Chambers.
We chatted about this the other day, actually, in our preparation, and we agreed that we were all ready to enact new packages as they came out. One of the biggest difficulties is that roadmap, not knowing where they're going to come or how many are going to come, and so the workforce issues that flow from that. And I don't want to make it all about the provider. It's obviously about getting that care to the older person, but we need the workforce to do that. We need to have them ready to go, and we need to have them ready for those hours. So it's really about that roadmap, but we're ready to go. We know, as I said in evidence to another inquiry here about 2 weeks ago, we know that it'll be a bit messy to begin with, and our providers are there ready to bear the brunt of that, but have that through and get that communication happening, get those packages rolled out.
Sure.
Senator,
please, Mr. Bukalakis.
Thank you. I'll take a bit of a different tack. I think one of the matters that we're seeing is how we are taking existing participants and prospective participants on the journey of a supported home reforms. So yes, there's been some communication. However, we should not forget that we are talking about hundreds of thousands of individuals. Some of those are in a CHSP awaiting a home care package, but how are they being communicated to? We've seen some of the correspondence which is not necessarily accessible from a language front. How do we build people's resilience to take their opportunities and understand their program and their package? I know providers are working feverishly around that, so we're trying to fill some of the gaps. But as we march forward to 1 November, there's still a lot of work that needs to happen. And I look at some of the special needs groups under the current Aged Care Act, in particular called communities. How are we engaging with them? What does that look like? Appreciating that, again, if I look at some of the ABS data, 50% of Australians, not just older Australians, are deemed to be financially literate. So therefore, how are we explaining the new mechanics of this program, this package? That's why it's important to release the rules, and hopefully they will be fundamentally in the next few weeks. That will help organisations get on the front foot and try to mitigate some of the risks with its participants. What we can assure you is that we are committed to still continuing with the care arrangements in place into the future, post 1 November. So that's a given for all of us as an industry. But we do need that roadmap that we've spoken about. We need information to be relevant, but not just for providers, but also for clients and their families.
Sure. So in terms of the roadmap, you're referring to the profiling of the release of packages over the period between now and the 1st of July. We've obviously got a commitment of 83,000 packages in that period of time. So I'm assuming the answer to this is going to be as soon as possible. But I mean, what is your time frame in order for? I mean, you're three really big providers servicing a lot of older Australians. What is your sort of like drop dead date for needing to know what the profiling of packages are in order for you to be able to gear up your organisations to be able to deliver your share of the 83,000 packages that have been committed to by the 1st of July?
Senator Ruston, if
yeah, please.
You go, Tim.
just make a couple of comments in relation to that. First, I just wanted to sort of clarify what the total volume that we'd be seeking to be released under what profiling would be, because that influences the lead time, I suppose, that we need. So we've had some discussions with our colleagues at Ageing Australia and amongst other providers, and as far as we can see, the sector would be able to absorb 40,000 packages by the end of this year. The sooner we're notified of that, the better. And it's more a case of doing things like planning Christmas leave, to be honest. The workforce is actually able to scale itself up quite quickly. A substantial share of our home and community care workforce are part-time, and they often want more hours. So we actually have the capacity to scale up service delivery fairly fast. Now, as things are delayed, the sort of wait times might be slightly longer, so we might sort of take a couple of days to respond to someone rather than responding within the next hour or something of that nature. But it's more a range, and it influences things at the margins rather than being a drop-dead date one way or another. But very much in agreement with your initial statement, the sooner the better, and the more the better, I suppose.
If I can just add something to that, talking to one of our home care providers yesterday, and this goes to why we need a roadmap, they were talking about the fact that they're at a point now with their home care recruitment, so they operate out of Brisbane, and the reality is that a lot of home care workers spend their days sitting in traffic, going from house to house, and they're at a point now where they're really trying to be very targeted and strategic about where their workers live, what suburbs are they in, where are their clients situated, and they're trying as much as they can to reduce travel time because that adds into their day. So if we have a roadmap detailing geographical locations and volume of packages, that's going to really help providers who are doing rostering to make sure that they're getting the most, out of, like, their workers can maximise their efforts during the day and not be spending time, travelling across town, acknowledging that in the regions and in remote Australia, that's a whole sort of separate discussion around travel time. But it's at a point now where one of our providers is really taking into account suburb by suburb where are our workers. So a roadmap would help with that.
Yeah, sure. Ms Chambers or Ms Love, want to add anything?
I would agree with the comments that have been made so far, and across our network really varies with different regions and different states, and also the availability of other support. So when you look at WA and the situations or the reality that they're facing with the pressure on their healthcare system more broadly, it's multi-factor situation. But yeah, I would say it's that if we want the best outcome of it's how are we going to be able to deliver what the government and everyone has been intending to deliver from 1 November, we need more notification. Further to Georgina's point as well with the rostering, a lot of the focus on strategy around rostering and workplace placement is necessary with some of the funding changes and the ongoing worry that our members are facing around changes to care management fees and caps. So this is necessary for long-term viability as well. They need to be more strategic about how they're rostering their staff so that they can worry about their long-term viability, as well as that being ready on 1 November to be doing the best that they can be doing and doing that for everyone.
Yeah, this morning, the advocacy group sort of made a comment, a number of them, in relation to the anxiety that currently exists amongst older Australians about the wait list that is obviously growing, the lack of certainty in relation to delays in the Act and obviously the delivery of the supported home packages. I'm just wondering, in your experience with dealing with people that you're looking after, if you have a shortage of a particular service but you have got adequate resources to be able to deliver another part of somebody's program, would you see a benefit to the person, even if they weren't able to access the full scope of services that were allocated in the package? If they were receiving some of them, it would alleviate some of that anxiety that they talked about this morning? I think, if I may, that exact point leans into a lot of the issues with CHISP, with the Commonwealth Home Support Program, and as Casey mentioned in our opening statement, that program was not designed to operate in the way that we kind of need it to, but there are things that can be done to improve the situation and release some of that pressure, and that is around increases in funding. That program is not adequately funded, but also the flexibility of funding and how it can be used.
and then more broadly as well within home care packages and Commonwealth home support, because a lot of the time it is that person-based, place-based of there is no exact equation that fits onto every single older person, but if there is that flexibility in the system to account for, one, their preferences, but also a bit more preventative care to make sure that things don't worsen. But what we're seeing now with this wait list is that if people are just going without, which a lot of them are, their care needs are becoming increasingly complex, that by the time they get access to the package that they've waited up to 15 months to, their assessed needs are drastically different. And so then they're having to, accept the higher level of package funding, but then go back into the wait list as well because they once again need a higher package. Yeah. So that flexibility is integral both for the home care packages and support at home, but also the Commonwealth Home Support Program if we want to better equip it in the lead up to support at home.
Yeah, sure. In terms of the flow of packages that are made available or for new people who are coming off the wait list, have you seen any change in the number of people that are seeking your services over the last 12 months? Has it increased, decreased? I mean, obviously demand is increasing quite clearly, but how many new people have you been able to support with the packages that have become available to you over the last 12 months? Is it increasing or decreasing?
From Senator, thank you for the question. From my organisation's perspective, what we have seen is a significant increase in the level of people accessing a home care package, and that's probably in the order. So my organisation now serves 4,700 people on a home care package. We've actually seen a 20% increase year on year in terms of people wanting to get into a package, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. There are a range of people.
Can I just clarify? Yeah. There's a difference between wanting to get into a home care package and actually getting one. So can I just seek some clarification on that?
Yeah. So these are people who have been assessed for a home care package. Yes. And we are finding that they are, when people eventually issued a package and they're selecting the provider, in our case, we're finding that it's a 20% increase every year in terms of growth, in terms of people accessing our services for a home care package. So what and parallel to that, we've also seen a significant spike in people inquiring about CHSP services. And as we know, a lot of those waiting lists are closed, or those portals are closed. So you're having a bit of a perfect storm. What we are finding from a home care package perspective is sometimes there's referrals issued to organisations to take on a new client, but then it sort of stops for a period. And then it goes up again, and then it slows down. So you can't actually plan for your workforce. You can't understand the demand necessarily. There's no science behind it as far as we're concerned as an industry. And therefore, so when Georgina talks about we have the capacity to take on people now, well, we do, but we just don't know when it's going to come in.
And to leave it there, Senator Ruston.
Okay,
I'm going to go to Senator Nandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for coming today and for the work you do. I guess my questions really relate to sector readiness, right? And I just want to find out, were you supportive of deferral of the Act?
I'm happy to take that. The deferral itself we welcomed. There was, I think, our biggest issue with it was how late we were notified. We've shared in previous inquiries that we had members that had sent out letters to their clients and their communities quite literally the day before. And so managing the confusion that came from that, and they waited as long as they could and had been told, it's still going to happen. There's a lot of complexity that comes in making that decision, I'm sure. So a lot of the impact with the deferral is that confusion, and ideally we would have, the whole sector would have loved to have been ready by 1 July, but we weren't. So that deferral was welcome. The associated decision to delay the release of additional packages was not.
What about the other groups?
Sorry,
Were you supportive
I'm in the
of
same group, but I did just want to add that whilst the sector wasn't potentially ready for the 1st of July, really one of the big hold-ups was Services Australia and Department of Health as well. So it was a bit of a triad there. And I did also just want to be clear, I think we have been clear, but whilst we supported the deferral of the Act, I don't think we thoroughly realised that the home care packages would also be deferred, and we certainly didn't support that.
I guess the home care packages, my understanding is that they're linked to this new Act, right? You can't disentangle them, but it's an unfortunate situation that, you know, it's had this terrible knock-on effect on all these people who are waiting. What have you used this period of deferral to do in your organisations?
There's still difficulty in preparation because we're still not entirely clear about a lot of things. And so one of the things we have called for in our submission is provision of support around the IT and the preparation. But certainly people are building towards the 1st of November with every glimmer of information they've got. And will be ready, but we're still waiting on very clear information.
Okay. And would the others like to comment on what you've used this period of deferral for?
Yeah, so we've proceeded with organisational readiness, and we have, as a Uniting Care network, getting to 1 July, we would have got to a point of having a minimal viable product. I expect there would have been a number of manual workarounds. In particular, one thing that does concern me a little bit, and we should take a leaf out of the NDIS as an example, and consumer-directed care in 2016, is building the sector's capacity and the investment required to actually transition to a totally new mode of working. How do we trial test these new concepts rather than just going straight live and hoping that it's all going to flow in, reorientate our processes, etc., etc. So we are training up our workforce, we're scaling up our workforce, we're putting in specific induction orientation programs for our people, we're educating our participants, their families. We're working closely with our IT vendors to make sure that we are well prepared as part of any change coming through. So it's given us a bit of a leeway to do that. Not to say we wouldn't have done that in 1 July, and like I said, get to a point of a minimal viable product and then try to smooth it out over the next 6 to 12 months. But this is an extraordinary reform, and I think the runway leading into it has been extremely severe. And again, puts a lot of risk on providers because we want to do the right thing. You know, we've got a range of constituents, but we're also having to dip into our balance sheets basically to make these investments to be able to meet the requirements of 1 November now. Thanks.
I was just going to quickly add, agreeing with what Casey said around needing that information from Services Australia. I would say across our network for the entire month of June, there was a lot of anxiety around service agreements and being able to have them drafted up and signed by home care clients in time for the transition. And what we don't want to see is a repeat of that for all of October, where service agreements are being held up. So in order for that to take place, we really need as much information and the correct information from Services Australia, given the new program coming in.
You need certainty. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have no further questions, Chair.
I understand Senator Cox has some questions.
Can I pose this question to, I hope you can hear me, Anglicare or Uniting Care. I believe that your organisation's represented on the Aged Care Transition Task Force. Could you talk us through the work the task force has been doing and how it's informed some of that decision-making of government?
Well, you go first, Georgie.
So, yes, our National Director, Claire Wynne-Little, is a member of that task force, and a lot of what's discussed at the task force is committee in confidence, but what I can say is it's been a really key forum for government and the department it's been a key forum for the department and key stakeholders in the sector to come together and really have a coordinated approach. I presume and suspect that government are being briefed on the outcomes of the task force. Very senior leaders across the network are coming together, and I understand it's been a good touch point to just check in on how everything is going and making sure it's going smoothly. I understand that The task force will continue to meet post 1 November to make sure that the transition occurs and to reflect on how it's gone, because the transition is not just going to happen on 1 November. It will take a significant amount of time. But as I understand, it's been a helpful forum for everyone.
Thank you, Senator. The reason I asked Uniting Care to go first, our colleagues, is because their national director is on it, whereas we have one of our providers on it, so the communication is slightly different. And as Georgina said, as far as we are able to share, we're able to share that information across our network. But there are some things that are in confidence. Having sat on those kind of groups, I sometimes get a little bit frustrated about where the level of in confidence sits, because it does give you some difficulties, and sometimes in confidence is assumed and you have to seek exceptions. I'm not sure that that's the case in this one, but I do sometimes think that in confidence sits too close and there can't be as much shared. But I also wanted to clarify that understanding of how long the task force will continue for, because I did want to really emphasise Georgina's point there that the transition won't happen overnight, and that is a very valuable group. And having sat in government, I know that those groups are invaluable. So we're really hoping that it'll go for at least quite some time after the 1st of November.
I suppose just as a follow-up question, and obviously appreciating the committee in confidence or confidence of that task force and the way in which that operates. And I think I agree with your commentary around it is particularly important and very valuable to ensure that key stakeholders are at the table. But whether some of the previous commentary from Bolton Clark around that, training and scaling up workforce and educating participants and the IT scale-up in the delay of the rollout to 1 November have been conversations, if you can confirm that, across your organisation to sort of been filtering down into some of those conversations would be helpful.
Yeah, I think at that sort of high level, it's fine to sort of confirm. So Bolton Clark's also a member of that task force, and there are minutes of the task force that are published, or maybe not minutes, but outcomes or statements or something of that nature. And certainly ICT readiness, workforce readiness have been key subjects of conversation.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's all from me.
Thanks, Senator. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. I guess I just want to clarify some of the evidence that I've heard on this panel. Is my understanding correct that, notwithstanding the delay to the Act coming into effect on the 1st of November, your organisations would have been ready to cope with additional home care packages on 1 July?
Yes, I'll say that as well as we stated in our submission, is that our members have had capacity since before 1 July as well, so we would have welcomed them earlier too.
And yes, across our network, providers were working really hard, and even though there were challenges in the lead up to 1 July, they were doing the surges that they needed to be doing. But I'll just invite, if you have any provider experience.
Yeah. And from our perspective, we have geared up, but we're always gearing up as an industry. And as I indicated before, we're still waiting for the next package to come through. So we've got staff, they are resourceful, but they need to be put to good use and they need to do good work and serve clients, yes.
Mr Hicks?
It isn't clear to us what the need for the delay in the release of packages has been, going, as others have said, back to before 1 July. I mean, we had 24,000 packages released following the budget in 2024. They were released as home care packages. They will transition to supported home packages on 1 November, along with about 300,000 people doing that. So adding another 30,000 packages over the next 3 months, it's unclear to us why that would have been operationally impossible to achieve. certainly would have been achievable for us as a provider, and it seems like it should have been achievable for government too.
So a follow-up question then. There's still 2 months until the 1st of November. Is there capacity if the government were to release some additional home care packages now that those packages could actually be implemented in the system?
I'd love to take that just simply because it occurs to me over and over that 2 months doesn't seem like a long time when you're working in administration, when you're young, when you've got everything going on. But 8 weeks is actually a very long time for an older person. Going back to the question before about is something better than nothing, some of the effects that we see most from people not getting packages, social isolation, loss of confidence, leading to worse outcomes sooner. And so I can't say it strongly enough that 8 weeks can make quite a difference in somebody's eventual enjoyment, quality of that and the latter period of their life, and actually have economic consequences for society, as it is so much more expensive to move into healthcare or to prematurely go into residential aged care.
I just want to quickly add as well, because this has come from many conversations that Casey and I have had in the last few weeks, but the buzzword at the moment is productivity, and releasing more packages in the next 2 months would be nothing but increase productivity. The workforce is there. Families, informal carers and unpaid carers are taking time off work and taking time off, their personal lives to be able to fill the gaps. And so the release of any additional packages in that time would be very welcome.
I'll just also add, in terms of, rightly so, there's been a lot of conversation around the older person. I think it's also worth keeping in mind the decision-making that families are trying to go through for their loved one. And we've heard from providers in our network that people are being assessed and they're seeing on My Aged Care, you'll get your package in 1 month, and it says that for 12 months. And they have all this hope that they'll get their package within a month. It doesn't turn out that way. But they really need to know so that they can make the right decision for their family member. So it's a much broader impact in that regard.
Can I just be...
So if I can...
Yeah, go, Mr Hicks.
So if the 40,000 that we've called for to be released from 1 November to the end of December, that translates to about 10 packages a day for us as given our market share, maintaining our market share. If we were to start releasing them at that pace tomorrow, we would be more than capable of absorbing that level of supply.
Great, thank you. That ends our time for this panel. Can I thank you all very much for coming along? We know that there's been a lot of inquiries and you've come before several, but we really appreciate your time and your information is always valuable. There are some words I'm supposed to say at the end, so I better check those. The committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025. I don't believe we've taken any questions on notice, but if there were any, we need to receive those by close of business on Thursday, the 4th of September. And again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senators.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from Silver Chain, Auntie Grace and Ageing Australia. Can we take a 5-minute break? You got all that. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'm going to go from this end to that one.
Thank you. Rowan Martin, Steering Committee Member, Auntie Grace.
Alex Cook, Chief Financial Officer, Auntie Grace.
Catherine Parisi, Director, Auntie Grace.
Tom Simonson, CEO, Ageing Australia.
Carolyn Bell, Executive Director, Silver Chain.
Bronwyn Perry, Executive Director, Silver Chain.
Thanks very much. I'm going to invite each of your organisations to make some opening remarks. I am going to note that all the previous panellists have been excellent at keeping theirs short to give us plenty of time for questions, so I'm going to ask you to meet the same bar. So starting over here on my left again with Auntie Grace.
Catherine.
Good morning, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective this morning. I am Catherine Parisi. I am a Director of Auntie Grace. We are a home care provider founded in 2020 and now supporting 1,500 clients across Victoria. As a young company, we believe we can bring significant innovation to the sector aimed at improving the home care experience for thousands of Australians through our in-house technology and our commitment to quality care. As detailed in our submission to the committee, our primary concern focuses on the waitlist for home care packages, which has enormous impacts on ageing Australians and their families. The combined effect of delaying support at home while withholding the release of more than 83,000 home care packages creates an untenable situation. Every day we delay the release of these packages means more older Australians are struggling at home, more family carers are breaking down, and more preventable hospital administrations are occurring. We acknowledge the need for reform to make our home care system sustainable. However, our concern is that the unintended consequences of well-intended reforms. As providers, we face several challenges which impact the people we care for. First, pricing challenges and co-contribution have added significant complexity to our clients' lives at a time when life is already complex enough. The decision to reduce care management fees from 20% to 10% and remove package fees has placed provider financial viability in question. With care management capped at 10%, we face a choice: provide less care to elderly Australians or increase service prices to maintain current care levels. Providers will do what is right and they will care for their clients. Thus, service prices will increase. When we tell people they have a choice, but pricing becomes complex and expensive, together with new co-contribution requirements, the choice they have is to do without. We've taken what was once an easy system to understand with care management fees and service fees, and we've mixed them together. The result is less transparency, not more. Older Australians are struggling to understand their co-contribution budgets, and our staff spend more time on explanations than they do on care. As Australia's ageing population sees 260,000 people achieve age 65 annually, the government projections are showing us reaching 1.4 million home care packages. The only way we can meet this challenge is innovation, new technologies, new care models, and efficiencies we have not yet even imagined. Innovation requires that providers have financial capacity to invest in tomorrow's solutions, not just survive today's pressures. We believe in reforming our home care system. Amongst other measures, we call for the immediate package releases to address the waitlist, and we stand by ready to partner with the government and our partners to meet this care challenge. We respectfully ask that the supported home implementation be staggered over future financial years so that we can get these critical issues right and put the care and understanding of our clients first. We are here because we believe we can solve this together and improve the quality of life for older Australians. And thank you again, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. I'll go to Ageing Australia.
Thank you, Senators, for inviting us here to be here today to give evidence, and I acknowledge that we're on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and pay my respects to their elders past and present. We are the peak body for about 80% plus of the home care providers in this country, and we are extremely concerned about the number of people who are waiting to be able to access services that we could, if enabled, provide. We absolutely supported the delay of the implementation of the Act because the system as a whole, including government and providers, was not ready, but we were very concerned to see the delay of the additional packages as well. We do need to see packages released immediately. We have publicly called for 20,000 prior to the 1st of November, and we also need to see the packages that have been promised from the 1st of November released, and as far as possible, more released early than later in that year, so that we can actually get on with reducing the time people are waiting and reducing the number of people who are on the waiting list. One of the key questions we have asked our members is, can you cope with additional demand? Recently, in a survey that we did of our members, we got 200 or so organisations responding, and 98% of whom said they could ramp up their ability to deliver essentially now. This is consistent with what they have been telling us now for a couple of years, and the range is anywhere from 10 to 30% additional packages that those providers could take. Of course, there is variability, particularly in rural and remote areas where it is much harder to recruit, but much less so in the cities. We continue to be concerned about the decision of government to reduce care management caps from 20% to 10%, because the feedback we get from our members, particularly those that provide services to vulnerable groups, cold communities, Aboriginal people, people with dementia, 10% of the package is not enough to deliver the type of care management in the safe way that we need to comply with our requirements, but also to ensure that older people get the experience and the care that they require. So we think that the position we find ourselves in is not a perfect one, but ultimately we still think we can make a big difference to the lives of older people as long as we can see packages flow as soon as possible and we can get transparency about where they will be released and when, because we cannot turn on the head of a pin, although as you heard from previous participants, we can go quite quickly, but we can't go if you tell us the night before the packages are released. So that concludes my opening comments.
Thank you. And finally, Ageing Australia.
Carolyn Bell from Silver Chain. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As I said, I'm Carolyn Bell. I'm the Executive Director at Silver Chain. I lead our aged care reform and operations, and I have a clinical background as a registered nurse. Silver Chain is a 130-year-old not-for-profit organisation, and we specialise in home care. We are Australia's third largest provider of home care packages based on the FY24 data. And we also provide a comprehensive range of healthcare services in the home. Silver Chain has long advocated for the ability of home care to alleviate pressure on the health system. We welcomed the federal government's decision to delay the implementation of the aged care reforms. This pause was not only prudent, but it was essential. Reforms of this magnitude should not be rushed at the expense of those who are most impacted. The delay has brought mixed implications for older people and their aged care providers, our care teams. While we commend the commitment to release 80,000 packages in the first year, we recommend the package release is front-loaded to the 1st of November to address current wait times. Silver Chain strongly supports the reforms to the aged care system, but without key details, we cannot reassure our clients or prepare our workforce effectively. The sector needs clarity to deliver care confidently. The new Aged Care Act goes some way towards recognising home as many people's preferred place to age, and that the future of care is in the home. We urge multi-partisan commitment to ensure timely, equitable access to care. This is an incredibly ambitious program of reform, and courageous leadership is needed to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go to Labor first to ask questions. So I'll go to Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your contributions in this once-in-a-generation reform. Really, it's highly significant, and I don't want to underestimate the work you've all done. I guess, look, I'm just struggling with a bit of a dissonance here. On the one hand, I'm hearing overwhelmingly, not only from the panel, but previous members and the previous hearings, that the sector universally wanted a deferral in order to really undertake that organisational readiness work, training, IT ramp-up, induction, workforce, you name it, all of it. It's organisational transformation, which is what all of you are going through. But then on the other hand, I'm hearing that a large number are happy to also absorb more or believe they can take on more work. And I'm just struggling to square these two ambitions, because it doesn't ring true exactly, because I've been in an organisation, a major hospital in Melbourne, looked after a lot of elderly people that went through a major organisational transformation when electronic medical records and so on were brought in. And we might get to some of the tech that you're talking about. But, it's a massive amount of work, and I just don't know if the two can genuinely be done to a high level to ensure, one, patient care quality, and two, the kind of readiness that is required to go live on the 1st of November and to make this a success.
If I may, Senator, the challenge is that the readiness for the reforms and delivery of normal service are quite separate. So the reason that we were so supportive of a delay in the Act was because of things that we did not have, or questions that we did not yet have answered around what should a home care agreement under the new programme have in it for us to be able to get them signed by older people in time to deliver under the new programme. It was ensuring that the new systems in Services Australia would be ready to take our invoices so that providers can get paid from the package for the services that they're delivering. Those were the kinds of things that meant that a delay in the reform as such was necessary. But the people who are doing that work are not the people who are delivering care directly to older people. And that can go on and grow without the impact that I think you're alluding to.
But those care providers, right, are the ones who also need to be trained up. They will be presumably communicating to their clients, one, the context of the new Act, the content or the implications. Those people are up close and personal, and they're the ones with the trust relationships. The management are a bit separate, right? So I take what you're saying, but I don't think that you can completely silo these two groups. But I'm interested to hear also from Silverchain.
Sure. So we absolutely support ready access to packages. There are older community members there and waiting and in need of care. And we have our people and our systems and services ready to support that care. Yes, we also need to gear up in readiness for the reform, but delays in access to packages now means that we have our older population declining, their health needs increasing, getting more and complex and deterioration in care, which then means by the time they do come to us, the state that they are in, the support and the complexity that we need to care for, the earlier that we can commence care and actually provide support means that we can meet those healthcare needs, also support clients in that transition into the new system as well. So we can work in parallel, and we need to work in parallel, because not having access means that care declines.
Yeah, I guess there are only 6 of you here. There are thousands of providers around the country. We as a government, I guess, have to manage risk as well and make sure, even though that you are confident that you can do both, or run in parallel organisational transformation, plus train up your staff and get all the other ducks lined up and provide increased care. It's not entirely certain that everyone around the country could do so. But I might just ask a question to Auntie Grace. Obviously, there would be differences between providing care in metropolitan areas versus regional and rural areas, and it's always more challenging. We know that. There is the social economic gradient that you have to deal with. Can you perhaps talk us through a little bit about the differences, particularly in the ramp up to this change?
Yeah, we absolutely acknowledge that the client need and the access to workforce is different between our metropolitan areas and regional. We are mainly metropolitan at this stage of our growth, and we stand ready with a workforce to take on the waitlist packages should they be released now. So we're probably not best placed to discuss the specific regional requirements.
Do you have any regional clients?
We have some, but we're smaller in the region, so we wouldn't want to.
Okay. And in your opening statement, you alluded to the role of innovation and technology. Can you perhaps, and maybe I'll throw this open to everyone, because productivity is on everyone's lips, and I think that technology absolutely has a role. Can you perhaps elaborate for us what you see the role of technology as, and maybe drill down into specifics in providing care in the ambulatory setting?
Yeah, so from an Auntie Grace perspective, we've built our own in-house technology platform that is bespoke to home care. And with that, we're able to bring in artificial intelligence just to provide efficiencies in the way that we deliver care. Care is a human service, and it's a very trust-based service, and we really want our talent to be focused on how we're connecting to clients and staying up to date with what their care needs are. So there's an enormous amount of efficiency that we can bring into the sector in the way that we're taking notes. We're also thinking outside the box as to how we can support our clients in their homes and also their next of kin. I'd really like us to stay focused on the effect of this on our families. So we're considering what we can do in non-invasive ways to also reassure our clients at home that we can know that they're okay and let their next of kin know that they're okay. So we're at the beginning of our journey here, but we see a significant opportunity for how technology can actually change the way we deliver care, and more importantly, how we're going to scale in Australia to meet the challenge for ageing Australians. This is a segment of our community that is growing exponentially over the coming decades. It will soon be 19% of our population. So we have to acknowledge that technology will be part of that journey, but also innovative ways to partner among our care community and think outside the box on partnerships as to how we deliver holistic care to people. So we really see that as the future to how we're all going to have to raise the bar to meet the challenge for Australians.
And I might add to that if that's all right. So just in direct respect to the reforms that are occurring. So we started looking at the reforms in January of this year. At that point in time, there wasn't a huge amount of information, but we worked with what we could. Our system at that point was about 600,000 lines of code, and we've been developing that ever since. We actually participated in the department's digital transformation impact assessment project, at which point the sheer complexity of the design of the system and the Act was what started to come to light. Namely, I think Tom mentioned earlier, claiming from Services Australia. So it was at that point that we actually had to advise the government that asking the government for money was an absolutely crucial component of the program and how we move forward. So I think Catherine talked in her opening speech about staggered approach to actually rolling it out to be able to get those systems, which are large, 600,000 lines of code. Each of those lines of codes need to be adjusted.
Thank you. Chair, I'm good. I think Senator Cox has a question.
All right, one more. We've got 1 minute left in this block.
I might just
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's been a lot of conversation in relation to the deferral of the home care packages and this reform, particularly the Act. But I'd just like to ask the panel, what issues do you think may have arisen if the government actually didn't defer the commencement of this Act? I know we've had a lot of conversation of like what we're seeing and some of the lived realities, and I'm not trying to take it away from that, but were there any particular issues that you could see if we, as the government, were to just not learn from the Safety and Quality Royal Commission, the intensive amount of work, what people told us about centering older people in care in this, and yet going through a process that seeing a government then rush through a process and not doing that? Were there any things that you could foresee or that you raised personally with the government directly?
Well, I can certainly say we did. We had a range of quite technical concerns about going ahead on 1 July. And by the way, none of us really, in our heart of hearts, we didn't want to have to delay this, but we knew practically that we needed to ensure that it wasn't, essentially we always say if care is worse on the 1st of July than it is on the 30th of June, then we've all failed, and we were very concerned that's what was going to happen, largely because of things such as a lack of readiness for systems in the sector to engage with systems in government because of those being changed, a lack of clarity at that time around the rules that enact the legislation, around things such as what should a home care agreement have in it. We're not supposed to deliver services to someone without a valid home care agreement. We're also not going to stop delivering services simply because we don't have an agreement, but that put everybody in a very difficult space. So if we'd gone ahead on 1 July, all of those technical problems would have become very, very serious, we believe. But to go back to the broader point, packages released under this programme we can deliver today. Packages released under the new programme require all of those systems to be in place, which is why we have so much more readiness work still to do.
Okay, I'm going to go to Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Can I just get some real clarity into this? I think there seems to be some sort of misunderstanding about the difference between the delay on the Act and the delay of the packages. And so I just, from you, wanted to be really clear on the record. I don't think anybody that we've spoken to has suggested that whilst the delay in the Act was unfortunate, sadly because systems weren't ready, it was needed. And that the home care packages or the supported home packages, which quite clearly are two different things, but the actual provision of care to Australians who've been assessed as needing care through their ACAT assessments is not necessarily and should not necessarily be intrinsically tied to the deferral of the Act. So I'm just really keen, from your perspective, to be really clear about the fact that no one's talking about the Act. We're talking about the provision of new packages to support older Australians who've been assessed as needing care. So does anybody want to make a statement on that? I mean, obviously I'm not trying to verbal you, but that's my understanding, but there seems to be a little bit of confusion about what we're talking about.
Yeah, so Carolyn from Silverchain. So as we mentioned, the delay to the Act and the commencement of support at home was a prudent and necessary delay. The provision of services to our older community who are in need of care now, we are ready to provide that care and we want to provide that care. The delay in the release of packages and what we have seen in an increasing number of our older community on the wait list or waiting for those packages, our concern is we're seeing declining health and unmet care needs. The sooner that providers can partner with clients and start providing that care, the better for that individual, the better for their informal carer network, and the better for our aged and healthcare system as well. These unmet care needs or delays increases the risk of people needing to attend hospital unplanned admissions, potentially unavoidable admissions. The burden on carers trying to provide that care while waiting. So we would absolutely welcome the opportunity for more packages to be released so that we can provide that care and meet what we see as an absolute growing and critical need.
Yeah. So just to be really clear, in your mind, there was no necessity to delay the packages. There was no risk associated with the provision of additional care. The only risk associated with it was actually the new Act, the delivery of more care by the release of more packages. There is no risk more than there ever is in any package being released. I just want to be really clear that there was no risk associated with that.
That's right. So we would, as I said, welcome the packages now to commence that care. We're ready and we think it's important.
And Senator, I would say I am unaware of any technical reason why packages had to be delayed. I understand that's the government's decision, but I'm not aware of any technical reason why they could not have been released, or some of them, earlier.
Yeah, sure. And is that...
Arnie Gray stands ready to take packages off the wait list today.
Yeah, okay. And so the follow on from that, we are where we are because of the decision of the government. hopefully everything is able to be provided so that we are ready to start on the 1st of November. Are you collectively, either as providers or obviously the representative of a large number of providers, in a position to be able to deliver those 83,000 packages that were promised in the election campaign within the 25-26 financial year?
Absolutely, and again, the survey we've just done of members with given how busy everybody is, actually a very high response rate, where 98% of them said they could deliver somewhere between 10 and 30% additional packages basically now if they were given access to those. That has been a consistent position of providers for a couple of years now.
Yep. So, excuse me, Senator Ruston. I saw a lot of nodding across the table. I might just give the other two witnesses the opportunity to get their response on the hand side.
Absolutely. I would go back to the point previously made about transparency in how those packages and where those packages will be released will be an important part to how we respond. But we are doing this today before Support at Home. We do this every single day. There's absolutely no reason we can't assist those people now.
Yes, we are absolutely ready and would welcome those packages now. The greater the transparency that we can have on the volume of those packages, when they will be released and where they will be released, is what allows us to be able to respond proactively and be ready. And a smooth release of packages also means that our readiness is far more ideal than a peak and trough approach.
Senator Boyle.
And I'm going to ask a little bit of a naive question here. People have been waiting more than 15 months for these packages to be released, and you guys sound like you're ready to go when they are. How many of those do you think are going to need to go back for reassessment because needs have changed significantly in 15 months?
Absolutely. We are... Of course, I can't give you a number because they haven't asked for care yet, but we know that firstly, there's the length of time someone waits before they even ask for help.
Yes.
And often they're worse than they would have been had they asked earlier. Then they have to wait to get an assessment. Once they're assessed, they have to wait up to 15 months to get care. We do see a lot of people needing to be reassessed when they do finally get into care, if they weren't already assessed at the highest level of need, which many of course are, and that process can be slow as well. So yes, there will be a proportion. And I just can't tell you how big.
No, but you guys are anticipating that in your planning, because I'm assuming if you're sort of ready to go with 83,000 packages and then they're going to need to go back to the back of the line. They don't go back to the back of the line. We just have to provide what we're funded for until we can get them reassessed to the higher level.
Yeah. I think it's actually a great question, because under the system we operate in today, the provider has some ability also to meet the needs of those people with some flexibility around the support plan is written. Under Support at Home, we certainly have questions about how the support plan, how prescriptive that comes, because if that comes in a prescriptive manner, for example, it does not include occupational therapy, and we assess them as having declined and now need that, do we need to resubmit for reassessment? You will have seen that in our submission as one of our points of concern as to what that might do to the system, and we just don't know how prescriptive that support plan would be under Support at Home. But as we stand today, yes, we could absolutely do that and assist those people under the current structure.
Okay. Senator, we also have some insight on some of those clients because they're in the CHSP program. So they're in a program that was originally designed as an entry-level lower support program, and we know that these are clients waiting for their package, and we're seeing the decline, and we provide, through the flexibility that we can and through the services that we can, we try and meet the needs the best that we can through that CHSP program, but it is limited. The other thing that we see in that decline is the value of the care partner role and that care management, and supporting clients as needs decline and as complexity increases, and the connection with different services or providers or primary health support. That care management role is just so incredibly vital. It is limited in what you can provide in care management through CHSP. And for community members that don't even have access to CHSP or the HCP program, that lack of care management and the decline that people come to us in means that there is an intense period of work that we need to do to support clients to get them into a state of wellbeing, to be able to try and stay at home, which is their desire.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering, you may not have this information, but we'd just be really interested if there was, are you seeing any discrepancies between different states in terms of, the pre-ACAT assessment time, so, the heating waitlist time, the number of people that are waiting for care and the length of time people are waiting for care. Is there any states that are sort of like doing better or worse than others?
Senator, we certainly notice that we're a national provider in Western Australia and Victoria. There is definitely longer wait times for assessment or reassessment, and so there's a few examples of our clients that are waiting for either assessment or package release as a result of those delays.
Okay. Are there any standouts in terms of not being as bad, or just Western Australia and Victoria seem to be the ones that are struggling the most to keep up?
That's our experience.
Yeah, sure.
We're Victorian only, so...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And we certainly hear, particularly in Western Australia, because of the issue they have with actually a lower kind of number of packages per head of population. I know the West Australian Premier has been raising this recently, so they do have a slightly different challenge in Western Australia than the rest of the country for reasons I don't know, but it is variable. It's also variable sometimes within regions within a state.
Okay, so that's not a publicly known process in terms of determination, because if there are a lower number of packages into Western Australia, so we don't actually know why that's the case. Okay, Might be something for the department this afternoon.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all very much for your time here today. Might start with you, Mr. Simonson. You said that 90% of your providers that responded to your survey could provide 10 to 30% more packages. Do you have a ballpark of what that would equate to in terms of number of packages they have capacity to provide?
Well, over the 12 months, it about equals the 83,000. Wow. So providers are telling us that certainly, now we would prefer that they were front-loaded because we have lost 4 months of progress, and so the people on that list have got worse in terms of their needs. But we are quite confident that the sector can absorb at least that 83,000 over the 12 months. And we were asking in the lead up to the 24 budget for 80,000 packages to be released then, and only 24,000 were. So that's been the case now for a period of time.
And you could absorb 20,000 over the next 8 weeks before November?
As I think you heard from Anglicare Australia in the previous session, not every provider, it's not 100%, and particularly, it may more so in regional and metro than in rural and remote, but we can absolutely take on new packages now. I can't be exact, but that is why we have supported the call for 20,000 before 1st of November, because we do think we could take that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. One of the concerns we've heard is how late the announcement to delay to 1 November was made. And I was interested if you are aware of any aged care providers who had started hiring more staff in the sort of ramp-up preparedness for 1 July and have now had to potentially let staff go or reassess where they're at.
So this, and my colleagues might be able to answer from their own perspectives, one of the reasons we're calling for transparency on release dates, numbers, which states, which regions, is because it is actually quite hard to ramp up until you know those numbers. So why we need that now, for the same reason it would have been good to have it back in April or May if we were going ahead with 1 July, so we know how many people to recruit. We know how many additional hours to offer. I think you heard a previous witness say actually the biggest increase comes from saying to our existing staff, we have more hours to offer you. So they're not necessarily new recruitments, they're just changes to current conditions. So we are able to ramp up. We do need to know where, when and by how much. Generally what has happened in the past is the government only tells you how many have been released after they've been released, and that's not a lot of use if you're trying to ramp up really quickly.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mrs. Bell, you mentioned CHSP in your last comment. We've heard from the Minister a few times that, well, more packages will be released on November 1, but in the meantime, 99% of people are eligible for CHSP. Are you aware of sort of how many people would be actually receiving services of people eligible? Is there any way of having visibility of that?
I can comment on, from Silverchain, you know, we have many thousands of clients receiving CHSP services. As I said, it is an entry-level program, and it is a program that often people will transition through ahead of the HCP program. But it has also become a default and top-up while waiting, which means that we are seeing clients in the CHSP program, of which the program was never designed around their needs. So those complex needs, that need for care partnering and that care management, and not being able to provide that to the degree needed. The CHSP demand is significant. There are a number of providers that operate at capacity with their CHSP services, so the ability to respond to that demand and also the opportunity to be able to be flexible within the CHSP program so that we can respond to needs. And those needs change over time, and there can be acute episodes of deterioration, and then there's longer decline as well.
Mrs. Bell, can I just ask a supplementary to that? In terms of, you're saying there's a high demand on CHSP and sort of providers can't meet the demand. Would there be value, in addition to releasing additional home care packages as quickly as possible, as pumping some additional financial investment into CHSP at this point in time?
Yes, there would. Our mission is to provide care to our older community, and the sooner we can provide that in a timely way, the sooner that care can start, and it also means that we can maintain and support clients with their wellbeing rather than decline. So for clients in need of services, the sooner we can provide that, the better.
Senator, on the CHSP issue, one of the problems for CHSP, aside from what Carolyn has said about the number of people wanting to access it who might not have needed it in the past, is because it will eventually move into support at home, it's essentially receiving no growth. So that problem is becoming even more acute, and there are whole swathes of the country where you simply cannot get into a CHSP provider because the money is capped, and with it not moving into support at home until at least mid-2027, that's a long time for it to be frozen. So that's why we're getting this really significant problem. There's 1 million people in CHSP, only 300,000 or so in packages. It's a much bigger program, and so the money has to go a lot further.
It would be fair to say that means people will deteriorate more quickly and therefore need aged care packages sooner?
Absolutely, because it does provide that safety net almost. It's not what it was designed for, but that's what it's doing.
Just on that point, Mrs. Bell, in your submission you note that you've seen a steep increase in hospitalisations for people receiving CHSP. Do you know what that's down to, or what are you seeing there?
There will be a range of factors. Some of those hospitalisations are absolutely necessary and important to the health and wellbeing of those clients. But as you saw in the submission, we have seen an increase, and without access to the level of care needed to support the complexity of needs and those unmet care needs, we will see that burden of disease, and we will see an increase in hospitalisations and potentially some of those avoidable hospitalisations.
Mm-hmm. And then maybe just finally to everyone on the panel, one of the things that gets raised with me, I think we've had over 100 older Australians email my office about this, is assessment timeframes, and this actually being a hidden wait list, where there are thousands and thousands of people who should be on the wait list but are actually waiting to get an assessment. It's quite hard to get data on. We obviously have the department this afternoon. I'll be asking questions. I'm just interested on the ground, what is the sense of how long it's taking to get an assessment? Mrs. Bell, if you want to start.
And anecdotally, again, we're aware of delays in Victoria and in Western Australia. Some clients that I've spoken to in Victoria have been waiting 6 to 9 months for an assessment.
And we definitely hear a part of the problem is there's no data. It would be incredibly helpful to have transparent data from the time it's taking, the number of people who are waiting for assessment, because then we might be able to help. But we definitely hear that people are waiting significant periods of time to get assessed, and that is not reported. So all we're reporting is the people who have an assessment waiting for a package, but there's a lot more in the other part of the system.
Yeah, Senator Pocock, it is a black hole. We also don't have any data on it. Anecdotally, we hear it is greater than 6 months, and we know that there are people on that black wait list that we can't see who are in desperate need of care.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, just a
final question.
Yeah, just a follow-up, just to clarify. Look, I completely accept that there is an unintended consequence of this deferral. There's no question about that, and I certainly saw that firsthand when I was practicing. I guess the question is, the CHSP and legacy programs are being couched as if they are equivalent to support at home, but they're not. One is a bit like a Ford, and the other one is something better than a Ford. So I think, yes, I hear the sector calling for release of these packages, but they are not perfect. They are far from perfect themselves, which is why the sector, in collaboration with the sector, we have tried to improve this system with a support at home package. Can you talk to us a little bit about the differences between these two packages? They are they're very different.
Do you mean between Senator, do you mean between CHSP and support at home?
Well, I think rolling up the legacy project programs, because I think they're being couched in terms of like for like, and they're not. They're not like for like. They're quite sort of different in terms of provision.
So between home care packages, the program today, and support at home, there's not that much difference in the care you'll be delivered. The difference between CHSP and home care packages / support at home is quite significant. CHSP is block funded, it's not individual, you don't get a package to go into CHSP. The reason we want to see some additional funding released into CHSP is to take some of the pressure away. It's absolutely imperfect, it's not what we'd want permanently, but we do want to see that get some of that pressure released so that people can receive something whilst they are waiting. The practical differences between a home care package and a support at home package is the legislative framework. It's the fact that the rights in the Act come in on 1 November, but the nurse will still be the same nurse turning up to your house, the OT will still be the same OT. So the practical differences are because support at home is supposed to give us more capacity to deliver more. The service itself shouldn't be that different. It should just be able to be delivered to more people over time.
Does the CHSP, I'm sorry, just to clarify, really, it's quite complicated, I've got to say. The CHSP, does that provide in-home care to the same? It's not the same as a home care package. They're quite different, aren't they? Because I did have, when I was a member in the lower house, I did have a community group, a not-for-profit, that was CHSP funded, and it was more companionship. The model was a more sort of companionship model rather than direct care. So they're quite different, aren't they?
They are. CHSP originally designed as an entry-level program. Often the early supports that people need are around domestic assistance, social support to decrease isolation as ageing. But there's also the opportunity through the CHSP program to be able to respond to higher needs around allied health and also nursing. There's a strong emphasis on restorative care or re-enablement, so trying to assist our clients in building a level of independence and wellbeing to be able to stay at home. The HCP program recognised decline that happens as we age and increasing needs, and the ability to provide more intensive support and have a budget that allowed flexibility to be able to bring services in to match those needs. It also has a far greater emphasis and support in terms of care management, and we also recognise that as people's age and their health declines, that care partnering and that care management becomes a really, really important care need, and that is something that is of high value in the HCP program.
Thank you, Chair.
Final question, Senator
just to be
Ruston.
really, really clear. I think the sector more generally and just about everybody's submissions have been calling for the early release of home care packages, which are the current provision of recipient-managed plans, and supported home is the new name for that. In terms of the actual individual, there is nothing that an individual should see in any difference between a home care package and a supported home package in terms of the care they receive. Is that correct?
Well, you asked a really complicated question at the end. I'll try my best. Essentially, no, but the home care agreements will look different, the pricing will be different, but the care should be the same.
So I'm just trying to be
the same shower.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to get. Senator Amandaraj was trying to suggest that somehow supported home was going to be some incredibly superior thing that we should be waiting for. The reality is, people right now are getting no care or a significantly lower sort of care than.
That is a misrepresentation of what I said.
Okay.
Completely.
Okay. Well,
you know full well the differences, Senator Rush.
I do know full well the
two
differences.
packages. They are very different. They are different.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just trying to seek to understand, we all know that CHSP is a completely different package than either supported home or home care packages. I'm just keen to make sure that it's very clear on the record that the care that is being denied Australians can be delivered equally as well under a home care package and the new supported home packages. There is very little difference in the care capacity for delivery into those two packages. They are not very different packages, or are they?
Correct. They are not.
Senator, I think even on the most rudimentary assessment of turning on the news in the evening or any talkback station, you will hear just about every aged care provider advertising at the moment. So that speaks to the sector's capacity and willingness to support more Australians.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of this panel. Can I say a very big thank you to all of you for appearing before the committee. We really do value your time and we appreciate the input that you give us for preparing our report. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice. If they were, the date for return of those is close of business on the 4th of September and the committee will be reporting on the 15th of September. Thank you again for your time. The committee will be taking a short suspension before we move to our lived experience panel. Now resume. I want to say thank you very much to our lived experience panellists for your patience. I now welcome a panel of lived experience witnesses. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. This session is an opportunity for you to make a short statement to the committee. I'm going to remind senators that the purpose of these sessions are primarily a listening exercise for the committee, so there's no expectation that we will be asking questions. I'd also like to remind witnesses not to disclose any personal or private information such as dates of birth or addresses during your statement as the hearing is being broadcast live. I'm just going to go around the panel that we have, and before I go to you individually for your statements, I just need each of you to please state your first name only for the benefit of the Hansard transcript. So I might go to Sue first. Sorry, this always seems a bit weird. So when I go to you, I just lead you to say that this is Sue. So Sue. Do we have Sue online? I might come back to Sue. I'm going to go to Peter. Peter, if you could just say for us, my name is Peter.
I think there are two of us, Peters, but I'm one. I'm Peter.
So, Peter W.
Peter F.
Thank you. Jim?
Yes, I am present. Are you hearing me?
Yes. If you could just say, my name is Jim.
My name is Jim.
Thank you. As I said, this always seems very weird. I'm going to go to Peter.
Peter W. Yes, I'm Peter.
Thank you. And Margaret.
Okay, on mute, Margaret.
Margaret, if you're speaking, you're on mute. All right, we can't hear Margaret. We'll have to come back to Margaret. Can we maybe try...
Yeah, no, I'm here now.
Thank you, Margaret. I might ask Peter and Jim if you could mute your microphones when you're not speaking. Actually, both Peters, if you could do that, because we're getting some reverb in the room. Jim, if you wouldn't mind muting your mic as well.
I'm not quite sure how to do that.
That's all right. Mark.
Yeah.
There.
Is that right?
Yes, so if you could just say, my name is Margaret.
My name is Margaret.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to try Sue again. All right, we might be having some technical issues with Sue, so I might leave it to the Secretariat to get in touch with Sue and we might make a start. So if folks could keep their contributions to a maximum of 8 minutes. If it's shorter than that, that will be fine. And I'm going to start with Peter W.
Thank you. We've just heard from the providers, and yes, they are and can and are enthusiastic about growing their businesses. I'm so privileged that I can now speak on behalf of some of the older people with more complex health and care needs. My name is Peter Wilcox. I am more fortunate than 88% of the current home care package holders who are income assessed as not having the means to pay income tested fees. I am able to pay current rates for gap and income tested fees for my level 4 home care package. The last 4 years of modelling has resulted in getting some things very, very, very wrong. The aged care model will cost billions more than it should. Support at home will for some be a path to abandonment and bankruptcy, but for most just a fast track to a residential facility. I was 4 years old when I was placed in an isolation ward. On several occasions, I'd been held down, folded into a fetal position so an injection could be inserted into my spine to remove spinal fluid. I learnt to wet my bed rather than call out lest I be placed on the steamless table for another injection. The aged care model before you would see people with experiences such as mine placed in an institutional bed where once again we will lie in wait to be toileted. No, it's not good enough. I live with heart failure, respiratory disease, late effects of polio, one kidney, dodgy gut, failing eyesight. I have torn muscles on both shoulders and re-tear from just rolling over in bed. I'm not a candidate for any operation as associated risks from general anaesthesia are just too high. So my stay-at-home supports must be meaningful and relevant to my needs. I live in a fully wheelchair accessible home supported by a fantastic carer partner, an awesome family, an amazing specialist and a great understanding of assistive technology and what works for me. The last 4 years of accessing services via support at home has become an active fight. The new support at home program is set as a battleground where funding for essential aids such as leg braces is vague, if not denied. There are just over 300,000 people receiving home care packages. Each have their stories of learning that helps them to cope with conditions that have a legacy that few would want. There are another 87,000 approved but in waiting. The system seems to support early entry to residential institutions, not a home, not a place where people receive the full range of customised care that they need, just places they are stored as long as they linger. Great support is people working together with people to provide support that is meaningful and will be used. Support at home model is set around a range of assessment for regular weekly services. Great for businesses. They are able to schedule workers and know what services are approved and predict income and plan for profits while they sell all the regular services they can. Yet in the real world, most of our needs are episodic. The bulk of the 1.27 million people receive services don't need the same services each week, just as their grass does not need mowing as much in winter as it does in spring. Support at home is the percentages of model. Support at home opens with no fixed pricing. Providers take a percentage of the cut, with consumers asked for co-payments via percentages of pricing. Unsurprisingly, prices seem to have increased over the last 4 years by 5% each year. The percentage of model is inflationary and will not provide the government with the means to reduce the aged care budget. Past spending and budgets, 2012 to 13, 13 billion, 21 to 22, 25 billion, 23 to 24, 36 billion, 24 to 25, 44.4 billion and growing. The government argues they're doing more. My read is that maybe more people are in the books, but certainly not more for those who need more help. The AMA released modelling in 2022 that estimated over 4 years, 21.2 billion could be saved from avoidable public and private hospital admissions, presentations and stays from older people in the community and in nursing homes. Program mismanagement is not the consumer's fault, nor should they be asked to pay for design flaws to placate public sentiment of poorly informed minority. A solution may come from the trillions in super and how they're invested, certainly not from a tax on frailty and from those unable to pay. We all get old. Greater transparency is needed for consumers who will be asked to sign contracts. Consumers have a right to know how much they will pay and what services will be available to them. Support at home should have an online income test cost and services calculator. I recently shared a spreadsheet that highlighted that 13 hours seems to be the maximum number of hours possible from support at home classification level 8 that provides a weekly spend of $1,344.96. A full pensioner with savings of only $10,000 will be asked to contribute 5% of the cost for independent services, 17.5% of the cost of everyday living services. That means 13 hours. The individual contribution each week is $122.53 from a weekly income of $673.08. No, not doable. And the meaningless noise about hardship application is insulting. No safety net. Just the more you need, the more you pay, yet your ability to pay becomes less with each and every service. I asked the Senate to say no to this percentage of model for individual contributions and recommended the current tried and true model for income testing is continued. The Senate understands that no one should be left behind. If a program has known flaws that will cause harm, those flaws must not be sanctioned as a part of the process. I thank you for this inquiry, and questions are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission, Peter W. I'm now going to go to Sue.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Sue.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity today to give some lived experience testimony. I just want to say that I've heard quite a few comments today about what is the difference between home care package and supported home. I would like to put it down that there is a major difference, and that is co-contributions. And then I'll continue now with what I have prepared. Thank you. I have lived experience of the home care package system for several years, firstly for my husband and for myself. I have also lived experience of the residential aged care system. Many consumers of aged care services have followed the changes into aged care reform from a consumer perspective for several years. I gave lived experience testimony to the Senate Affairs Committee in October 2024 about concerns of the new Aged Care Act. And in fact, Senator Ruston and yourself, Senator Orman-Payne, asked me questions after my testimony. Since then, I've written and contributed to various submissions, consultations, webinars, written to and met with politicians and so on, expressing concern about the problems consumers are experiencing now and will only get worse. Due to the brief time to speak here today, I will only be addressing any other matters on the agenda from Senator Pocock, and in particular some concerns of the new supported home program and the impact they will have. Many consumers have asked that I communicate that our independent voices are not being heard, and most importantly, that our lived experience testimony perspectives from the Senate inquiry into the Act in 2024 have not been reflected in the new age rules and other documents that have been released. A network of many thousands of consumers are desperate for you to listen to our lived experience, informed views and concerns. I feel the weight of their concern, along with my own, to try and get the message out. I would like to quote from another submission and other articles that are in the press right now, that the design of the supported home program is fundamentally flawed. Consumer co-payments were not a recommendation of the Aged Care Royal Commission as far as we can find out. We have understood that the idea of the co-payments emerged from the initial Aged Care Task Force, followed by an unclear process whereby a schedule of percentages and 3 categories were introduced. There appears to be no clear consultation or modelling on any of this with consumers that we are aware of. Of high concern is that services in the home are being effectively taxed via co-contributions for daily living and independent services. Many of these services help us to stay living safely at home as per the government's stated policy. However, many of the new rules are going to have the reverse effect. I'm a part pensioner and I cannot afford them. I definitely will be weighing up whether I can afford to pay a fee to have an aged care service, pay a bill, buy food, or enjoy taking my grandchildren out for an ice cream. Other people who survive on just the age pension are very frightened by this, and we see stories in social media and mainstream media every day. But Senators, please understand Those in the system now, those not in the system now have no idea of these co-payments. You won't hear their testimony today because they haven't heard about the new system yet. And when they do enter, they'll have a total shock to have to pay fees when they've already been assessed as needing help with supported home. There's talk of safety nets such as hardship applications. I can tell you from lived experience that that hardship process is not something any older person should have to go through. There are approximately 2.5 million people in receipt of aged care pensions who may be eligible for supported home. According to the Bureau of Statistics, around 1 million over 65 live alone. It's likely that many do not have family or informal carer support to help them, but they are home alone. The aged care system in the home must focus on this cohort when making decisions about what is and what is not allowed. My time is really nearly up. Here are some solutions or recommendations that other consumers have asked me to communicate and express. We hear a lot about the new Person-Centred and Rights-Based Act, but it is not what we are experiencing and foresee very bad outcomes under unintended consequences. We cannot access the services we need to stay safely at home. We are asked to provide letters from our GPs, medical specialists and allied health providers to prove that we need a service, but we're then blocked by the system. If a medical person confirms we need these things, we should be able to get them. Here are some recommendations. 1, older people living on full age pension and low incomes pay no payments. 2, to quote many submissions and commentators, the supported home co-pay system model is ill-conceived, badly designed, and has not been adequately scrutinised and should be rejected. These issues cannot be explored in the time available in this inquiry, but it is important to justify further investigation by a subsequent Community Affairs Committee, an inquiry or similar. Consumers and independent advocates ask senators to request and establish a subsequent inquiry to truly understand how the reforms are lacking good sense and will not deliver for either the government or consumers of aged care services. The inclusions and exclusion rules need to be urgently reviewed and made more person-centred. If a medical person confirms our need to have a service to help us stay at home safely, it should be accepted and allowed. Please listen and engage directly with independent voices of consumers who are living the reality and understand the system on a day-to-day basis. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much, Sue. We appreciate the time that you've taken to give evidence, including in other inquiries. I'm now going to go to Margaret.
Hello. Good morning. My name's Margaret Polker. I'm actually speaking on behalf of my late husband. I do preface this by saying that over the years, we endeavoured, and it was our desire for Tony to be at home. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2015, and it was clear that with a degenerative disease such as that, our path to staying at home was going to require quite a deal of endeavour, both by him and by myself. To that end, we relocated from the northwest of Tasmania to Hobart to be closer to family. We did that very soon after diagnosis on the belief that we would be better enabled to support ourselves within our home, which was our desire, and closer to medical facilities, closer to support and closer particularly to family. Over the years from 2017 when we moved, Tony's health deteriorated and on top of the degenerative process of Parkinson's disease, Tony was also, Tony had several cancer diagnoses which required which required 2 long sessions of radiation, 2 33-day sessions, 66 in all. He also was diagnosed with a separate bladder cancer, which required immunotherapy. Through all of this, Tony's ability to self-manage diminished extremely. And by 2024, January 2024, at the urging of our GP and at the obvious need for us to do renovations to our house to make it safe, at the urging of the GP, we completed an application, my aged care application. The paperwork was completed, was received and acknowledged on the 24th of January 2024. Through 2024, which we all know was only last year, Tony had further immunotherapy, which required considerable hazardous personal health management at home. We also found a need to renovate the bathroom. We could no longer put that off. We had at that stage, we had a separate toilet. We had a separate shower. Tony was unable to dress and shower himself. The shower cubicle required a shower chair, and all these things became somewhat impossible. We renovated the bathroom at our own cost. We also availed ourselves of a bed. Tony was unable to get in and out of bed on his own. And he required medication every 4 hours. That required, and he usually required bathroom facilities 4 to 5 times a night. At the time we applied, we knew we really needed assistance. We didn't change our endeavour, and we worked very hard for Tony to be at home. And I do have to say he was an amazing person. He had a lot of resilience, a lot of determination, but fading physical health and fading cognitive health. He was assessed by ACAT on the. We put our application in 24th of January 24. He was assessed by ACAT on the 1st of May 2024, so that was a lapse of time, but in relative terms it was reasonably quick. And the assessor determined that, in fact, Tony basically was unable to support himself at home. He could shuffle, but that was the extent of his ambulatory abilities. So there was really very little left, and without being disrespectful in his absence, very little that Tony really could do for himself. It really was Team Poulter, he and I. And on the 1st of May, he was assessed as requiring home care package level 4. As early as the 3rd of May, I received communication from my aged care to say that recommendation had been received and acknowledged and approved, and with a letter showing the time frame and the little steps to progressing to receive a home care package. Tony and I continued to stay at home. We have a house. We have pride in our house. Tony's personal care 24 hours a day. The garden, the house really fell to me, and this isn't a complaint, it was a privilege. But it was tiring. On the 30th of June, several times over the 12 months, I inquired as to the progress, but there was no way of knowing how you were progressing on that path. On the 4th of May this year, as was our path to, I guess, security, I got Tony up early so I could take our dog for a walk. I had to get him up and have him sit in a chair go to the toilet, sit in a chair as a way of of minding him in my absence. When I came back, he was very unwell, and I had to call an ambulance. He was taken to hospital at 8 o'clock on the 4th of May this year, and it was determined by the end of the day that he required palliative care, and that in fact the bladder cancer had spread. Tony passed away overnight on the 9th of May. Just excuse me, passed away on the 9th of May. No package, no assistance. And I chose not to tell him that he had been... on the 6th of May, I got a message as I was driving into palliative care to say that his home care package had been allocated. It wouldn't be appropriate in this forum to say what I said. We didn't want a lot, but some help would have been really good. I do have to say Tony was very compliant. He had such pride, and for 40 years actually did work as a very loyal employee of Centrelink. He believed in systems, he believed in fairness, and believed that if we did all we could, there may be a little bit of support. There wasn't. As I say, we take a great deal of pride that really he was able to stay at home. But the cost of that, it was only that we were lucky to have that bit of savings to be able to afford some support. But in all of that, it would have been more advisable if, in fact, I had have had some occupational therapy advice, perhaps, on where to put handrails, if I hadn't have had an amazing builder and did a lot of research myself. But these things, just to remain in your home, are not inconsequential. And as I say, weren't really looking for a lot, but that support is critical to reducing the risk of people being in their own home. And Tony was 103 kilos and 6'3" when he passed away, and I'm half of that. We managed, but it does make me cringe sometimes now in clearer thought to think the danger that Tony was in. We had 3 hours in-home respite a week that we availed ourselves of post-assessment in May last year, and that was amazing. But I do have to say that sometimes I actually sat in the car and had a snooze. I thank you for this opportunity, and I do hope this is by no way a whinge, as Tony would put it. I wouldn't like it to be seen that way. But if it can open up the eyes of what really living like this is like, then it may assist someone else now, and that's the best we can hope for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sue. Thank you for sharing yours and Tony's story, and we really value you taking the time to retell your story, to put a human face along with everyone else on what actually delays in care mean in reality for people. So thank you very much. I'm now going, and I just realised that it was Margaret. My apologies for using the wrong name. I'm now going to go to Peter F.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Senators. My name is Peter Freckleton, President of Post Polio Victoria and Board Member of Polio Australia. Obviously, I'm advocating for polio survivors, but for people with disability in general. I thank you for the opportunity to address you. It's an honour. I really appreciate it. The Senate is now a democracy's best hope. Senators have a unique superpower, freedom to speak independently. Senators can make an objective assessment of issues not confined by rigid party discipline. And Senate inquiries, as we have found particularly in this issue, are the most powerful instrument we have to inquire into issues and hear from ordinary people. This is particularly important in the present case because we're faced by bipartisan solidarity between the major parties, which appear to be trapped inside what the French call a folie à deux, craziness shared by two. In particular, the proposed new aged care system was conceived in ageist bigotry and looks doomed to be stillborn in dystopia. As Senator Ruston commented in an earlier hearing, the scheme proponents are trying to fly the plane while building it, but the plane is not airworthy as it stands. I am particularly concerned by the lack of support within the aged care system for disabled Australians under the proposed new system and the withholding of new packages to meet the backlog. Hence, it is imperative that Recommendation 72 of the Aged Care Royal Commission be implemented immediately. That is, support for disabled people within the aged care system equivalent to the NDIS, because the new system simply does not support disability and barely even mentions it, except in an occasional aside. On behalf of polio survivors, I point out that they are a unique cohort in that their disability, known as infantile paralysis, was incurred in a single event, the polio pandemic of the 1950s. Sadly, that means they've fallen foul of an accident of chronology, so that some are covered by the NDIS, while others with the same disability and similar age are outlawed and subject to the vagaries of aged care, which, as you will be aware, is not designed for disability. I myself was 6 years old when my legs were permanently paralysed. Others were 3 years old. Sometimes they were toddlers. By the time the NDIS was rolled out, many of us had reached the age of 65, so were outlawed despite our lifelong disability. The cut-off birth year is 1952, counting back from 2016, the year NDIS rolled out more generally. Hence, the government policy is born 52, tickety-boo. Born before, out the door. Yet some of us have been shoehorned into the aged care system, which is not designed to support disability. Being wheelchair bound, I myself am denied the all-round disability support and access to technology the NDIS would provide. The entire disability sector, I find, centres exclusively on the NDIS, not aged care. So members have been struggling with legislative denial of support for the last decade. But however imperfect the existing system is, the proposed new system is infinitely worse. E.g., the proposed system provides a lifetime cap of $15,000 on assistive technology such as wheelchairs and leg braces and home modifications. It's unknown how that arbitrary figure was arrived at. It's clearly grossly inadequate, even on an annual basis. That it should be a lifetime cap is absolutely disgraceful. Given the circumstances, I also join in asking for urgent release of the new aged care packages. One solution would be to release the backlog on the same basis as existing packages. At least the existing system enables us to save and accumulate funding to provide for a wheelchair or other assistive technology or a home modification. The new system makes it absolutely impossible for anybody, particularly with a disability, to make provision for those things. They will simply do without. It's totally crazy. It's totally unworkable. Now, the delay of the packages that the Senate is inquiring into is certainly no fault of older Australians. I think we can agree. I read that the government has already set aside funds for the new packages, so apparently there's no material need for even further delay. Apparently, the backlog seems to be politically motivated. Government wants the punitive new scheme in place before new packages are created. But I urge the Senate to call for the implementation of the new packages, which apparently have already got funding in place, forthwith, under the same terms and conditions as the current system. That at least will get people out of trouble that on the waiting list. And in many cases in the past, people have died while waiting. It's a human rights disaster. And in that relation too, I say that recommendation 72 of the Royal Commission should be implemented as a matter of urgency. Otherwise, people like polio survivors and others with lifetime disabilities will be on the scrap heap. Part of the extraordinarily thoughtless design of the new system, if one can use the word design, is the example, the government's own example of Bill the Pensioner that Peter mentioned before. That is somebody, a pensioner renting with $10,000 in the bank will have to pay $2,500 per annum. Now, the comment on the website is that this is a small amount. Well, for a public servant on a large salary, $2,500 is probably a small amount. It's probably just a liquid lunch at the Ottoman. But for a person with nothing between him and penury but $10,000, $2,500 every year is ruinous. In no time at all, there'll be nothing. You'll have nothing to fall back on. Professor Kathy Egar has pointed out the problem here that the government assumes massive take of money from participants, but the money simply isn't there. The people who are being affected most are not, as the government says, rich, greedy boomers. They are people who are in very, very sketchy circumstances, very precarious circumstances. As it happens, the genuinely rich, the people with multi-million dollars, will be fine. It's relatively benign for them. The lifetime cap is not too bad when you've got, say, $3 million. But for ordinary people, it's massive. It basically takes all they have.
I might have to stop you there, Peter.
I've just about concluded, Chair.
I can give you 30 more seconds.
Okay. So in conclusion, I honour the role of the Senate, and it has done wonderful work in calling things out. And all we ask is not that they necessarily wave a magic wand and fix it, but that they call out the problems and at least let the public know what is happening. Because at the moment, public and the media are simply in the dark. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you very much, Peter. And finally, I'm going to go to Jim. Just need you to unmute, Jim.
Sorry, I'm on. I'm having trouble with the system. Okay. Well, my name is Jim, and I am from Southeast Regional South Australia. I am an incomplete quadriplegic, and I have accelerated spinal ageing. I've had a progression of deterioration since the spinal abscess, which was caused by a Staph aureus getting into my spinal cavity, caused my condition back in 2010. I have been in a wheelchair since then. In my speech today, I wish to point out that there is aged care and disability, two different things. I happen to have both. In late 2021, my partner was diagnosed with breast cancer, and we just sold our home in Adelaide to move back to the country to be closer to family and friends. At the same time, DSOA, my funding body, had a system error which cut my funding to a quarter. This was not fixed for 4 months. My wife was due to start her chemotherapy We had been back in the country for 6 days, but I had to go into hospital for treatment. I badly needed to get respite, but in spite of all attempts through my care provider and direct with DSOA, none was given. We pleaded for weeks, no reason, no response to any request, despite their knowledge of my situation. According to DSOA's manual at the time, respite should have been readily available, but no. We were desperate, and after many attempts on the basis that my wife was my primary carer and out of action for 8 months of therapy, we finally got a position at Ality Aged Care in Walkerville, Adelaide, through Carers of Last Resort, which was Carers Gateway, Carers South Australia. I'd been there for 10 days. After being there for 10 days, Ality required an ACAT assessment, and this was done by phone, and this next point was acknowledged by the ACAT assessor. She ticked the box for full residential care instead of respite, which I had specifically requested, and this was put into the system without me either citing their document or giving me my giving informed consent. The consequences of the ACAT's action, within a few months, I was given entry into my aged care with a full residential care package. This error resulted in my funding being capped at $86,000. Now, this is a lot of money, I understand, but with my situation, it is becoming less and less. As I said, ACAT's assessment team not only acknowledged their mistake, see the letter from the assessor in the notes, but also sent out a directive to all their other assessors to ensure that this did not happen again. This was never acknowledged by DSOA. And yet, because of the DSOA's regulation, my funding was capped forever. My partner came through her breast cancer treatment well. However, 2.5 years later, she was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Her lifestyle had to change, and to keep her stress to a minimum, she needed to spend less, not more time looking after me. The next issue is that our capped DSOA funding is insufficient for my care. And in recent change of needs assessment done in April this year, I will require in excess of double my current personal care hours and 4 times the amount of physio and double the occupational therapy time. Change of needs documentation have been supplied. It would seem to me to be sensible, in the upshot of all of this, to roll the balance of disabled DSOA people who were part of the original COS scheme back into the NDIS scheme as soon as possible. In spite of all our appeals to the Department of Health, the various relevant ministers, NDIS Commission and the Ombudsman who recommended in our favour, no one is prepared to lift my cap. In fact, there is no review process in DSOA. If I were in NDIS, my funding level would be at least double my current level. I think this is a serious case of age discrimination, and a +70+ high quad could have higher care needs than an under 40 quad. Finally, I think that the government must better understand the difference between aged care and disability, and also the injustice that has happened in my case and to others in this category. It needs a reset. All disability clients have been under $50,000 funding in DSOA have now been moved into aged care. And in 3 to 5 years, they will be in my position where their funding will be inadequate. To me, this is a monumental stuff up. My wife, who is a retired OT, and I are founding members and chairperson of our local seniors community committee. On October 1st this year, our group will collaborate with our local council in running an expo in town called Engaging with Ageing. Along with over 200 other participants, we are including the Queensland founders of an aged care system which enables my aged care packages to be delivered in smaller regional communities with greater cost efficiency, local carers, and keeps people in their own homes and environment for longer. This will be a first in South Australia if we go ahead, which is very likely. I also organise a bi-monthly, well, I call it the Men's Mental Health Day, with up to 90 of our retirees on the mailing list, and usually half have lunch together and listen to one of their number speaking about what they've done in their life or whatever else they wish to talk about. Everybody loves it.
Thank you, Jim.
So in conclusion, I would just like to say we love and enjoy what we're doing in our community, and I very much want to continue living here. I do not want to go away from family and friends, but I am worried for my partner and the effect on her life expectancy if she overloads with my care. I intend to stay on the case and get the changes that need to occur. Thank you all very much for listening to my story. I appreciate what the Senator's doing.
Thank you very much, Jim. And can I say thank you very much to Peter W., to Sue, to Margaret, to Peter F. and Jim for taking time out of your day to give us your lived experience evidence. It's critical evidence for the committee's deliberations, and we really appreciate the time that you've taken. That concludes...
Chair, can I just... Sorry, Chair. Can I just quickly make one comment on behalf of the government? As the Deputy Chair of this committee, it's critical that we hear lived experience, and I just want to acknowledge all of your contributions and your evidence here this morning. It's this morning for me because I'm in Perth at the moment, but for the Senate to hear directly from you around the impacts of aged care and that these are the reasons why the government are making these important reforms. And thank you very much for all of that. And please know that we do hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. And Senator Ruston just has a question of one of our lived experience panellists ahead of talking to the department this afternoon.
Yeah, look, thank you. And can I add my my views or my support to the comments that have been made by the Chair and Senator Cox in thanking everybody for making the contribution. But I was just wondering, Mr Ashby, whether you would be willing for me to take up the specifics of the issue that you've outlined in relation to DSOA this afternoon with the Department of Health and Aged Care, because the issue that you've put on the table is actually quite specific about what appears to be an apparent error on the part of the government that has left you in the situation you're in. So are you happy for me to prosecute your specific and personal issue this afternoon in the committee hearing?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Ruston. That would be very much appreciated. But I would like to make one small comment. I'm not the only person that's been affected. This is just my case. There are many more who are suffering similar consequences, but we're just not hearing about it.
I'll prosecute it on the basis that you're an example of something that needs to be more generally fixed.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for your evidence.
Thank you again, everyone, for your evidence today. The committee will be reporting to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025, and we'll now suspend for a break, and we're going to recommence at 12:55. Good afternoon, everybody. The committee will now recommence, and I welcome a representative from Elder Law. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Rodney Lewis. I'm a solicitor and I practice elder law, which includes aged care in Sydney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. Did you have any opening remarks that you wanted to make before we go to questions?
Yes, I'd like that opportunity, Senator, if I may.
Yes, a few minutes would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, just to expand my background somewhat, I appreciate very much the opportunity for talking to and giving evidence to the committee. I've been a solicitor of the High Court and Supreme Court for 56 years. In 1998, I prepared and delivered the first elective course in Australia on elder law, which, as I said, aged care comprises a significant part of that at the University of Western Sydney, and I did that in my spare time. I'm the author of a book on the subject of elder law in Australia. It was first published by LexisNexis in 2004, second edition 2011, and third edition I'm working on right now. The subjects that I wanted to raise with you, and I'm assuming that you've had a quick look at it. The first thing is the Royal Commission, in one of its recommendations, referred to the need for a non-delegable duty of care, but that was apparently ignored by both the former government and the current government, and I can't find that anywhere in the Act or the rules. So I can only assume that that's a deliberate omission. The enacted rights, this is the second point I wanted to make, the enacted rights based system renders actually and ironically the rights to be unenforceable. It was, of course, or it is so under the Aged Care Act 1997 and will be so under the Aged Care Act 2024. So to an extent, it's a contradiction in terms. The rights-based system which can't be enforced by the client or consumer or whatever they may be called, and they have been called a number of things over the last 20-odd years. The contract for services is made under conditions which make it vulnerable to legal attack. I've made that point shortly stated in my submission, and in particular in New South Wales, there's a legislation called the Contracts Review Act, and if one were to look at it, one would see that there is a lot of vulnerability for aged care providers in making the contract as I understand they do. They do have a standard form of contract. It's usually more than 50 pages long. It's usually almost unintelligible, and there's almost nothing in it for the aged care resident or consumer. The rules should oblige providers to comply with the requirements of the laws for the making of, and their consumer laws for the making of agreements, especially in the case of an agreement for care, which, as I pointed out in my written submissions, is a contract for life. So it's a fairly important stage which the person has reached. And Finally, restrictive practices. This has been something that I have been on about in relation to aged care for many years. What I'm saying in my submission is even though immunity is granted for strict compliance with all of the requirements which are now set out in the Act and in the rules, even though that is the case, we must never forget that our freedom depends upon some ancient common law, and in particular the right of everybody who's a resident in the country to make an application for a writ of habeas corpus. So I'm asking and submitting to the committee that they might reconsider limiting or omitting the indemnity or immunity which exists in the legislation for full compliance with restrictive practices rules. I'm asking that there be an exception, and that is the ancient right of everybody to seek relief from a court with a writ of habeas corpus. Abraham Lincoln did it during the middle of the second...
Excuse me, Mr Lewis.
Yes.
We've only got 15 minutes and we've got 8 minutes left, so if it's okay, I might stop you there and we might go to questions.
Certainly.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Lewis, for providing some of that content. Can you tell the committee how significant is it that a new Aged Care Act of 2024 enshrines the Statement of Rights for older Australians?
Okay. Can I confirm that it does contain that Statement of Rights? Was that your question?
How important is it? How significant is it? Like, of course, it is part of the recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aged Care for older Australians. So the new Aged Care Act obviously looks at enshrining a Statement of Rights for older Australians. But how significant is that? What will be the significance?
Well, the significance is that it feels good to know that there are rules about behaviour and conduct on the part of a resident. I prefer to call the people residents at the moment. However, when they are signing the contract, nobody will tell them. There is a reservation in the new Act as well as in the old Act for providers to help the person to understand. But they're not going to be helping them to understand that actually the bright and shiny Statement of Rights actually has no effect except by complaint and except that the Aged Care Safety Commission will deal with the complaint. I don't know how many clients, I haven't counted them, have complained to me about the complaint system, and what I have noticed is what looks roughly like a template of the report. The report itself normally involves interviewing people, such as the Director of Nursing and so on, but there is nothing for the resident. They get the report, and then the Commission moves on.
Okay, given that the 1997 Act actually didn't even mention older Australians themselves as an entity, how important, and it is the intention of the government to ensure that framing the new legislation and the Act of 2024 that has some marked improvements in it. But we are talking about framing and centring older Australians and actually the person who's receiving care, not just providers and funding. That was a very key criticism that was captured in the Royal Commission around safety and quality. Do you have any commentary around that and in the way that that's written and as you say, not just in a complaints way, but are there further improvements that can be made, or that may fall short from your perspective?
Yes, definitely. One of the important ones is, and this is within the context of complaints, and in particular the serious incidents, as they were called. If a resident is harmed or injured, and we're talking about a range of people whose ages are between, I think, 69 and, well, wherever you might end. And they are normally admitted as persons with a disability of some kind or sort, and that often only gets worse. So when a person, and this is a frequent occurrence, when a person might fall and injure themselves, then if it's a serious incident, the person will go to hospital, will be taken to hospital, hopefully, and then returned. But at that point, the person may well have broken or fractured an ankle, a foot, a toe, an arm. I saw just a few months ago horrible photographs of somebody who had fallen on a part of the floor where something actually scalped her in part. Now, they return, in other words, and they have serious injury. But who looks after them with any special attention? As far as my experience is concerned and what I've noted, there is none. They return to their bed, they return to their room, and that is where they are looked after. But what I would be proposing, and you'll see this, I've mentioned it in my paper, in my submission, there should be special attention given to the persons who are harmed and injured and are returned to their aged care home. That doesn't happen, and so the rights that they have may well have been observed, but not made any difference to the harm or injury that the person has suffered. So there must be, and there's nothing in the Act, and there's nothing in the rules that I can find which emphasises that a provider should take the responsibility, once it's clear that there was negligence, should take the responsibility as soon as possible so that the person can be restored, if that is reasonably possible, to their former health. At least that would be the objective. But
yeah, I think yes, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I think it is captured within the restorative care pathway component of the 2024 Act, and so yeah. But thank you for articulating that, just to give us some reassurance that it is, and to make sure that it actually does the things. And your example that you've provided to us is very helpful. So that's all the questions from me, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Cox. And I'm going to go to Senator Ruston.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. I'm just getting back to the purpose of this inquiry, which was very explicit in terms of its terms of reference put forward by Senator Pocock about the delay in release of home care packages and the exploding wait lists and wait times for people getting access to care in their home. I'm just keen to get your legal perspective in relation to the rights of older Australians about how does a ration system of care allocation reconcile with that rights-based system?
Senator, I'm not across, and I don't need to address, I mean, within my own sort of sphere of work, the machinery and the resources that are available or are being made available and will be, it's only where there is a lack of resources, in particular staffing, that the risk of harm to a resident arises. But I've never had to litigate that kind of issue where there's been a shortfall in staffing, and in particular in nursing aides. So I'm sorry, I can't.
That's fine, Mr. Lewis. I mean, I quite accept that because that wasn't actually the question that I was asking. But if it's not within your bailiwick of expertise, I'm quite happy to let that go through to others.
Thank you, Senator.
We only had a very short amount of time for this panel, so I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Lewis, for taking time out to give evidence to the committee today. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice, so the committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025. And again, thank you very much for taking the time to give us your evidence.
Thank you for the opportunity, Senator.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from Carers Australia, Aged Care Reform Now and the Older Women's Network. Afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll go from my left to right.
Thank you. Annabelle Reid, CEO of Carers Australia.
Anastasia Willis, Member, Aged Care Reform Now.
Beverly Baker, the President of the National Older Women's Network. May I just add that I also have a state representative who was equally invited today, so we're presenting differently. It's not the same. Thank you.
So I'll go to the person who's online.
Yes, that's right. My name is Yumi Lee and I'm the CEO of the Older Women's Network, New South Wales.
Great, thank you very much. Now I'm going to ask Carers Australia, Aged Care Reform Now and the Older Women's Network to each give some short remarks if you'd like to. If you could keep them to 2 to 3 minutes so that we've got plenty of time to ask you questions. I'll go to you first, Miss Reid.
Thank you. Chair, Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Carers Australia is the national peak body representing Australia's 3 million unpaid friend and family carers. So for clarity, we represent carers per the Carer Recognition Act, people who support friend and family members living with disability, a medical condition, including life-limiting conditions, mental illness or who are frail and aged. We do not represent paid support workers. Of the 1.7 million older people living at home who need assistance, almost 72% receive that assistance from at least one friend and family carer. Compare that to formal care that provides 58% of support to older people. We rely on more informal care than formal care. Of those approximately 1.3 million carers who provide that assistance, 25% themselves are aged over 65. And of that cohort, 60% live with disability. Of all carers looking after older people, 26% live with high psychological distress. So I'm here to help explain the delay's impacts on those people. For carers, the wait for care is not just an administrative delay. For older Australians, we know it can mean deteriorating health, premature hospitalisation or the loss of independence. But for carers, delays mean exhaustion, reduced workforce participation, financial strain and the erosion of their own well-being. In short, time lost in the system is time stolen from carers and families. Despite reforms, the gap between assessed and timely support remains stubbornly wide, up to 424 days waiting for a home care package, 138 days between referrals for an assessment and receiving the assessment itself. So in the words of a carer, usually by the time you reach out for a care package, you're already at crisis point. carers needed those packages months and years ago. In a perfect world, carers would have agency in deciding whether they even provide informal care. Adequate support services would mean carers wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the opportunity cost to themselves in providing care. But the second best option is to ensure carers can keep caring by providing timely paid support in the home. Paid support in the home means carers get a break and can sustain their caring responsibilities. I've circulated recommendations to you all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Reid. I now go to Mrs Willis.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Aged Care Reform Now. We are a grassroots organisation and we really do try to provide a voice for people that receive aged care as well as their families and supporters. Just for transparency, I'm also the CEO of Aged Care Justice, but today I'm representing Aged Care Reform Now. We feel the system is theoretical and not responsive to the actual needs of people needing support. Waiting times are unacceptable for people who are living with daily and weekly changeable physical and emotional needs. For example, there's a significant impact of the slow assessment and lack of home care packages to society. The impact is on productivity, on families, on the hospital system and on individuals, particularly on individuals. Ultimately, many people that remain unassisted will require greater support with greater costs on the aged care system, and that's well documented. The home care support system currently, that's about to come into place, does not reflect individual needs and co-payments are excessive for pensioners and low-income earners. The amount of care hours are not realistic and some people, for example, require heating and cooling, especially those living in rural areas. Actually, I received a phone call this morning, someone in Melbourne saying, I've been in bed for 2 days, I'm cold, I cannot afford heating. It's going to cost $3,000 for me to get my heating fixed. So that's a live example. A sustainable home care system has two components. One's a care component, one's an accommodation component. So let's look at the care component. I've talked about the fact that it needs to be more flexible. It has to match the resources in it, has to match the needs of the individual and the changing needs of the individual. The accommodation component, well, what is that? Currently, you get $15,000, the system that is about to be in place, $15,000 per year for home modifications. In contrast, residential care, when it came into force years and years ago, when the government transferred the system from the public to private system, it was well supported with building grants and support. We need a similar system to support those living in their residential home. It's vital. So finally, we need greater transparency in how the aged care budget is spent. For years, we've had allocation towards staff training, food, support, the registered workforce, but we're not sure how that money has been allocated and we need more information. We are also been asked by members that they need legal support to understand their contracts. So they're very scared about their individual contracts, especially as they will be providing through the means testing, they will be supporting it through their own funding, which is limited. They cannot increase their funding levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll now go to the Older Women's Network. I'm going to limit you to one opening statement, only because we're very limited.
I'm just opposing. I'm going to ask if Yumi can present.
Oh, yeah,
first.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Ms Lee.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share what older women want to tell this committee and the government. We believe it's a very cruel irony that the new Aged Care Act, which has been heralded as a landmark rights-based reform, is already being gutted before it even begins. And the very first test of whether those rights mean anything at all is here, in telling older people they have to wait for packages, to wait while their health declines and their lives are made more miserable. That is not rights in action to us, that is rights betrayed. From a gender perspective, the cost of this failure is devastating because when care is withheld, it is older women who pay the heaviest price They are forced to exhaust their savings if they have any left, delay treatment, or move prematurely to residential care. Older women are the poorest in retirement, one of the fastest growing groups at risk of homelessness, and the ones who carry the greatest caring burdens. For the older women providing the care who are unpaid, unrecognized, and exhausted, who are foregoing income, stepping back from the workforce, and even risking their own health because the system will not provide the formal care their loved ones need. Withholding packages pushes even more responsibility back onto their shoulders, leading to a deterioration of their physical and mental health. Older women are also very worried about the co-payment system. And these include women whose income remains below the poverty line, who tell us they simply cannot afford it. Women on part pensions are equally fearful, and they believe it is a travesty that politicians and bureaucrats who dream up these policies have all the money they need to live comfortably while dictating a life of misery for older women who have to decide between food, rent, and medication, or co-payments to shower safely. This government is knowingly withholding essential care and abandoning its duty of care. And when it does so, while claiming to legislate for the rights of older people, it really exposes these rights as mere hollow words. The Older Women's Network urges this committee to hold the government to account, to release the packages now, and to remove co-payments from those who can't afford it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Lee, and thanks everyone for your opening statements. I'm going to go to Senator Pocock first for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your submissions. I might start with Carers Australia. Ms Reid, you've called for the immediate release of more home care packages above and beyond the current rate of release, which I understand is about 2,500 a week as people exit the program. You've talked about this already, but I was hoping you could give the committee a sense of how the current wait times are impacting carers.
Actually, I'd love to answer this with a carer anecdote, and this is the experience of a carer in Hobart who we were in contact with this week. She described being on the wait list for 5 months and calling for help day after day. One day, sitting with her brother in the car, they spent 9 solid hours on the phone, and that was calling person to person, being referred to another phone number, and it literally was 9 hours straight, department to department. She's been doing this for months. And in her words, she said, "It is the worst process I've ever come across in my entire life." Which makes your world filled more anxiety and stress when you're already under anxiety and stress. So carers reach out when they're stressed, not when things are great. Because when your mother is 93 and has had 3 strokes and you're trying to do the washing and cleaning and look after yourself, which of course you don't do because you don't have time. So you do that daily for 5 months and it does your head in to the point where you just think, give up, I can't be bothered anymore, there's no one to help out anywhere. I can see how people say you get help when the person dies because you wait that long. So that's the desperation that carers are feeling from the impact of those wait times.
That's also the story that we're hearing nationally from women, because it's women who are doing the carers. The sandwich generation has always been women, but for older women who are looking after ageing parents, it's worse because they didn't have the work choices to earn superannuation. They started before superannuation was a major thing. They have nothing to call on except a carer's allowance, which is a pittance that doesn't recognise the dedication, the work, the time and the exhaustion that they suffer, and the fact that there is little or no respite for the work that they do. This is, again, to me, it's a sex-based issue. As women have always done the caring, the support networks that are needed in place with an ageing population to relieve the burden of women has not occurred. We have known since 1945 that we were facing a baby boomer bulge. If you think the baby boomer bulge is big, you wait till Generation X hits. And they are not like us. They are highly educated, they are motivated, and they will make us look like pussycats in this issue. Because if we don't fix this now, we are in serious trouble. With an ageing population, we should have the services in place to ensure that everyone in the society can age with dignity, including those people who are carers.
Thank you, Ms Baker. And I want to ask about respite. Here in the ACT, 450,000 odd people, and only one respite facility that you can access if you don't have a home care package. And so I'm interested, given that, and respite's something I hear from Canberrans about, what is the impact of a wait list of 90,000 and then further delays to the release of packages?
It's massive. We cheered the new Act. We were really excited about the fact that for the first time in my memory, we had an Act that said people matter, that people count, and that service is there for people, not for providers. But as we've watched it move forward, we actually see a stitch-up between government and providers, where the client is excluded from that debate. The issue is between what the provider will provide and what the government will fund, not what the client needs, when they need it and how they need it. The respite care is massive and has always been massive. But when we've gone down the path of private providers, the private providers don't want to provide respite care. So there's nothing to force them to do so. There's no government committee, power, body, organisation that will say, we'll provide that, which is absolutely essential, because you cannot continue to lower the age expectancy of older women because they have spent their energy, their vitality and their time caring for those that they love in all of those difficulties. That respite is essential. A worker, if you work for paid employment, you at least get a weekend. For carers, they don't. And it's not that they want them, it's not that they're greedy, it's not they're going, I, me, my. It's reality. You need a weekend, you need a break, and we've negotiated for years to get 4 weeks annual leave. Unpaid carers don't get 4 weeks annual leave. They're lucky if they get 4 minutes. So it's, sorry.
May I add to that? We do find that where carers reach that burnout and can't get the respite and a break, as you said, that's desperately needed, it can hasten entry into residential care for the person they care for, but also carers are retiring early, reducing paid employment hours and falling out of paid employment entirely because they can't physically manage the hours of responsibilities. So there's an economic reality and flow on there too in workforce participation for carers.
Absolutely. We hear from a lot of young people who are in fear of their job, because they've got to stay home and look after their parents at some point in time, or they need that level of flexibility. So we do hear from them, particularly where there's cultural issues, particularly in rural areas. So there's a whole lot of reasons that they may particularly be needed to look after that person, and then they're in fear that if they don't look after them, they will go to the next phase of not being well and be forced into some sort of residential care. So there's a whole lot of fear factors there that are causing a lot of economic impact on people that are working.
And one last one.
I think Miss Lee wants to answer. So Miss Lee, did you have something to contribute to that question as well?
Yes, just very quickly. We run a Pathways to Employment program for women over 50, and we help them to try to get back to the workforce. What we have found is that many of them say they can only work part-time because of their caring responsibilities. So the opportunities for us to help them into employment is also limited because of that. There are not so many part-time opportunities as there are for full-time. And we can see that it is income foregone for these older women who are trying to build up their savings for what they can see is a difficult retirement ahead of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just finally, Ms Baker and Ms Lee, your members who work in hospitals have said that they are seeing older women kept in wards for weeks, not for medical reasons, but because there's no package at home. What's your network saying about how common this experience is in our hospitals?
Look, it's extremely common, and in fact it's so common, derogatory terms have now been invented for people in this position. We're called bed blockers. We're not bed blockers, we're not deliberately blocking the beds. There's nowhere for us to go. There's no facilities there. And we're facing a perfect storm. We've got an immigration fight going on where we have too many immigrants and get rid of them. We've got an ageing population with not enough people who are caring. And we've got a lack of space and a lack of willingness of providers to create that space. Now, unless there is serious government intervention across this perfect storm that's coming, that is here already, not even coming, then it's only going to get worse. And it really is vital that we do that, because baby boomers are a block, Generation X is a block. We've really got, and an ageing population by the time 2050, it is going to be a significant part of the population of the country. And Asia Pacific, where we find ourselves, is the fastest ageing region in the world. So we've really seriously got to get We've really got to get serious about this. We've really got to look at it creatively, sensibly, and not get sucked into party politics, but actually find solutions that will work for everyone. So let's stop the argument about immigration and start looking at who we're inviting into the country, why they're coming, and how they are going to contribute to the workforce that we desperately need. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much. Ms Reid, just appreciate that anecdote you gave us around the impact on the individual, which was very powerful. But I'm interested to understand, have you measured, or has there been an increase in the number of people that have been contacting your organisation seeking, support? And if so, maybe give us a bit of a quantum around what that is.
Thank you, Senator. We hear about the requirement for support generally through our National Carer Network. So those are the organisations in every state and territory that provide services on the ground, such as respite and counselling, peer support for carers, things like that, and also through the Carer Gateway services, which is a dedicated carer service. So I'd have to take a question on notice on exact numbers, but I can say anecdotally we do receive increased requests for help to our own website, even though we're an advocacy body, a peak body, we don't provide services, and we do have people reach out in quite a desperate state. We had a fantastic response when reaching out for some feedback on the delay of the packages recently, which really shows you how engaged our carers are with this issue and how important it is for them.
Yeah, sure. There's a whole heap of pieces that obviously fit into these delays and the impact, etc., on carers. I was just wondering what your experience has been in relation to access, and this may be to you, Ms Baker, as well, or Ms Willis, about the access to residential respite in order for your carers to have the 4 minutes off that you referred to. Are you seeing that is there a capacity issue in terms of being able to access the physical beds to enable your carers to have that little bit of time off?
Thank you, Senator. I might start because we certainly understand there are challenges accessing particularly short-term and emergency respite. So if a carer themselves needed, a medical procedure, that's incredibly hard to get hold of and at short notice, nigh on impossible. Part of the reason is that residential aged care beds, even though there's an allocation there for respite, it can be used as a try before you buy scenario, or people transitioning into permanent residential care. So, this is, from our perspective, no attack on the providers, and it's nothing like that. It just, the way we're using respite doesn't allow it to be available for short-term and emergency respite. And also it's incredibly, I understand, cost prohibitive to provide that type of respite for providers, so we're not necessarily enabling them to make sure that's available. So that certainly impacts carers when they can't get that. Honestly, it's often short-term care. I think sometimes people approach for short-term respite and they're offered 4 weeks, for example. They might need a weekend or 48 hours while they themselves are getting a medical procedure or something like that. So there are sort of practical and logistic issues.
Yeah, so just a sort of like, I mean, I know one of the things that the new supported home is seeking to do is to put that restorative piece in there that will allow that, but just sort of keen to understand that practically on the ground, are there other things that need to change? It's all well and good to legislate for something, but if it's the capacity to actually deliver it, it isn't there. Are there things that you think that could or should need to be done to enable it actually practically to be delivered within the system?
Thank you. It's probably a little outside my bailiwick, sure. But I do hear from providers that certainly funding is a practical blocker to providing short-term respite, because the compliance and overhead is so high that it's not feasible for them financially. So, but I think perhaps the industry could talk more to that. But that's what I understand from my perspective. I don't know.
Yeah, I can add something. We've been advised this lack of care workers, to be able to sufficiently care for people that are in respite. That means they're left in bed longer, they're not sufficiently cared for, and they are rushed. Are you going to make a decision to be permanent or not? There is that sort of evidence. In addition, there's no allied care support. So there's no physio. They say it's not part of the package of respite care. So there's a lot of confusion about what you're eligible in respite care, and is it really going to sustain you instead of going backwards in terms of your care needs?
So, just unpacking that. So, what you're saying is, if I have a care package that includes allied health in it, and then you seek to have some time in a respite, that the elements of your package that relate to allied health don't follow you into respite, because we know that allied health has been excluded from care minutes, which I must say is something I find quite astounding, but nonetheless it has been. So are you saying that if you go into a residential facility to get some temporary respite, that your allied health support services that you would have in your home care package are not able to follow you into respite?
Yes, Senator, that's what we've been advised by a number of members, that is not available. That time availability, and even I think the recent example is that the physio is only there for 1 day a week, and they've already allocated that time to the permanent residents.
Okay. So they can't bring their own, so obviously they...
I'm not sure about bringing their own, but they definitely can't access the physio in the facility, and as well as other services. There's some issue.
We might ask the department that this afternoon. And just finally, and this may be outside of your remit, but I'm really keen to understand. The whole purpose of the new Aged Care Act is to get a rights-based system in place so that choice and control remains with the individual. And I think there wouldn't be a person that wouldn't support that as a concept. Just keen to understand what your view is in relation to the current allocation of home care packages and potentially the subsequent allocation of supported home packages on a ration basis, how that reconciles with an act that purports to be a rights-based act. Do you have a view on that?
I'm sorry, I have a view on everything. I'm just like that.
It's your job to have a view on things.
Look, it's a complete disconnect. It makes a mockery of something that we absolutely 100% supported, which was the implementation of that new age, the development and the design of the new Aged Care Act. It makes a mockery of it. It means that now in this transition period, the concern and the confusion about what your rights are, how much it's going to cost you, where you're going to go, how's it going to happen, has just exploded. People are terrified, absolutely terrified, because the disconnect is massive. Really, there needs to be I don't care how far the country has to go into debt. Just get into debt, forget the submarines, get into debt and fix this, because this is for people and their lives. It has to be done, because you cannot have wait lists. And under the old Act, my father was 98. He was assessed at the top level. He was told he had a 4-year wait. I don't know how many 102-year-olds you know, but I don't know a lot of them. But that was what he was told. I'm hearing people who are 96, 97 being told there's a 2-year wait before they can get on the list, before they can get the service that they need. I mean, that is ageism writ large. Because we get a little bit more than the 70, but we don't get a lot more than 84. That's the average age of life in our country today. When you've got people who are above that and are looking and needing desperate support, and you're told you have to wait longer, I'm sorry, that is inhumane.
The fact that you've been assessed for an aged care package in itself proof that you need care of a certain level. The fact that you're not getting it and you're not able to access it, and you can only access it privately because you will have to access it, because otherwise you won't be able to get food, you won't be able to shower, you won't be able to, usually you can't drive yourself, you are not accessible to any rights. You don't have any rights because you don't have any options left. And if you don't have funding for those private options, then I suppose that may answer your question.
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
I might just go to Ms Lee and then I'll pass on the call.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to acknowledge that while it is a lot easier for all the people living in metropolitan areas to access help and respite, for all the people who live in rural regional areas, that respite is almost impossible to get, and they have to travel so far that it is ridiculous. So we really do have a geographical disparity in terms of access to good quality care and respite that has to be acknowledged and addressed. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Lee. I'm going to go to Senator Nandaraja.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I completely agree with you that carer burnout is very real. It was certainly my lived experience when I practiced in medicine in a big hospital, and it was gendered. And yes, a lot of older Australians are kept for far too long in hospital as well, waiting for beds to get into aged care. What we did do in our hospital, and in many hospitals, they had mobile assessment teams which actually quickly transition people into residential care, if that was appropriate, and then manage them in that residential care setting while still providing the medical care to kind of limit the amount of time they were in hospital. But I just want to draw out a point from you, Ms Baker, around migrants. A lot of migrants are the ones who provide this kind of care, right? They're almost the backbone of the workforce. And you're right, as a migrant myself, I really resile against the kind of anti-migrant sentiment that I see sometimes stirred up in the community when these are the very people, often women, who are providing this kind of work. Now, from our perspective, I think it's evident that we need to bring this Act into force. The transition period is causing a lot of uncertainty in the community. I guess my question also relates to just one anecdote, and it's a shout out to Victoria. I went to a tiny little town in Victoria called Violet Town. There's a fantastic aged care facility there, and just about the entire workforce is from India. Just about the entire workforce, and they're very happy there. They're treated well. They're embedded in the community. Just a shout out to them. But I guess with respect to you, I understand your frustrations. I totally, and thank you for sharing them with me. And it's something we absolutely have taken on board. You've recently participated in a forum with the Aged Care Minister. Can you just talk us through a little bit about the quality, the engagement, and how you found that forum?
Is that with the No Prog Forum?
It was a forum that the Older Women's Network participated in with the Minister for Aged Care.
I think that was a part of No Prog, which is the OPAN's National Older Persons Reference Group, which we are there. Look, the Minister is personable. He was prepared to listen, but my gut feeling was that he hadn't really had time to get his head around the complexity and the nuances of the Act, the issues that were getting in the way, and the issues that were really frustrating to the people within that room. The big issue for me in that room was A, the lack of the Human Rights Act that embedded these rights at law rather than just out of goodwill. And the second point was Clause 24C, which is the get out of jail free card for all providers not doing the right thing. They cannot be sued under consumer law or customer law or anything else to be forced to do. They've got all the rights of a business and none of the responsibilities of a business, and I think that was the issue. I think that the participants at that meeting were extremely pleased that he fronted, that he turned up. That was pretty rare, and that he was prepared to listen. The big issue, one of the other big issues that came out of that was the transport costs and the price gouging that is going on with providers. Where if you're on a community transport, it's $20 for you to go in the cab, but if you're on a package, it's $160 for you to go in the same distance. And that kind of cost shifting, which when people are given a package to find out that it costs them $160 to do something 6 weeks ago they did under community transport for $20, it is really frustrating. And he was asked if he would have a look at those sorts of things to try to bring them into some kind of standard so that it doesn't matter what package you are not ripped off or used as a cross-subsidy to cover the cost of the provider.
Okay. And just finally, I think with respect to the workforce, we haven't really, there are no workers who are fronting this hearing today, and actually they're the ones who are going to be working, we hope, come November 1, shoulder to shoulder with carers to provide this care, and in the aged care residential facilities. We put a lot of money into trying, 18 billion actually, into lifting their wages, pay them what they deserve so that they see this as a career and a vital piece of work in our community, which it is. Have you any thoughts on the kind of workforce changes you would like to see going forward from November?
Thank you. Senator, I might jump in if I may. We would absolutely support training for that workforce to build their capability. We know that sometimes older people with challenging behaviours that can be associated with things like dementia. We know that carers can find it very difficult even getting residential aged care or support of any kind for those people. So we absolutely recommend training to help build the capability of a sustainable workforce. As I mentioned before, we rely on more informal care than formal care, and so anything we can do to build that support that there is ultimately allows, that informal workforce to take a break and remain viable and sustainable.
Can I just add that we'd like a Certificate 3 minimum in terms of the training that we were referring to, and we'd also like a registration of the workforce. I think that's really vital for consistency and to keep a minimum standard, and also additional dementia palliative care dimensions to that certificate are probably vital as the workforce, as the people receiving care age.
And also a marketing campaign. We are, sadly, quite ageist. We need to target young people and say this is a worthwhile, valuable, rewarding career that pays a decent wage. Not going to be a multi-billionaire, but you will have a satisfying, worthwhile career. And it's really attacking the ageism that we see. I mean, 90% of younger people I speak to, with 11 grandkids, I do get to speak to a lot of them, think that baby boomers are cash hoarding, greedy, wealth grabbing individuals and they can pay for everything. The reality is that they are not. That most of them, the bulk of them are women and the bulk of them are living on the pension. So we've really got to beg government to get into an advertising campaign undoing the 20 years of baby boomers, greedy, bad, aren't they, lazy, stealing everything and robbing us our houses, and really get into the fact that we are all on a life's journey, and all the way along the way there are opportunities for empowerment, worth, engagement and job satisfaction. And I think that if we can move along there, then we will be going a long way to solving the problems, especially around our growing Trump-like attack on immigration.
I might go to Ms Lee because I can see that she wants to respond to, and then I'll rotate the call.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I wanted to add that we need to take a holistic view in terms of the curricula in TAFE as well as in universities, and really see the training and the curricula that's necessary to help our younger people to see that service to, this cohort of our population is a career pathway as well. I've worked with some universities to rejig their social work curricula to have some focus on older people. So we need to do this on a at a systemic level.
Thanks, Ms Lee. I just have a couple of questions because I'm conscious of time and I know that a lot of the things have been traversed by questions from other senators. I'm particularly interested in the situation of renters. It seems to me that the aged care legislation is predicated on people owning a home that they can sell to then enter into the system, particularly for residential aged care. But given that we have a growing cohort of people who are renters, could maybe some of you speak to that issue and how that impacts people in terms of accessing both home care packages and potential co-payments and getting into residential aged care?
The pension, if you are on an aged pension, if you're a woman who is living alone, it won't even cover your rent in a major city. If you are in a rental accommodation, you are then having to negotiate with perhaps a rapacious landlord about getting the changes to that accommodation that you need to enable you to stay there. In some instances, you've got pushback from the community around you in that residential because they don't want that there. In one of our areas in New South Wales, where a specialist built facility for older people was proposed, the pushback from the communities was that they didn't want those people living here. Those people are us. And what was really sad was that a previous Minister for Aged and Seniors joined with the opposition. Now, when you've got that kind of stuff going on, rental in this country today is a nightmare. I am so grateful that I actually refused to go down the rental path and sacrifice to get my own home, because even with the cost of running your own home, I am better off than I ever would be if I'd been paying rent. And we have a generation of people, a junk in the middle of my generation, who were told they were foolish to buy their own home, that they would be better off renting and more financially secure. That is within my generation. We've got to be able to work and help them, because if you are in the rental market, you are at the mercy of your lease, at the mercy of the largesse of your landlord, and at the mercy of the community in which you find yourself.
Could I maybe draw you back to the issue at hand too, which is around how that will impact people's ability to access supported home, which requires co-payments and getting into residential aged care. So maybe Ms Willis, I could see you nodding.
Look, we do receive phone calls from people, and they're feeling increasingly vulnerable if they're in a rental position, particularly if their needs have changed and they need carers to access, or they need a wheelchair, or they've got a walker, and so the opportunity to find rental accommodation that meets those needs is a problem. The ability to get care into those homes is a problem. The ability to repair those homes with the negotiation with the landlord is a problem. And what may happen in some of those situations is those people may move into other arrangements with other family members, which may eventually go pear-shaped in that they eventually then find themselves in an aged care facility at the end of the road because those family members lack space, or there's other intentions, unfortunately. So the vulnerability of those people is quite significant from all those points of view.
Ms Lee?
Just to add that I have had so many older women come and tell me that they cannot afford the co-payment. Maybe once or twice, but as an ongoing basis for the duration of their lifetime, they say that they would rather kill themselves because they just cannot afford it. And they are absolutely fearful. And this includes older women who are on the part pension. Forget about those who are on the pension and who are renting. They are just finding so difficult to make ends meet at the moment, and to add an extra cost to everything else is just, horrific for them.
And finally, Ms Reid, if you have a short contribution, because then I'm going to move on.
I just simply wanted to add that for carers, we know they're 3 times as likely as other Australians to be poor or very poor. We know that from a survey we run to around 9,000 carers a year. So, of course, affordability remains, paramount in affording the supports they desperately need.
Thank you. Can I thank all of our witnesses for this panel for giving your time this afternoon. Your evidence is very valuable to the committee and we appreciate you taking the time to give it. If there were any questions taken on notice, the agreed responses to questions should be provided by close of business on Thursday the 4th of September, and the committee will be reporting to the Senate on Monday the 15th of September. So thank you very much for your time. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you.
And can I thank you for holding this inquiry? It's frustrating to be screaming at the television. It's really nice to be able to put the evidence in front of real live people who will, with ears that can listen. So thank you very much for doing this.
Thank you. I'm now going to welcome Professor Cathy Eager and Mr Ian Yates, both of whom I believe are attending online. Thank you to you both for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I'm going to start on the left of my screen with Professor Eager.
My name is Kathleen Eager. I'm, I guess, an expert in aged care, but I'm attending in an individual capacity rather than as an organisational representative, although I'm on the board of both New South Wales Meals on Wheels and also the Older Women's Network New South Wales.
Thank you, Professor Eager. And Mr Yates.
My name is Ian Yates. I have a number of roles in the sector, but the capacity that I'm appearing today is as an independent expert and advisor in the sector, and of course the former Acting Inspector General, and as my submission has noted, a long list of other former roles that I won't go into.
Thanks very much, Mr Yates. I'm going to invite both of you to make some short opening remarks and then we'll go to senators for questions. So, Professor Eager.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to lodge a submission and participate. You'll see from my submission that I did not specifically address the question of whether aged care packages funded in the budget should be released. And I didn't do so for one really simple reason. It is self-evident that those additional packages should be out there in the service system and no one in public office needs to be told that. To continue to hold back on those packages, I think, is both unethical and unwise. And I say unwise because it's penny wise, pound stupid. If a person needs care at home to remain safely at home, the failure to deliver that care results in additional increases in cost and demand blowouts in other parts of the human services system, most noticeably in hospitals and in residential care, both of which are demonstrably more expensive. That said, as important as the next 8 weeks is, I urge the inquiry to also focus on what can be done in the next 8 weeks to prevent and minimise problems once supported home goes live. Because while the current delay has had terrible consequences for some people, it's nothing like the scale of problems I'm anticipating that will arise after November 1. Prime Minister's always briefed by the department that the new program is much better than the program that's being replaced and will solve all the problems, and no experienced minister believes that, and this inquiry shouldn't believe it either. In the case of supported home, it's simply not the case. While it will work well for some people, it's not the right model for the majority, and it is critical, I think, that the inquiry starts with an understanding that one size will never fit all. For that and other reasons, I'm urging the inquiry to recognise the critical role of the Commonwealth Home Support Program, or CHSP. CHSP supports more than 850,000 people. It delivers important work in its own right, and it has done for more than a decade. In fact, for the last decade, it's been the only bit of the aged care system that has consistently worked well. It simply makes no sense to destroy it. My view is that CHSP needs to have an expanded role, and the planning for that expanded role needs to occur in the next 2 months. Not only should it provide low-level support, which is what it's also always done, it should have 2 additional roles. First, it should be formally recognised and funded as a program that provides interim services while somebody's waiting for a package. Without a strong and vibrant CHSP, supported home will become even more of a mess than the packages that it's replacing. The second role, new role, is that CHSP should be recognised and funded as a program for high-level needs who don't want a package. We have this perverse situation at the moment where we have people receiving support and care from trusted CHSP providers, and then they need more care, and we force them to move programs and often providers. Continuity and trust are critical for the care of older people. The current arrangements force people to move because of bureaucratic reasons and not because it's in their interests. This needs to end. It's really bad for the person, it's really bad for the staff who support them, and it's really bad for taxpayers. So from my perspective, an important outcome that the inquiry should pursue is that real choice for consumers should include a genuine choice about whether the older person wants support at home or CHSP, both programs offering the same services, the only difference in how they're funded and how the money flows. I urge you really to recommend to the government that the government commits to maintaining CHSP with this expanded role, and that the minister makes that announcement as soon as possible. It's not a decision that can wait, because otherwise CHSP will really risk large loss of work and other problems. At the same time, support at home needs some very urgent changes to fix the glaring design across live, and I've outlined those, some of the most important in my submission. There is the time available in the next 8 weeks to make those critical changes if the government has the will to do so. So I've made 7 recommendations for the inquiry to consider, and I really urge you to seriously consider each of my recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Eager. Mr Yates.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity and the invitation to appear today. I have presented a written submission, which is brief, but I hope to the point. Just to have a few summary points to make about the current situation. Firstly, although the delay in implementation of the Act was inevitable, as I've said, there should not have been any delay in rolling out home care packages. There is, in my view, no justification for that. That delay has caused, is causing, and will continue to cause significant harm to tens of thousands of older people who need package-level care, which the government agrees they do, as it has assessed them as eligible. It's also harming their informal carers, who are themselves often other older people. The current situation dates back to mid-2023, when the home care package waiting list started to blow out again, and as my submission shows, is now at its worst ever in terms of people with no package support at all. The current situation amounts to the denial of service to tens of thousands of eligible people. Secondly, the issue is not, with no disrespect at all to those advocating specific numbers, about how many packages should be released now. The question is why government is not doing what the Royal Commission said should happen. A, get rid of the wait list in an expeditious time frame and in a properly planned way with the sector. B, get rid of the stovepipe barriers between current programs and design support and care around the person and their needs in whatever setting they are. And C, provide support and care on demand. Once a person is assessed and eligible, they get the supports and services they need immediately. This must become part of the legislated architecture of the system, as it is now for the age pension, as the Royal Commission pointed out. As OPAN said this morning, the new Act does not provide a right to timely service. The current situation, as my submission shows, and about which I spoke to this committee's predecessor last term as Inspector General, is an outcome of not implementing those Royal Commission recommendations. The solution is not only for the optimum outcome of older people, as the Royal Commission recommended, and their families, but also for providers, health professionals, and indeed for the taxpayer at state and federal levels. The current system is inefficient, unproductive, and, struggling. Thirdly, I just want to quickly mention and underline the situation of the single assessment program. I mentioned in my submission reports of alarming delays in getting assessments and concerning developments in the variability of quality, appropriateness of methodology, etc. In April to June this year, I did a major piece of work for the National Aged Care Alliance on the progress of aged care reform and the unfinished agenda. It contained a review of most of the current reforms. I received widespread and strong concern about the single assessment.
We've just lost you, Mr. Yates. I might leave it there and we might go to questions, and we might give Mr. Yates an opportunity to expand on that last part in his answer to questions. So I might kick us off. Professor Eager, we heard evidence earlier today from some other witnesses that CHSP has been essentially frozen in terms of funding and expansion with this view for it to potentially only have a life as long as 2027. You talked about the fact that supported homes shouldn't be the only model of care, and that CHSP should continue and be expanded. Are you able to talk to other models in other jurisdictions that have something like that, where people actually have a choice in the type of care they receive in the home?
Yes, I'll make a parallel comparison with the Dutch model, and that's exactly what the Dutch do. A person is assessed and it's agreed that they need this range of services, and they're given two options. Do they want to go? And in our case, the parallel would be to a grant-funded, not-for-profit service, in which case the service gets the money, or do they want essentially a cashless credit card, which is essentially what supported home is. And we know from that experience that given the choice, 90% of older Dutch people want to go to a grant-funded equivalent to the CHSP. And the reason they want to do that is because older people want relationship-based care. They don't want transaction-based care. Now, some people do want, the usual slogan, choice and control, but most of the people I work with want choice, trust, and continuity, not fee-for-service transactions. And fee-for-service transactions is the basis of supported home. The other program I would point to is one in our own backyard, which is the NDIS. And the NDIS people are and then they're given a choice of older people. Do they want the agency to manage? Do they want partial management? Or do they want to fully manage their own package? And when you look at the age groups, in the older age groups in the NDIS, only 10% of the older age groups, and I'm talking about people from 45 up, actually elect full self-management in the NDIS. So I think we really have to challenge this idea that every older person wants to treat their care needs as though they're a consumer buying a refrigerator. Some people do want to treat aged care as a consumer product that they can pick and choose. But the majority of people are talking about providers coming into their home, and trust and continuity, relationships with a respected provider are much more important than anything else in the choices they make.
Thank you. One last question from me, because I'm conscious of time and needing to share the call. We've had a number of witnesses this morning, particularly individuals giving lived experience evidence and community advocates, talking about their concerns about the co-contribution model for support at home, and I'm just wondering if you have any views around that.
Yeah, I think one of the problems I see in the whole way the program's been designed is that the people who worked on it only looked at what's the cost and what's the savings to government of support at home rather than the bigger aged care service delivery system. And when I look at the people on a level 8 package, a 13 hours a week package, we're talking about, for a typical pensioner on a fixed full pension, more than 20% of their income. And for a partial pensioner, 38%, and for a self-funded retiree, 61%. And I take those figures from raw numbers produced by Peter Wilcox, who's made a submission to this committee, and I had a good opportunity to review his numbers. We are really in a situation where we are forcing people to choose between buying food that week or having a shower. And I think that's appalling. I think what it will do is trigger premature and unnecessary admissions to residential aged care. It'll force older women into the cash economy, which is a very unsafe place to be when you are an old, frail person living alone. And it will increase the demand for hospital admissions via emergency departments. So if you look at the bigger system cost, it's a real false economy. And I'm very much urging that we should set a maximum percentage of income for older people. So we say, yes, this is the first time I've ever seen a program that says we're going to charge you a percentage of the cost of the services you use rather than a percentage of the income you have. We don't actually take this approach in residential care. We don't say, well, those of you who are bed-bound, you have to pay more than those of you who are ambulatory. So I would be saying we need a change in the model that says we want a maximum cap of, say, 10% per fortnight, and that nobody should be asked to be paying more than 10% of their care. There is, of course, something in the proposal at the moment. There's a lifetime cap. But a lifetime cap is really ridiculous when you're trying to survive week by week at home on a pension. You need that relief this week, paying the grocery bill, not in a few years when you hit the cap.
Thank you, Professor Eager. I'm going to go to Senator Ruston.
Fantastic. Just quickly circling back onto your commentary earlier, Professor Eager, around CHSP and that sort of dual choice that you were talking about overseas. So is your recommendation that you sort of come in the door on a single assessment, and I'll speak to Mr Yates about his concerns about single assessment in a minute, and then once you've had your assessment that's saying this is the level of care that you need, then the choice would sit with the individual as to whether they wanted to have a block-funded, agency-managed care delivery mechanism, or they wanted to go to the self-managed sort of type of thing that we're talking about at the moment with support at home going forward. So is your sort of recommendation to say that the 800,000 people that currently are assessed as CHSP type people, we would not need to redesign that system? It would merely be an assessment where block funding could be applied. And to that end, do you have a view at what the efficient and effective rate would be? Because I'm assuming that under a certain funding envelope, it would not be efficient to self-manage, whereas that might be a sort of a threshold in terms of what you're talking about, as in the ability to elect block funding.
Yes, you'll see, and you've raised a couple of really important issues, and I'll try and unpack them. The first is that I'm actually saying we need a new funding model for CHSP to go with a new role, and it's not just block funding. CHSP organisations have got a set of fixed costs to have the door open, like residential care, and then they've got a set of activity costs. And I'm really proposing that we move to a new funding model for CHSP, which is a block payment for their fixed costs and variable payments for their activity. And we need to really understand CHSP has been a black box, and from the government's perspective, it's been set and forget. So that's the first issue. The second, and I've proposed this in my recommendation too, if a person has low needs, and I've defined that as less than 6 hours a week, they should be able to be referred directly to the service organisations they need without going through the single assessment gateway. It's a funnel that is working to keep people out. And if I use an obvious example, we ask GPs to do something that's pretty tough to do, and that's to tap somebody on the shoulder and say, you can no longer drive. But we don't give that GP the authority to approve somebody for community transport so they can still do their shopping. We have other ways of streamlining low-level care. So everybody should, and who has mind, we do have general practice, community health centres, we have other sorts of services. The idea that we need to channel everybody through one funnel is really perverse, and it's one of the structural reasons why I think the system will fail. It will actually just collapse under its own weight.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr Yates, glad to see you back again. Can I just ask you, I've long been convinced of the argument around the efficiency and effectiveness of a demand-driven system, particularly as it relates to reconciling a rights-based act against what we've currently got, which is a rationed care system. It seems somewhat irreconcilable. But you made a comment in your opening statement before we lost you about the efficiency and effectiveness of going to a demand-driven system. Could you perhaps unpack in that how you see a demand-driven system actually being the most cost-effective system that delivers the best possible care? So benefits the individual, works for the provider, but also is actually maximising the effective use of taxpayers' funds.
Thanks, Senator, and my apologies to the committee for disappearing. We're having some wild and woolly weather in South Australia, and yes, Senator. So obviously, the demand-driven system, which was recommended by the Royal Commission, the way it would work is, firstly, that you would have a gateway, and I'll leave aside what Professor Egar has just been talking about, because I'm not necessarily opposed to something smaller at the front end. But you have a demand-driven, you have a system in which you get quickly assessed and facilitated into the system. And if you're assessed as having a need, then within a reasonable period, and I have no difficulty with quotas 1 month, but you are allocated that package. So you get that package. What does that mean? That means that if the system is working properly, you, the person with needs, are having those needs addressed in the same time frame that they've been assessed, not 15 months later, by which time, in most cases, well, certainly a significant proportion of those people have died, and many more of them have deteriorated so that they're removed into residential care or hospitals, and others need higher level support than what they were allocated originally. So firstly, it works for that person. But secondly, and I think you heard quite eloquently from providers this morning, that when you have a stop-start system and a ration system like we have now, the provider cannot plan. They can't plan their workforce, they can't plan their training, they can't plan their finances properly. All of that would work better. Thirdly, you would not have the costs associated with the fact that you're actually creating higher level need in the community by delaying addressing the system. And I 100% agree with Professor Egar's concern about CHSP, because actually people who get prompt CHSP services, those people frequently are sustained for quite considerable periods of time before they even then need a home care package. But if it's not there, then they tend to escalate quite quickly. So it just is not good for the person, but for the provider, it means that they can plan and we can have an efficient and productive system. And for the taxpayer, it means that actually you're intervening rapidly to head off things that otherwise will inevitably get worse that we could deal with. And let us remember, with a restorative and rehabilitative focus, it's not unusual that with good interventions, you can actually turn back some of the capacity issues that a person has when they first present to the system.
Thank you. On page 2 of your submission, where you quite rightly draw the comparison between people who have some form of care as opposed to those that have been assessed as needing care that have no care at all, no home care package. You've put a table in there that where you've extrapolated out where you think what the wait list is likely to look like as we sit here today. Unfortunately, we've just received advice on the back of a request from Senator Pocock about what the current wait times, the current wait or priority national priority list is, and the department has declined to provide the data as to what the current wait list actually is. Could you maybe just give us a bit of a summarisation of how you've got to your figure of how many home care or how many people have been assessed as needing care who have been not received a home care package as of now?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. The way I did that was to look at the growth over the previous 9 to 12 months and assume that would be a similar level of growth for these periods. For the 3 months that we're missing, that certainly the government has available to it. As I point out in the footnote there, in response to you at a Senate Estimates Committee meeting, the department was able to provide figures from just a few weeks prior. So certainly the end of June figures should be available. But I just extrapolated on a similar growth rate than before, and then applied the same principle to going through to the end of October. Now, the other variable that we don't know at the moment, which has been raised, I think perhaps by you earlier in the hearing, is how many, that number may be lower because we are having such delay in assessments. In other words, there's a pre-assessment waiting list that is not enumerated. That could affect how many people have been assessed. That would be the only variable. But otherwise, these figures are actually quite conservative. When I did the National Aged Care Alliance paper back in June, I talked to a lot of people in the sector, including providers who'd done, and Ageing Australia and others who'd done quite sophisticated calculations. They all had higher estimates than me.
So can you put on the record, can you remember what those estimates were?
They ranged from 100,000 now to 130,000.
Yeah. Can I just one quick follow-up, Chair? When you have a look at the figures of the increase in the wait lists month on month up until the March figures that we've currently got, there seems to be a significant slowing of the increase in the wait list. So just keen to understand, so you're saying the possible explanation for the fact that we had an increase of 13,000 additional people onto the priority wait list in 1 month, and then the following months they've sort of dropped down to sort of 6, 7, 5,000 could be because of the delay in the assessment. Am I correct in reading what you've said?
I think none of us actually have access to the data that I would think the department ought to be able to give you about that. But what we do know is that there has been a significant blowout, and you heard that from providers this morning, and I've heard that in assessment wait times. That must impact the wait list. The other factor, though, that we need to bear in mind is that in the last financial year, the government was putting in some new packages. At the moment, it's not. I mean, the government tells us that it's putting out 2,000 odd packages a month, but those are recycled packages. Those are reallocated packages. At the moment, we're sitting waiting. So, it's very hard without access to the departmental data to provide an accurate estimate. But what I did was take a conservative estimate based on previous growth. I do not see any other reason for demand. The only other reason that I would say that I meet in community forums, for example, is that people will say, well, you can't get packages, so what's the point of applying for them?
So do you know, Mr Yates or Professor Eager, whether the data in relation to that pre-assessment wait list, does anybody or should anybody have that number? Because it strikes me as we've got your 102,000 people that you're estimating are possibly on a wait list as we stand here, but that's an official wait list, the national priority list. Does anybody have any idea what the wait list would be for those people who have an assessment has been requested but they haven't received the assessment yet?
That information should be available to the government, because when the person registers on My Aged Care and is referred to an assessment, you then also know when they're assessed. However, I have to say, in the period when I was acting Inspector General, I was regularly being told by the department that this was the maximum possible wait time at the moment, and yet I knew of actual cases, I might say including members of my staff, who had been given longer wait periods to be assessed. So I don't know what happens in that data set, but that data should be able to be tracked, because a person has to register on My Aged Care and then it's known when they get an assessment.
Thank you very much, Mr Yates.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Eager and Mr Yates. Can I just return back to your opening statement in relation to the Dutch model that you mentioned? Because I've been doing some pretty fast reading on that one, and just noting that they really centre and are trying to shift the whole concept of aged care to wellbeing. Is that correct?
Yeah, look, the Dutch are really one of the world leaders in aged care, and we can learn a lot from them. I think the other lesson is that the best way to deliver aged care is not through one national model where everybody gets put through one funnel, but a regional model. If you go back to when did community aged care work? Well, it was when it was the old home and community care program, and there was a regional plan in each region. And I can literally, I'm old enough to remember going back to being on the regional planning committee back in the 1980s, both in Western Sydney and then in the Illawarra. And what we planned there looked completely different to what Central Australia would plan, or Tasmania or Darwin.
Yeah.
And while we continue to think that one size fits all, we will have more and more Senate inquiries that fail to meet the needs of older people. So there are things we can learn from other countries, particularly the Dutch.
Yeah.
Ian's issues about entitlement models are really important, but we also need to understand that we've got huge issues of geography. The department and the minister keep referring euphemistically to thin markets. What they actually mean is no market and no services, and that includes real lack of services for remote Australia and Indigenous peoples. And you can only solve that through regional models.
Yeah, because essentially, what the Royal Commission on Quality and Safety really did, and it's something that I've read into the Dutch model, is that empowering older people, older Australians essentially to live independently and essentially live longer, right? And to make sure that we stop relocating them on the basis of what their health needs are, and getting earlier intervention into that. But noting also that the Dutch model has many pitfalls in the rising demand, like us as an ageing population, some of those demands on workers and having that quality care, and that obviously has some some budget implications as well. But I just want to focus in a little bit on that funnel that you're talking about, so that there is clarity around regulation and the requirements of that to support our workers, to make sure that we have good job satisfaction, really clear that we're not trying to disrupt care for older Australians, but also to make sure that we're taking advantage of what's in the future and what's down the pipeline for us in the way of technology and digitisation. I've also been reading up on the Finland model, which also around aged care does some of those aspects. I don't know if either of you could comment on some of those, because they have been raised today, but also more broadly exactly what you're talking about, Professor, around broader issues of housing and the environment and how important they are. So I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it comes back to what is the purpose of assessment. And the whole assessment model, the whole of this reform is based on a deficit model that says we're going to measure your deficits and we're going to count them. And the more deficits you've got, the more money you're going to get. And we really need to actually also build on strengths and preferences and appetite for risk. You know, this is a really basic idea of that people actually want to stay in their own environment and they know what's important for them. But this whole model, particularly the structure of levels in supported home, incentivises a focus on deficit rather than an engagement in communities. And I really want to go back to say the base of this should be empowering communities to, and I will say just as a member of the Board of Meals on Wheels in New South Wales, our model is based on volunteers, and it's not just giving people a meal, it's actually the friendly face and the welfare check. And that's people from the local community helping each other. Those sorts of arrangements get completely wiped out in a commercial, privatised model. And we really need to build on community so that people do re-engage and stay part of their community, not just live at home with a provider coming in for an hour a day.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. Yates, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Look, I would agree that we do need we need that kind of positive as well as we need that strengths and build on the strengths and so on, as well as deficits. So strongly agree with that. And I agree with greater community involvement. I probably differ slightly with Professor Igar. I also am old enough to remember the home and community care days, and I was sat on various planning committees. And one of the issues that concerned consumers in those days was that it wasn't very consumer focused from their point of view, but also that the outcomes were different in different states and territories. The program ran very differently in different states and territories. I think we need a combination of some central universal principles and outcomes being sought and greater community involvement. Because one of the reasons that we've ended up with the degree of regulation we have in this sector, which is perhaps a conversation for another day, is because we're trying to run everything centralised rather than actually make services more locally accountable to their communities.
Yes, big role for states and territories, and obviously like the new Act obviously enshrines some of those protections and rights that the way in which the government is trying to do that. So I know that the Chair is trying to get me to hand the call back, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both of you for your time. Mr. Yates, I have a few questions for you, if that's all right. In your submission, you argue that the current situation constitutes not just a delay, but a denial of service as people get ill and die without receiving services. And through the course of the day, we've established that there's a big difference between the delay in the commencement of the Act, things like ensuring IT systems are ready and the like, and the government's ability to fund care at an approved level right now. We've also heard from providers this morning that they could deliver at least 20,000 additional packages during this time, From your perspective, what is standing in the way of starting to deal with that that list, the wait list?
Thank you, Senator. From my perspective, I do not know of any practical reason why that could not have happened. Yes, support at home was delayed to the 1st of November, but it was quite possible for government to decide to it would then make a consequent decision to continue to roll out existing home care packages. My submission, however, Senator, also takes us back to say, why is it that this has got to this level at all? Yeah. We actually should be providing packages to people when they're assessed. Yeah. And it has snuck up and got to this cumulatively high level, which is, I mean, the one blessing of where we are today is that this delay that has no practical reason that I can see is pointing out to us how bad the situation is. But I said in my paper, and I was really pleased to hear it confirmed this morning, that I had heard from providers that they could, that they're ready right now, and given properly planning information, they could gear up, and I think they could gear up even further if we had a stable system that was predictable. So I don't know any reason why government shouldn't have said, okay, support at home won't start, but we'll keep rolling out home care packages at X rate over this period. There's no reason.
Thank you. One of the other things that you mentioned in your submissions is that you're hearing about increased use of telephone assessments. This is also something that I've been hearing about, and I'm interested why this might be a concern and what it maybe suggests about the quality of assessments currently being undertaken.
Thank you, Senator. This was also raised by several providers this morning. But in the new assessment system, telephone assessments are supposed to be used only when it is really the only practicable way to quickly address. As Patricia Sparrow from CODA noted first thing this morning, many people are reluctant to reach out and seek support. We know that. To undertake assessment requires actually having a bit of a relationship, seeing the person in their context, in their home, talking with them about what are their capacities, what are their difficulties, working that through with them. In terms of what Professor Egar was talking about, actually starting to work out what is the plan about that person. To try and do that remotely on a telephone, because you're in a hurry, because you've got such a backlog, is just not going to produce quality outcomes. The literature is very clear about that. And the only reason, and my understanding is the reason is because there's such a backlog. Now, hopefully this assessment thing is not a big design problem and is a temporary problem, but it's certainly a very significant problem right now.
Thank you. And one of the things we dug into this morning was concerns about the slowing down of assessments essentially becoming the hidden wait list. And I know Senator Ruston asked a question about this, but I just wanted to confirm, in your experience, is this data the department does collect and they should be able to provide to us?
Yes, Senator, because if you have to get into aged care, you have to be registered in My Aged Care. You're referred to an assessment. The system will know when you've been assessed. Might be a lag in that time, but the system will know. Now, as I said, when I was acting Inspector General, I did have a dilemma because I was being told this is the absolute maximum time that people are waiting, and I had concrete examples of people who are waiting longer. I can't explain that to you, but the data should be available. The system should provide it.
And
in fact, under the new Act, as I understand it, sorry, Senator, the government is being asked to provide that.
Yes. Thank you. And I'm running up on time, so Professor Egar, just one question for you, if that's all right. You said you were expecting a host of issues to arise from the 1st of November. As senators, what should we be looking out for? What will the signals be that things are going wrong?
I think that at the macro level, that there are an increase in people turning up in emergency departments and being admitted, that there's an increase in people going to residential aged care, and that there's an increase in waiting lists. And I would absolutely agree with your previous observation that what we've now got is a waiting list to get onto the waiting list. So I think getting that issue as well clarified, that what we need to measure is the time from when somebody applies to when they get assessed, and then the time from when they get assessed to when they get approved, and then after that, how long they actually wait to get their services. But I would reinforce that if we can develop and expand CHSP, a lot of these problems would go away. Many, many thousands of people on the supported home wait list are on that wait list because they're currently in receipt of CHSP and they just need a few extra hours, or they need case management and they can't get it from that program. And if they had the choice, they would prefer to stay in CHSP with more hours and with case management. But unless we take a look at the whole aged care system rather than just supported home, we will end up in a situation which is penny wise, pound stupid. And that's why in my paper you'll see that I have said that in my view the government has no possibility of meeting the projected savings over the period of the forward estimates.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Just one final question, Professor Eager. You're talking about the benefits of expanding CHSP and building a bit more flexibility into it. Given that at the moment there's uncertainty around how long CHSP will go for, with the, no sooner than 2027, but lack of clarity, do you have a view on what that means for the survivability of current CHSP providers in the interim?
Yes, and I can specifically speak to Meals on Wheels, of which I'm on the New South Wales board, but also on the National Advisory Board. The majority of Meals on Wheels services in New South Wales, and indeed almost 100%, are saying that Meals on Wheels, with its focus on volunteers, low overhead costs, etc., will not survive if CHSP is closed. So Meals on Wheels, one of the most respected, longest standing organisations, 50 years, people actually trust Meals on Wheels to come into their home, and it doesn't just deliver a meal. The majority of those services are saying they won't survive because of the supported home model. And the other thing I would take an opportunity to point out, if you look at the structure of the supported home fees, there's a very artificial distinction between everyday living and independence, and Meals on Wheels has been classified as into the everyday living category. So people have always paid for their food in Meals on Wheels, and now we're going to be asking them to pay 17.5% of the operating cost of Meals on Wheels if they're a full pensioner. It makes no sense that those two categories should be amalgamated, everyday living and independence, and personal care should be moved into clinical care. So there's other changes that can be made, but make no mistake, letting CHSP linger on for another 3 years will slowly kill it. They need staff. They're now getting better pay. People need assurances about their future, and we won't attract a workforce if we're telling them that we might all disappear in 2 years' time.
Thank you. We're running out of time, so that'll end this panel. Can I say a very big thank you to Professor Eager and Mr Yates for your time this afternoon. Your evidence is always valuable and much appreciated by the committee. The committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025. I don't believe that either of you have taken questions on notice, but if you did, Thursday the 4th of September is the return date for those. So thank you again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am now going to call Catholic Health Australia and Community Options. And I want to thank you very much for your patience, given that we are running behind. I don't have questions for these folks, so I'm happy to call them.
Who called them?
I did it.
I know you didn't, because otherwise you wouldn't have said what you just said.
I do. Okay. I do. Okay. Do you have questions for either of these two? I now welcome representatives from Catholic Health Australia and Community Options. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll go from my left to right.
So I'm Brendan Tabor, I'm the Deputy CEO of Community Options.
Brian Cawley, I'm the CEO of Community Options ACT.
Natalie Wilkins, I'm the Executive Manager of Corporate Services for Community Options.
Great. And online?
Alex Lynch, Director of Age and Community Care at Catholic Health Australia.
Mr. Wild, you are on mute.
My apologies. Michael Wild, Chief Operating Officer at Southern Cross Care, Queensland.
Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Thank you very much. I'm now going to invite each of your organisations to make some short opening remarks, if you would like, and then we will go to senators for questions. So I might start with Catholic Health Australia.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, and appreciate the opportunity to appear. I'll just acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation as the traditional custodians of the land I'm dialing in from in Sydney. CHA is the largest non-government grouping of health, community and aged care services in Australia. In aged care, that means delivering approximately 12% of resi and 20% of community and home care nationally. And we have an above sector average focus on vulnerable populations and regional and rural communities. We support the Aged Care Act going live on 1 November. It's a vital step towards rights-based, high-quality care and enabling older Australians to age in place in greater volumes. In the interest of time, I'll take our written submissions as read, and I also note other providers have covered some ground. So I'll just flag our support for what others have said around care management and the reduction in the CM cap being inappropriate and counterintuitive to the goals of the Act. We also agree with other providers that additional home care packages should be released without delay. And Mr Yates spoke with some eloquence, I thought, about the need to eventually move to a demand equals supply model for the provision of home care. So I won't rehash that. I will touch on a couple of points, particularly around support at home and the transition that I think are really important and haven't been addressed at length today. So firstly, it's inevitable that some information will remain unclear, unavailable or not widely disseminated by 1 November. And providers, Catholic providers, I should say, their focus remains continuity of high quality care through this period and beyond. But the government and the regulator have a real opportunity to use this deferral to clearly articulate their expectations for the 12 months following implementation. So whilst quality and safety must remain uncompromised, providers need clarity around the approach on technical compliance. To give you solid examples, that's service agreements, submitting evidence for claims, the challenges we'll have having our ICT ready, given we're waiting on some work from the Department and Services Australia. That will not be universally complete by 1 November. So it's important the government show flexibility and understanding as providers to work to fully implement the complex reforms. And I think there's an opportunity to clearly identify what the transition approach to system governance and regulation will look like, how long any grace period might last, and the impact of that will actually be to improve the focus on care, improve workforce planning, and to tangibly reduce costs as we're not perhaps unnecessarily rushing to meet technical compliance by 1 November when we could be focused on delivering care to older Australians. And the second issue I'll raise is around pricing. The deferral of the Act has an impact on the deferral of price caps. The original 12-month deferral of support home price caps was an important safeguard against premature caps that are based on what is currently an immature pricing model. And it's CHA's understanding that this deferral will now be 8 months rather than 12, with price caps to end on the same 1 July 2026 date originally intended. That reintroduces some of the risk that was mitigated by delaying the price caps, and we'd urge the government to reaffirm the full 12-month deferral to ensure that pricing reflects actual service costs, and also to avoid a race to the bottom on competing solely on cost. But beyond those concerns, I do want to acknowledge the bipartisan collaboration that's helped shape this Act, particularly on funding reform and governance instruments, and we look forward to continuing that constructive engagement.
Thank you very much, Mr Lynch. I'm now going to go to community options.
Thank you, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity to appear. Community Options ACT was established under the Home and Community Care Program in 1990 as a part of a Commonwealth initiative that addressed the issue of at-risk and vulnerable individuals not having their needs met by the existing aged care services. And most of those were large religious-based services at that time. It was to import a model, the Community Options model, into Australia. It was a Commonwealth initiative. It was rolled out across Australia that had a model of case management and supporting people through purchasing services, commonly known as brokerage, outside of traditional service models. It worked, and it has worked for 35 years. Community Options ACT has a proud track record of working with vulnerable people across our community, both in the aged care sector, the disability sector, and in other community support sectors. Unfortunately, the board of our organisation took the decision in January this year, following the introduction of the new Aged Care Act, to withdraw from all aged care services. That was based on our analysis, a detailed analysis that saw it was financially unviable for us to continue as a mid-sized not-for-profit community association in our current model of fund holding and purchasing, because that model of brokerage wasn't really envisaged in the new Aged Care Act, and it seemed to got conflated with outsourcing and labour hire models, which it's entirely not. But in addition, the only way we could see the numbers working was to radically lower our staff to client ratios, to the point that we couldn't guarantee that we could deliver the quality services and the quality interaction and partnerships with our clients that we had done so for 35 years. So we took a decision in January to withdraw from all aged care services, and we finalised that process by the 30th of June this year. I might just give one anecdote as a part of that exiting from aged care, as we chose at the same time to exit from the Commonwealth Home Support Program, because picking up on Professor Egar's comments, we saw that as just a slow death over the next 2 or 3 years while that program wound down. There was a large regional-based provider that 150 of our Commonwealth Home Support clients were transferred to when we exited. As that transition took place, a number of our clients started contacting us saying they couldn't get in contact with the provider, they couldn't get any assurance of services. We then contacted the provider, who I won't name, and were basically told, what do you expect? We have 900 clients and 2 coordinators. And there's no possible way that you can deliver quality services or even arrange services for 900 clients with 2 coordinators. But our assessment was that's the pathway that these reforms are leading to. And if you need any more evidence, you just need to look at the NDIS, because that's the pathway aged care is on as well. And if you read the Daily Telegraph today in Sydney, it listed out a range of well-established, well-regarded disability providers who have walked away from the NDIS. And what you'll see in the coming years is a large number of well-established and well-regarded aged care providers, usually that middle rung, will exit the aged care sector.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to questions. I might just quickly start with one of my own. When I was in Far North Queensland recently, I spoke to a community organisation that was providing Commonwealth home support packages, and they said they'd spent $150,000 on looking at how they might transition to the new supported home model, and at the end of expending the $150,000, they determined that they wouldn't actually be able to offer that service. If there had been certainty around the ongoing provision of Commonwealth supported home alongside supported home, if CHSP had continued, do you believe that your service would still be offering that service?
If there was certainty that CHSP would have continued, we would have probably delayed our decision to exit that service space, yes. But at the time, all the indications we had was that timeline was in track, and we'd be just like dying slowly 1,000 cuts, so we decided to exit at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question for Catholic Health Australia. We heard from a number of providers this morning that notwithstanding the delay to the start of the new Act on the 1st of November, they were in a position that had more home care packages been released, as they were going to be, they would have been able to meet that demand. Would Catholic Health Australia be able to meet demand if release of home care packages were to continue while we wait for the Act to start on the 1st of November?
Thanks, Senator. Yeah, absolutely. Catholic providers can accommodate more demand currently and into the future. And what we'd really be keen to see, and I know this is echoed by other providers, is certainty around the how and when and the cadence, which will assist us to not just meet that demand, but to meet it more efficiently and appropriately.
Thank you. I'll pass to Senator Ruston.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Corley, I'm interested to understand in a little bit more detail the decision of your organisation to withdraw from aged care and on the basis of the financial viability that you've put proposition. Could you unpack that a little bit further for me? I mean, is this something that relates to the care management caps? I mean, what are the priority things that are of concern?
Our model is based on holding funds on behalf of our clients and purchasing from a range of providers, many aged care providers, an individually tailored package of services that met that client's need.
Yep.
Those packages could be changed quickly in response to changing circumstances for clients or wanting to change their service type. To do that, we needed a margin on top of the price.
Of course.
So in the and as we move to cap pricing, our assessment was that all the aged care providers will price their service at the cap price.
Yes.
Which meant there is no margin.
Yes.
So it's simple.
Yep, it's pretty simple.
It's pretty simple.
You don't actually need an economics degree to work that one out.
You don't need an economics degree to work that one out.
So do you have the kind of information that you could actually show the benefit proposition of the model that you were operating under?
The community options model is a well-documented model internationally. And it targeted specifically at people who traditionally have been difficult to serve, people with substance abuse, cognitive impairments, antisocial behaviours, low socioeconomic backgrounds. It allows us to step outside of traditional service models and work with that person, supported by community-based case management, to put in a package of services that is easily adaptable, cost-effective, to meet that person's need. And we can source those services, and we have from a wide variety, both within aged care and in the disability sector if we're working in that area, or from outside of that if that's appropriate. We ran quality assurance programs over all of our service providers. We accredited them. We found it quite funny that we would disaccredit some aged care providers just as the Commonwealth was accredited them for further services because they didn't meet our standards. We had very high standards for our service delivery. And it's a model that worked and still works. We're still operating, but not in aged care. That worked for 35 years. It was one of the last, if I might be so bold to say, one of the last program development initiatives that the Commonwealth Government did in terms of looking at quality care for older Australians, rather than just focusing on how you transfer funds from one sector to another, which is basically the Commonwealth focus now. And it has been for the last 20 years. It's been about the transfer of funds and how payments are made, as opposed to what constitutes quality of care.
Yeah. So how many people, unfortunately, were displaced by the decision you had to make?
400 people in the ACT and the region, yes. 250 Commonwealth Home Support Program clients and about 150 home care package clients.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of CHSP, because obviously that hasn't changed, obviously that was not sufficiently profitable in its own right to continue to do that, or was it the uncertainty? As I said,
we could have kept doing CHSP till 2027. It would have been difficult, but our assessment at that time was that would just be delaying the inevitable, and we would lose our experienced staff would look for other jobs. It would be a gradual death by 1,000 cuts. So we decided to make a clean.
Are you doing single assessments still?
We were a RAS assessment agency. No, we withdrew from that as well.
Okay.
We can talk about that at a different. We can talk about that if you wish. I've been in this sector for nearly 40 years. I'm about to exit this sector and perhaps rejoin it as a client in a few years' time. I've never been, and people who know me, I've never been a great fan of assessments, single assessments, or I think as Professor Yates and previous speaker said, they're basically being used as a funnel now. Most people, for certainly low-level needs, know what their needs are. Most people who are engaged with an interested and engaged provider know what their needs are and know how can be supported. You don't need a convoluted pathway to get access to basic domestic services or to basic meal services. Yes, as your needs increase, there might be different issues that emerge where you need some technical and expertise in assessment. But, for the low-level services, your CHSP, and even for low-level home care packages, if you're working with a good provider, you've got that trust relationship, you've been in there for the long term, that's a negotiation, a discussion, and the providers will respond and know how to respond. You don't need to go. I would say, from my observation of many years, that outsourced assessment, be it in the NDIS or aged care, just adds to costs and conflates, and people tend to, as was stated by your previous speakers, people focus on deficits and push those deficits as hard as they can to get as much as they can.
Can I go to you, Mr. Lynch? In your opening remarks, you referred to obviously there's a pathway from the passage of the legislation both the Greens and the Coalition have committed to, and I'm sure Senator Pocock has as well next week. There is obviously a series of things that need to happen in order for an organisation, particularly of your size, to be ready to be able to provide support at home on the 1st of November. I'm keen to understand what, subsequent to the passage of the legislation, its royal assent and the release of the final bits of the rules, what else do you need in order for you to actually deliver a support at home package on the 1st of November? And do you have any concerns about the provision of whatever you need in order for you to be able to meet that deadline?
Yeah, sure. I'll probably split it into client, older Australian facing, and sort of back end. And older Australian facing is service agreements. We need all the information that goes into them. So obviously it will be a great challenge with co-contribution amounts becoming known in October, just a few weeks out from go live, trying to negotiate 300,000 service agreements across the sector that are cognizant of co-contribution amounts. And in many cases, they will be low or non-existent. But older Australians understandably want certainty around exactly what they will be, and not a vague, we don't think that they will be much sort of discussion, and that then flows into developing their care planning. So we need co-contribution amounts, we need them to be readily available and well understood. And then on the back end, particularly ICT, the lack of live testing environments and things like that have been a challenge for us in terms of certainly how we'll interact directly with Services Australia to do things like make claims, to provide evidence, but then there's other flow-on effects for providers that we won't have time to adjust before 1 November. So a good example would be in the new care management rules, how you report care management. We won't know until we go live in some instances whether or not our system will speak to the systems that are then claiming through Services Australia. So there are examples of areas where we don't have clarity. Now, both of those can be addressed if the government and regulator can be really specific about any allowances they'll make for things like technical compliance. So again, to be clear, not the safety or quality of care, which must remain paramount, but technical compliance, things like having those service agreements all signed by 1 November, things like submitting evidence for all our claims, which is ultimately still monitored by the Commission. So we will still at any point be required to provide any evidence for any claim we've made via audits. There's an opportunity for the government and the department and the Commission to give real clarity around how they'll regulate, how they'll govern the system, if there are going to be grace periods, what they look like. And that then delivers real cost savings and improvements in how we allocate our workforce if we know that we can actually focus on specific elements of care plans rather than getting signatures on them. And we know what the actual timelines before we will really be called to heel on technical compliance will be. I think there's an opportunity at no cost to the government to just be very clear about this, which will increase the flexibility that providers have in the next 6 to 12 months.
Are you concerned at all because I think every provider that we've spoken to has said that, the one thing they're really determined on the 1st of November is that the people that they support with care will not, be disadvantaged or impacted in any way, if at all possible, from the provider's perspective. Are you concerned that it potentially is a significant cost liability to your organisation for continuing to provide services to your clients when you know it's probably going to be difficult to get all of their service agreements in place, and ultimately some of those may not be able to put in place? Are you concerned that you may end up having a significant cost burden on your organisation for the things that just can't be resolved?
There's a couple of instances where those cost burdens will probably fall to providers. So firstly, there's the cost to transition to the new Act, which has been very expensive for a lot of providers, in some cases millions of dollars. There will be cases, we don't know exact numbers, I think it will be small, but there will be instances where under the new support at home pricing arrangements, older Australians, particularly those at the very top of the higher packages, won't be able to receive the same amount of funded services. I think that will be minor, but there'll have to be negotiation between providers and those older Australians and Catholic providers, and I'm sure most providers, to be honest, will operate from a bias of continuing to offer those services. So in those instances, absolutely, there'll be a balance sheet impact of doing that.
Yeah. And just finally, you made the comment, there'd been a kick out in terms of the pricing from the 1st of July to the 1st of July 26, which had already occurred prior to the kicking out of the implementation of the Aged Care Act. And so that 12-month period somewhat weirdly was asking the sector to sort of self-price and hope, like all hell, it ended up being a standard price that somehow reflected what you were actually charging. I'm interested, first of all, have you spoken to the government about trying to have a full 12-month period for those pricing arrangements to be able to settle, to enable IHACPA to have a better opportunity to actually put real prices into the market? Have you spoken to the government? And secondly, if you haven't, what is the risk then if those prices are significantly out because you haven't had adequate time? And what do you think the remedy is as we sit here today, knowing that we've got the aged care bill in the House next week, we hope? Is there anything that we can do to assist in making sure that that pricing is as accurate as possible so that older Australians have got greater certainty and continuity once they start on the new package system?
Yeah, absolutely. Our initial call has always been that it should be 12 to 24 months, the initial deferral of price caps, and the immediate risk if the pricing from IHACPA doesn't hit the mark is that the sector, and probably specific parts of the sector and not the entire sector, face immediate viability issues because the model just isn't there year one. And also, if you look at the public hospital experience with what was then IPA, not IHACPA, it's not necessarily reasonable to ask them to get it exactly right year one. It took a few years for activity-based funding, for example, to shake out in a way that was pretty accurate and on point. So that's the risk, is that the pricing could be off base, and there are understandable concerns on the flip side, and CHA has been supportive of consumer protections in a non-price cap environment to ensure there's no price gouging or anything from providers, and in most areas they're of course constrained by competition. But I think it would be appropriate for the initial 12 months to just be reinstated, for that adjustment to occur so that it becomes more 1 November next year and possibly beyond. The other thing to realise is that the sector has spent significant amounts of time and resources developing prices. To its credit, the government has assisted with that, doing things like the provider survey that came out in February that, to the issue that you raised around knowing whether our prices are on point, helped us compare to each other, because obviously there are competition constraints on us discussing prices with each other. So I think the reinstatement of the 12 months as a starting point, which just meets the original goal of giving IHACPA a sense check, okay, here are the prices providers have set themselves. Are they working effectively? Are some providers still not clearing enough money to support their existing services and indeed invest in new ones? Are there instances where prices are too high and that needs to be factored into the IHACPA's own pricing? But we haven't, for the most part, seen that pricing yet, and the notion that we would just start in very short order after the implementation of the Act with as yet unseen price caps is quite concerning, and I think just introduces unnecessary risk.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to go to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for your time. I just had a couple of questions about assessments, and I understand you said that you've got out of the assessment game, but I'm interested in trying to dig into what's happening when it comes to assessments, given you'd have the knowledge of what happens here in the ACT, and particularly here in the ACT, it seems like we are lagging. Could you just explain what is going in there, what going on there, what are the challenges, why are we seeing such a long wait to get an assessment?
I think for us, and when we were as assessors, we had staffing profile of 3. We would get 30 people a week that required an assessment. And for us, trying to assess somebody in 3 hours from phone call to assessment and code generation, it's just not an appropriate assessment. And I think what we're seeing in the ACT is there's quite a lot of complex people that haven't been accessing services prior, now coming to the service through programs like Care Finder, the hospital and other avenues. And so assessments are not a straightforward assessment. They're becoming complex. And by doing them over the phone, I think providers are trying to get on top of the assessments that are outstanding, but they're not seeing the complexities of people that are out there. So I think in the ACT we're seeing more complex cases come forward than our normal person just requiring aged care services at the inception of needing it.
And as Canberrans, we're obviously all about to cop a health levy because the hospital needs more money. Have you seen a sort of trend towards, we hear it anecdotally, people going to hospital to get an assessment?
So, yes, it is the easiest way for you to get an assessment is to go to hospital and ask to see a social worker. And, we over time have heard that they don't do assessments in the hospital, that the client needs to discharge home to receive that assessment. But there are cases where we have heard of people getting assessments in hospital because of the needs of discharge.
You're talking, in your previous answer, we're talking about, I guess, what it takes to assess someone. Mm-hmm. Throughout today, we've been hearing about this growing trend towards telehealth assessments. What would that mean for our system?
So for somebody who's received a client, I'm not sure that it captures the full complexity of people's situations. We have a high proportion of people in the ACT with squalor and hoarding. So we've received assessments before where the person just needs a clean, and it's not until our staff have gone out to do an internal assessment that we've realised that they're only accessing their house through a pathway because from floor to ceiling is covered in their husband's belongings that they've never cleaned out. So I don't think telehealth gives the full synopsis of a person's situation. I think eyes on is always, in the first instance, the preferred method to make sure that you're capturing the entire state of the person's needs.
Thank you. Does Catholic Health want to add anything when it comes to assessment wait times and what you're seeing at the moment?
I just augment the discussion that's focused on entry into the aged care system with reference to the ANAC reassessment process, which is a challenge when someone's needs change, and that's particularly true in rural and regional areas, trying to get an assessor out. And we did, for a point of reference, have a case study on that in our submission if senators are interested in reviewing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Ananda Raja. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming and your testimony. I mean, clearly there's a huge need to reform this sector and to give Australians something much better, and that's certainly something that all of us are committed to achieving. My question is to Mr Lynch. Had the government ignored the sector's call to pause this deferral, what impact would that have had on your organisation and your ability to operate?
Yeah, significant. So to be clear and not hide from the fact we sought this deferral. We'd have appreciated more notice for it, absolutely, but we did seek this deferral, and there are reasons for that. And other providers have spoken earlier today to the joint lack of preparedness between, I describe it as the sector, government and providers in hand, consumer awareness. The decision to defer the Act was an appropriate one. I think we're all agreed we've hit the point now that we should proceed on 1 November. There will be things that aren't ready, but as I said, that collaboration and sort of some flexibility and understanding from government would go a long way to ameliorating some of those concerns on providers' end. So it may not actually require so many changes as just an acknowledgement that some things won't be ready and clarity on where we need to be focused for 1 November. But to your central point, whatever readiness issues we have on 1 November would have been substantially exacerbated on 1 July. So the deferral was appropriate.
Sure. And can you perhaps just elaborate for us, because you are one of the largest non-government provider, as to what you have used that time to actually achieve within your organisation in terms of, say, training or IT upgrades or so on? If you could just spell that out. Thank you.
All of the above. Training, having our workforce ready has been an immense challenge and is something that a lot of providers have been focused on. ICT, and I spoke in our submission and in my earlier remarks about the need for more information from Services Australia in particular on certain issues around how our ICT is going to talk to the government's ICT, but that's something we're absolutely working through. And again, provider to provider, it varies, but would not have been entirely ready on 1 July. And still, I think there will be issues on 1 November, but again, manageable with the right collaboration between government and providers. Client communications is a big one. Some information has largely only become available post 1 July, and so focusing on absorbing and understanding that ourselves and then communicating it in an appropriate way to the older Australians that we serve.
Can I just ask you, on the point of workforce readiness and client communication, is there a relationship? So, for example, who is providing that kind of information to your clients? Is it the workers? Is it you? Is it a combination? How is it actually being done? Because I imagine it would have to be tailored, right, for a lot of clients, depending on
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's formal letters, of course, so that clients have things in writing they can discuss with family and other caregivers and appropriate guardians. But workforce in terms of actual personal care workers and allied health, but then absolutely care managers. We've spoken about our concerns about the reduction in the care management cap, and that's true long term, but particularly in this transition period, care managers are instrumental in, and they're one of the most consistent relationships that older Australians have in helping them understand the changes that they're going to experience, and in most cases, hopefully, the limited nature of those changes where we look to provide the highest possible level of care continuity.
We put about $18 billion into the workforce, into wage increases. What effect have you seen with regards to that money in your workforce? Has it stabilised the workforce? What are you getting from the workers?
I think profound. Has it solved every problem? No, but I don't want to be short in my praise for the decision to fund the Fair Work decisions. Examples would be the reduction in the use of agency, which are a giant on cost for the entire sector, allowing us the support to properly pay our own workforce with the pay rises indicated by the Fair Work Commission has significantly reduced our need to use agency. Again, that varies across the country geographically, but that's one example I'd cite. It's also reduced turnover significantly. And obviously that's an on-cost for providers is funding recruitment, funding retention of workers from overseas can be particularly expensive where that's required. The main focus there for me would be the relationships between those workers and the older Australians they care for. Lower turnover results in better relationships and therefore often better care. So again, I'll use the word profound. That's been a very welcome commitment from the government.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before we finish, Mr. Lynch, just for clarity, noting that Catholic Health wanted the delay, could it have worked for there to be a delay on the start date of the Act, but for the government to roll out promised home care packages starting 1 July?
Broken record along with other providers. I'm not aware of a technical reason we couldn't continue to provide additional home care packages.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much to this panel for your evidence this afternoon. It's been very useful for the committee. The committee is going to be reporting on the 15th of September, and I don't think there are any questions taken on notice, but if they were, they're due on Thursday, the 4th of September. Thank you very much again for your evidence. And I'm now going to welcome a representative from the Pengelly Community Resource Centre. Do you have questions for them? Do we know who called them? Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. My name's Helen Morton. I'm operating as a coordinator consultant for the Staying in Place project that operates across Western Australia and through the Pengelly Community Resource Centre.
Thank you very much, Ms Morton. I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement and then we'll go to questions.
Thanks very much. Senators, I'm 76. I'm a baby boomer. I'm talking here as one of those people that we are referring to, but also as a coordinator for aged care services, home support services for people who live in rural and remote areas of Western Australia. We, the baby boomers, are pretty well educated. We've worked hard, we've saved, we've bought homes, and we've put money into super, most of us have, and reduced government spend on us. Women stayed at home with children, without super, and without childcare. We made significant contributions to the wealth of this nation, and we deserve the right help when we need it in our old age. We were promised that things would get better after the Royal Commission, but they've got worse. People are waiting longer, as we've heard a lot today, for their home care packages. They're waiting longer for assessments, the hidden wait list. These are having disastrous consequences that you've heard a lot of. The reform has become, or appears to be, a charade. It's a deception. There would be an absolute uproar across Australia about the co-contributions, but those that were receiving home care packages were rather silenced through the grandfathering provisions and a little bit worried about talking out about it. Some pensioners will pay absolutely nothing for the rest of their lives that they're on a home care package, receiving all the services that they need, while others, who are probably living right next door to them, also pensioners, will pay heavily for the same services. The government has created the haves and the have-nots through this process. The haves will have a good life and thrive, and the have-nots will just exist. They'll have reduced levels of services because of their own need to reduce what they will take out of their pensions for co-payments. They'll just cope or they'll get by, and this is unjust and unfair. Why have the home care packages been withheld? I'm cynical enough to suggest that it might be that it was meant to coincide with the reforms. And so when the reforms were delayed, the home care package extras were delayed. It was meant to look like things would get better for people when you had that number of new packages released. But it won't be the reforms that are making the system look better. It will be the fact that there's new home care packages in the system. It's the packages that actually create the better outcomes, not the reforms. The support at home is going to be brought down by mountains of bureaucratic red tape, rigid and inflexible, and much, much, much more expensive to deliver. It won't be better. This plight of aged people is magnified many, many times over when you get into rural and remote areas, small communities, small rural and remote communities, where people rely on families and friends and neighbours but are having to be forced out of those communities to go for large urban centres where they can access services. They wait longer for assessments in these places. You've heard that today, and I can tell you my submission tells you over and over again of examples of where these have been waiting much longer because of the lack of critical mass of people, not worth my while making the trip out there, etc. And if they wait longer for assessments, they wait longer for home care packages. The CHSP has been pitifully rationed in most of these communities, almost to the point where they're non-existent. And these are also the same communities that have not many other government-funded services or other services. They work without banks and they work without they don't have a St John's paid ambulance service or an SES or any of those other services. The community makes those things happen themselves. We fight daily in our role as coordinators across Western Australia for the Staying in Place project against the lack of flexibility around the aged care results. But we are very good at that. We know how to engineer solutions, how to get the services to people who need them, and we know how to thrive in our communities, despite, as I said, the lack of other government services. We don't like the fact that now in the new support at home we're going to have to account for every 15 minutes of our time spent doing this work, which is poorly understood by the policymakers who have put this in place. The support at home policy settings do not suit small, isolated, rural and remote settings. We have to work twice as hard to find a way around these, and Staying in Place does that. That's exactly what we do. I can tell you from my point of view, this is an impending national disgrace in aged care. And all of Parliament is responsible for this. It's not one party or the other. This is legislation, this is reforms that have been through the Parliament. People can see it. I just am so disappointed that it's got to this point.
Thank you very much, Ms Morton. I've got a couple of questions and then I'll go to Senator Cox. Just to clarify, and please forgive me if I haven't got that clear from your submission, the Staying in Place program, is that a CHSP funded program?
We provide no CHSP services at all. This is all home support package services.
Okay.
Home care packages across rural and remote.
Great. And so I've certainly heard from some current CHSP providers that it's not going to be viable for them to actually provide services under the supported home program because the cost and I guess the bureaucratic way that that's going to have to be rolled out means that it's not financially viable. Are you in a similar situation, or is it more about the lack of flexibility that's the concern rather than the financial viability of the transition?
The financial viability impacts on us because we get around about a half or just less than what the aged care service provider collects as their, let's call it, overall administration processes. So under a legally binding agreement with the provider, we at the local level in the local community actually do that work of coordinating, facilitating, creating and arranging services for people that are subsequently provided by the contractors that we implement for them to deliver. So our services can continue. It means that we'll get less, but we are a community-based not-for-profit organisations generally. The 55 different communities that operate the Staying in Place model in WA are run by not-for-profit organisations. We have already a high element of volunteering that takes place through the work that we do. Nobody very much counts the hours, but they do the work that's needed, because in small communities of 1,000 people or less, people know everybody, and so, you're just going to do what's necessary to make it work, and that's what happens.
Are you seeing high levels of unmet need in terms of people who have been assessed for home care packages but are unable to access them in a timely way?
Absolutely, and once again, the submission outlines that in the week prior to coming here, the 55 different communities came together in Perth at a workshop, and we're starting to provide all of the different examples that they were giving me of people waiting 12 months or longer and for packages. Now, as you've also heard today and was given to me as examples, people have got much worse, people have died. The circumstances around social isolation for people with dementia living on farms, or for people living in caravan parks, for example, with high-level needs, can't get into packages. We see it all and we deal with it all. But yes, they are waiting longer and they are getting worse as they wait and dying.
And the other thing that we've heard about is this hidden wait list where people are registering with My Aged Care, but it's taking a long time to get assessed. Are you seeing similar wait times with the people that you work with or in your community around people actually taking a long time from registration to assessment?
Yep, it's got massively longer, but I would be absolutely clear that it is longer even still in a rural and remote setting than it is for people living in a large urban centre or in a metro area. So the kind of comments that I hear not infrequently, and because of the work that we do at the Pingelly area, we are like advocating on behalf of the other 55 groups when they need support. It's people saying we can't come out and give you an assessment because it's not worthwhile our time going out that far for just one person, or until we've got a critical mass like 3 or 4 people to make it worthwhile going there for a day and staying overnight or whatever, we won't go. So we can't even give you a date. And these are people with such high needs that are being left without an assessment and hence without a package. And relying on family, on friends, on neighbours, on the goodwill of people who live around them, it's just totally unacceptable. And my big plea would be that if you do release these extra packages, push many of them out to rural and remote.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for appearing today, and a very substantial community of Pingelly in the Wheatbelt region in my home state. I'm based in Perth, but have a lot of fond memories of visiting down south and understand the complexity and some of the issues that you face, particularly rural barriers. Can you just expand on your own model of care that you talked about staying in place? And just, I know you talked about flexibility in your opening statement, but what are the specific benefits that your model, particularly from a rural and remote perspective, actually provides in supporting older people in your community? I think that's really helpful. And if you can maybe talk about a little bit about the comment that you've just made to the Chair around the assessment of high needs, and just maybe noting what some of those might be.
Thanks. The model's made up of 3 component parts that are absolutely essential. There is an approved aged care service provider or or registered provider, and so for our Pingelly model, we have one of those that are operating in Perth and another provider that operates nationally. We also have, I might add, provider arrangements with the WA Country Health Service for running palliative care services in a similar way. But I'm just focusing on the aged care at the moment. We have to have a local hub that will coordinate the services under legally binding agreement with the provider. The provider does all of the compliance work, the reporting work, the financial management, and basically takes the risk for every client that comes in under this model. But the local hub, of which I'm one of those coordinators, is actually the local people come to us, we help them get their assessment. We only use the 1-800 number. We don't actually go to a GP or anything, and we're able to, because we know the local person so well and we're in their home, we can make the phone call to My Aged Care, get the assessment done. If it's urgent, we know how to talk about this is urgent, and so the urgency factor can play. If it's not urgent, they will wait like everybody else will for their assessment. But in that wait time, we've also walking the journey with that client, so we're not leaving them to just flounder around and do what they can basically until they get their package. Sorry. The third component part of the model is having an organisation, a platform, one of the platform networks that will enable contractors in the local community to be registered and work as the contracted support worker. So all of our support workers are contracted, they're registered, they've had a police clearance, they've had their certifications, their insurances are covered by the platform operator, and it's that flexibility that makes it possible for this to work in very small communities of, 300 or 400 people, and it works beautifully. So we have in Pingelly, as I said, we've got a population of about 1,200 people. We've got 90 clients in Pingelly alone, and we've got around about 60 different people that are registered as contractors, and that includes registered nurses, certs 3 and 4, support workers, physios, OTs. Sometimes the physios and OTs come from a little bit further afield in the country, but we certainly don't have people travelling a long distance to deliver any of the basic services that are required locally. So through that model, I just don't think I've got the time to go into the intricacies of it, but there is an arrangement whereby we approve that the work's been delivered, and it's to the satisfaction of the client. The client gets to choose who they'll have in their home or around their place. They say what time, what day, etc. We negotiate that with the contractor. We help put that little contract in place between the contractor and the client. We approve that the work's been done to the satisfaction of the client. That triggers an approval process that goes through the registered provider, and that pays. That's how funds are brought down from the client's account to the contractor. So it's a very simple, easy approach that can work in very small communities. It was designed in very small communities. It was designed to get around the inflexibility that currently operates, where a service provider may not be able to locate people in a particular community because there's not a critical mass of people in any one of these communities to warrant having somebody working out there. This gets around that process, and we are finding in every single community people that are willing to put in the hours to make these services work and enable people to stay living there, because at the end of the day, even in these very small communities, people want to stay living there until end of life if they can get the support they can.
Thank you, Ms Morton, and we have heard that in other evidence that's been presented to us today in the Senate committee around the importance of that connectivity to the broader community and the importance of having a more regional-based model. So thank you for articulating that. Just quickly, I just wanted to pick up on, you said that there were a population of Pingelly's 1,200 people, right? Or is that the clients that so you got 90 clients that are...
That's the population for the Pingelly town and surrounding area. But many of the communities that pick this model up are smaller than that. Like Walpole, right down south of Western Australia, has got a population of about 300 or 400 people. But they are the next largest service provider under the staying in place model to Pingelly.
Right, great. Is there a projection of, obviously there's been lots of conversation in the media, but also last week, and I met with our Premier while he was in Canberra, around advocating for more packages once they're released for Western Australia. Is there a projection, not just for Pingelly, but the surrounding areas, as you talk about Walpole and others, around what the requirement might be?
We haven't got the projection across the state. I don't have it anyway. What I can tell you is that of those people that we help to get their referrals and that we stay in that journey with them until they get their packages delivered, we are aware of those people and we stay involved with them through that journey. Also, the state government provided some funding to the Pingelly Community Resource Centre to get another 10 of these communities up and running in the current 12 months, and a small kickstart fund to those communities that pick up this model. They recognise the value of it, and that it is an answer to getting into those very, very thin markets that have been a difficult area for most policymakers in the past. So we're just happy about that, but we have the capacity. I had a survey that went out to all of the 55 different communities recently, asking them what their most concerns were about going forward with the reforms, etc. Without a T, it came back that they need more clients. They have the capacity to deliver more services locally, and they can deliver, and to make it truly viable for them to stay doing the staying in place model, they just need a critical mass. It doesn't sound very much to anybody else, but 10 to 15 clients per small community is the tipping point at which they become viable and don't need any external support to maintain the service. It doesn't sound very much, but it is wonderful, wonderful services that go in place in those small communities.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Morton, and exceptional work, obviously, supporting aged care workers and supporting our communities. Thank you, Chair. That's all the questions I have.
Thanks very much, Senator Cox. That concludes this panel of evidence. So thank you very much for your evidence today, Ms Morton. And as somebody who also lives in regional Australia, like I know many people on this panel do, we know the value of the work that you do, particularly for older people in regional Australia. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
The committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025. I'm now going to go to, or I welcome a representative from the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Ageing and Aged Care Council. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today, and thank you for your patience. We're aware of the fact that we're running a little bit behind. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Sarah Hardy, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Ageing and Aged Care Council.
Welcome, Ms Hardy. I'm now going to invite you to make a short opening statement, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Senator. Firstly, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we're all joining from today, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I also acknowledge the ongoing cultural and spiritual connection that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples have to country and or island home, community, culture and knowledge. NATSIAC is the national peak body for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander ageing and aged care. We exist to ensure that our elders and older people access care that is culturally safe, trauma-aware, healing-informed, and firmly grounded in connection to country and island home and community. NATSIAC welcomes this opportunity to present to the committee. However, I must stress the disproportionate impact of the delays in the supported home program and the withholding of new home care packages on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders, older people, their families, carers and providers. Right now, more than 2,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders and older people are waiting for home care packages at their approved level. In our communities, every month of waiting equates to accelerated decline in health and wellbeing, higher risk of hospitalisation and premature entry into residential aged care. Our families are being forced to fill the gap in care, leading to carer burnout and immense stress. This situation also undermines the national Closing the Gap targets on life expectancy, as Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples already experience earlier onset of frailty and chronic health conditions and live shorter lives on average than other Australians. Delays in access to aged care only widen this gap rather than closing it. On top of this, the requirement for elders and older people to make co-contributions to their care means that even when services are available, many cannot afford them. This is especially concerning given that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders and older people often have lower lifetime earnings, fewer financial resources, and are disproportionately represented among stolen generation survivors. Counting redress scheme payments as income for aged care means testing is an injustice. Those payments were intended as recognition of harm, not as a barrier to accessing essential care. These financial barriers effectively deny elders and older people the care and support they are entitled to and further widen the equity gap. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled aged care providers, many of whom operate in rural, remote and very remote communities, are already at full capacity. They face workforce shortages, digital inequities and limited resources, yet they are expected to deliver holistic and culturally safe care, the same as in metro and urban areas and mainstream providers. Without immediate measures, these delays will widen rather than close the equity gap in aged care outcomes. We welcome the development of the Elder Care Support Program and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander assessment pathway within the new single assessment system. This is a rare example of genuine responsiveness to community voices, and we look forward to working with government to ensure it is properly resourced and implemented. We are also looking forward to the work being done to ensure the First Nations Aged Care Commissioner's role is permanent, and NATSIAC hopes that it will be independent. To ensure reforms deliver equity rather than disadvantage for our elders and older people, NATSIAC recommends immediate action in releasing additional home care packages with a dedicated proportion for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander elders and older people, provide block funding to Aboriginal and community-controlled aged care organisations to expand reach, resource culturally safe carer supports during the transition period, address inequities in co-contributions and exclude redress scheme payments from means testing, increase and stabilise the workforce through recruitment and retention funding, and ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander providers are included in governance and assurance of digital transformation projects. NATSIAC urges this committee to recognise that elders and older people cannot wait until November 2025. Interim equity measures are essential to prevent further harm and financial barriers that must be addressed so that our elders and older people are not priced out of care. Our elders and older people are central to the strength of our families, communities and cultures, and they deserve to access aged care services that allows them to age with dignity, safety and connection to country and our home. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms Hardy. And I'm going to go to Senator Ananda Raja first.
Thank you, Ms Hardy. Could you just perhaps outline for us what you have used this deferral period for? Has it been useful, for example, in strengthening accountability and governance measures? What has it meant for preparation, particularly for those providers who have clients in rural and remote Australia?
So from a NATSIAC perspective, we have appreciated the deferral for our providers specifically. However, during this process, we have continuously been pushing government to work with NATSIAC in regards to ensuring that the Aged Care Act is culturally safe for our elders and older people, as we know that the new Act coming in on the 1st of November does not represent culturally safe care for our elders and older people. NATSIAC has provided position statements to government in regards to different approaches that we could take to ensure that cultural safety is embedded within every service provider that provides care to our elders and older people. The approaches that we have provided would ensure that the Royal Commission recommendations would be included within those approaches. including block funding, culturally safe care, a model that is developed and co-designed by our communities, elders and older people and service providers. In regards to the impact or the benefit to our providers in regards to the deferral, it has given them more time. However, as of 1st of November, it's still the same as 1st of July, that the services and the information under the Act that they would have to comply with is still not culturally safe. And as we see, the Act is supposed to be a rights-based Act for our elders and older people, and we don't see that because of cultural safety not being included.
Would you be so kind as to table those letters that you've sent to government, or the position document that you've sent to government? Thank you.
No problem.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, and thank you so much for appearing before the committee today. Do you want to, firstly, can I just start with maybe the comment that you've just made to my colleague, Senator Ananda Raja, around cultural safety, just so that maybe unpacking that a little bit for the committee to understand what you mean when you say that, around ensuring that there are cultural safety approaches across providers of aged care?
Yes, so cultural safety for our elders and older people cultural safety for our elders and older people is an individual perspective on what they feel is culturally safe to them. It's very individualised. It is connecting them to their country or island home. And as we know with aged care, a lot of our elders and older people have to move away from their initial country or island home to be able to receive that care. Therefore, they don't have that connection. They are disconnected from culture. They're disconnected from their families, their kin, which is a significant burden on their health and well-being when they're receiving care in older stages of life. Other things include being able to connect to the land and see, and as we know with aged care, a lot of our elders and older people are diagnosed with dementia, and that their memories of their past and their histories and that connection is what really provides them that provides them that strength while they're receiving aged care off country. Hope I've answered that.
Yeah, thank you. The government's approach, and I'm just trying to understand your commentary around how the Act itself, the Aged Care Act, is hostile to cultural safety and what that means. Because I think the approach of the government is really trying to keep people within their homes and to ensure that the home care packages is about that maintaining, and I suppose trying to decolonise in a way that removal from country and what we know as Australia's history for our people. So I just wanted to understand how, in particular, you might that NATSIAC might find or believe that the Act itself is contrary to that. So I don't know if you can answer that for me.
Yeah, so in regards to in-home care, within the new Act, there is no flexibility to be able to provide those further services to our elders and older people to be able to travel from their current location to country and island home to be able to connect back home. Our elders and older people require the assistance to be able to be transported to Sorry business, which is not an available service under the new Act, which is another thing that does not connect them to country and give them culturally safe care in aged care.
Okay, so all right, thank you. I've noted that. In your submission, you've noted that you strongly welcome the government's decision to create, the decision government made to create a separate Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care assessment system. How important is that, given, we've obviously unpacked a little bit for the committee the issues around cultural safety and being responsive and taking into account some of those issues that you've raised. How important is this step, for all of that? And I also am aware that there is a strategy as well that sort of underpins the work, the vision, I suppose, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people nationally in aged care. But do you have any comments in relation to that?
Yeah, the pathway is very welcomed by NATSIAC. Not only is it going to provide our elders and older people a culturally safe assessment process, it's also going to increase the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander workforce within our communities across the nation. Within the assessment process, being able to take the assessment out of a clinical setting to reduce the risk of re-traumatising our elders and older people through clinical settings, probing questions, reading off a form. The assessment is going to be flexible. They can have more of a yarn rather than a clinical conversation. They'll be able to do it in a significant place to the elder, where it might be under a special tree at the local park or at the beach or in their own homes, depending on their situation. The assessment would be more of an observation rather than completing the form, ticking it off as they're going through the assessment, which also then allows the assessor and the elder or older person to build a relationship before the assessment is done and during the assessment. This then opens it up to a more comfortable and detailed assessment, which then allows the assessor to be able to make that final decision on what services they require as part of their aged care journey.
Thank you. That's such a really important point, and thank you for today providing some evidence to the committee to ensure that we are also incorporating, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from across the country. I'll hand the call back to the chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Cox. That concludes this panel session. Thank you very much, Ms Hardy, for your time in giving us evidence today. I don't think any questions were asked to be provided on notice, but if they were, Thursday the 4th of September is the return date for those. The committee will be reporting to the Senate on Monday the 15th of September 2025. And thank you again for your time today.
Thank you.
I now welcome the Inspector General of Aged Care. Are they online? Okay. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Natalie Siegel-Brown and I am the Inspector General of Aged Care.
Welcome, Ms Siegel-Brown. Do you have any opening remarks before we go to questions?
If I may, Senator, that would be great. Thank you. Firstly, Gurumba Bigi, which is how you say hello in Yagara language. I'm here on the lands of the Yagara and Turrbal people. And I want to pay respect to elders past, present and emerging, and also pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people today here with us and watching this live cross. I think it's really important that we always remember how much we can learn from the way Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people look after their elders, and it's a really important anchoring for this hearing. The first things that I really wanted to let you know is that my role is specifically to oversee the government's administration and regulation of the aged care system. I am not a part of any, I'm technically administered by the department, but I am not an administrator of the aged care system at all. This is a relatively recent role established by government as a recommendation of the Royal Commission. The essence of the submission that we have made to you, Senators, is that the longer the wait for home care packages, the higher the risk of decline, the more likely you will need unnecessary hospitalisation or that you'll be pushed into residential aged care sooner rather than later, and potentially a lot sooner than you needed it because of that faster decline. That right there is a huge cost to human rights, but there's also a huge cost to the policy we already have of ageing in place, connected to community, country, culture. And indeed, we believe there is very likely an increased potential cost to the public purse because of premature entry into residential aged care. So the average cost of a residential aged care package, it stands to reason, is going to be more than a home care package. Or looking at it differently, it means that the finite bucket of money that we have to provide aged care support will be available to less people, and there will be longer wait periods. And my concern is that it also stands to reason that when those packages come online on the 1st of November, there could be a sudden surge in demand for urgent residential care, largely because many people will have missed out on the early support that could have delayed that need. So we don't have enough aged care places, I don't believe, in residential care necessarily to meet what that demand may look like. And I say that not having done the figures. However, what I can tell you is that each new place in residential aged care takes $500,000 to come online on average. It takes a while to come online. And I hate using the term aged care place or aged care bed because that's not what an older person is. Their care is so much more than that. But also, it just stands to reason that someone needing a little bit of care in their own home is a whole lot less than someone needing a whole lot of care for everything in a residential care facility and potentially needing it a lot sooner because they haven't had the care to remain in their own home longer. I do believe there is time to get this right. It's not an insurmountable gap. But if these packages are not released, I think we need to know what the strategy is on 1 November to front load the coming online of packages and to front load the beginning of the Act with a much higher proportion of home care packages at the beginning if we're to stem the tide.
Thank you very much, Ms Segal-Brown. And I am first of all going to go to Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your evidence so far. I'm just interested to understand, given that we have seen quite a significant increase in the wait list and a significant increase in the times that people are having to wait to receive packages, whether you've have you seen in your assessment, any change in complaints that you would have been aware of, or is that not something that you would necessarily be aware of?
Senator Ruston, thanks for the question. At this point, we haven't had any particular data that I can speak to on complaints. As you know, complaints are managed by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. It is a question I can take on notice, though.
Thanks. Have you commenced your review of the single assessment system, or is it too soon for that to happen?
Yes, Senator Ruston, we have commenced our review of the single assessment system, and specifically the review looks at the fitness for purpose of my aged care as the single gateway or doorway to the aged care system, as that single assessment system. We're quite well progressed. So at the moment, that review is sitting with the department for comment on the recommendations, and I envisage that the report will be provided to the Minister at the beginning of October.
Okay, we can certainly ask the department when they get here. And just finally, just interested to understand, you have a 5-year review of your standards. So I'm just wondering, people have raised with us, is that best practice to conduct an entire review once every 5 years, or would there be some value in conducting a standard per year so that the sector was able to have, it wasn't so burdensome to, sort of every 5 years get a recommendation from you around potential changes to standards. They could actually every year just have one standard that they were able to have a look at, and maybe that may be a better way to do it. Is that something that's been raised with you or been considered by you?
Senator, that is not something that has been raised with me, but I'm happy to take that on notice. At the moment, we have been really focused very heavily on conducting a review of the government's progress of the Royal Commission's recommendations.
Yep.
Obviously, my aged care, and we're conducting a raft of activities which we think are really vital at the moment to what would be the most meaningful in giving life to the Act. So the focus has really been on the work plan topics, which I can detail for you where the areas of focus will lie. It may be that those are the things that provide a bit more value to the public than those standards reviews.
Yeah, sure. And just finally, in the RC of the Royal Commission, obviously there was a recommendation to move to a demand-driven system of care, and of course we now, we have this quite significant constraint in terms of rationing of care with home care packages of particularly the last 12 months. I'm just wondering, as the Inspector General, do you have a view about the irreconcilability of an idea that we're moving to a rights-based system, and yet we have not just ration care but a significant increase in the rationing of that care at the moment?
Senator, my view is that governments have to figure out, and this government in particular, how to make a finite budget with exponentially growing demand upon it go further. So the issue for me then turns upon how do we use that bucket for the greatest number of people with the lowest weight for their assessed need. And that's why I feel quite emphatic about the notion that is within our submission, that in fact, if we front load assessed care for support at home, in the home, we actually can make that finite budget go a whole lot further, but also promote people's rights so much more. And indeed, if you think about the definition of high quality care within the new Aged Care Act, which talks all about your connection to your community, your emotional, social well-being, your connection to country and culture, all the things that fulfil you as a person, home-based care gives that to you probably more than anywhere. And so that's why I'm most interested in how we can use that finite bucket to go further in that regard, because they are actually things that are vital to preventing your cognitive and physical decline.
I'd love to ask you lots more questions, but I've been told I have to wind up. So I look forward to seeing you at Estimates to finish this conversation.
Thank you very much for your forbearance, Senator Ruston. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Inspector General, thank you for your time and thank you for your refreshing sort of honesty in your submission and being here today. You've said you're concerned by the growing number of people waiting for home care. Do you have access to the wait times for home care?
I have access to the UARC-related data, Senator, which tells us a little bit about the wait times as at the 30th of June. So I'm aware that people who are assessed as having medium or moderate needs for support at home at the moment is sitting around 10 months. Those in need of urgent care probably sit around 1 month, but I cannot unfortunately say to you that I have access to the immediate data on wait times from the department at this point. That said, that's probably a question for the department.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have access to the size of the wait list as of 30 June 2025? Do you recall what that is?
Senator, I don't have access to the size of that wait list, so unfortunately I can only speculate as to how it may or may not have grown since the 83 to 87,000 packages were determined as needed. The 87,000 people were identified as being in need earlier this year.
Thank you. We've heard about the need for the delay of the Act due to some administrative concerns, capacity building, but we've heard from basically everyone that there's no impediment to the release of home care packages now, given we have this growing wait list. Can you see any impediments from where you stand?
I am not clear on what the impediments are, but I could only gather they may be financial in nature. And it's for that reason that I am hypothesising in my submission, and I think it does stand to reason that there's actually, if it is indeed due to budget constraints, or whether it's due to, for example, bringing co-payments online for those home care packages, I still think there is a huge cost saving to government and to the taxpayer in bringing them online sooner. But of course, what I care most about is the human rights and the quality care of individuals to stay valued and connected to their communities.
You can have one more. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. Would it concern you if people assessed under the home care package model would potentially after November 1 be asked to pay a co-payment? The thing that I've heard from a few witnesses is that there's some sort of no worse off principle with people who've already been assessed. What's your understanding of that transition?
Senator, flat out, I would be concerned. Absolutely. These people applied under a system where they had no necessary notice that they would be having to pay co-payments. I have concerns about the way in which co-payments are currently structured. So I probably would share that concern across those requiring support at home across the board.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
I'm now going to go to Senator Ananda Rajah.
Thank you, Chair. Inspector General, you speculate that the impediment may be budgetary on behalf of the government, fiscal constraints, but in your own submission you state the availability of a suitably qualified aged care workforce is a constraint in the delivery of home care. So had we disregarded the almost universal push by the sector to defer this and ignored them completely and then released 83,000 home care packages on the 1st of July, can you perhaps elaborate for us what impact that would have had on the sector, noting that we have been, from our first term of government all the way through to this term of government, focused on rebuilding this workforce, which was on its knees after the COVID pandemic. They had left the workforce, morale was low, the public had lost confidence in aged care. And we came in with an $18 billion rescue package to lift wages. We are seeing now green shoots of recovery in the sector, but I would suggest to you that rather than speculating on what the government's constraints may be, that perhaps your own words highlight what the real issue might be. And I'd love to hear your insights into this and what impact it would have if we had actually just released everything on the 1st of July.
Thank you, Senator. And there is absolutely no doubt that the government has taken very positive steps with respect to wages and a whole range of things related to workforce that I think have and will substantially ease the burden and enable a lot more people to receive care should they receive the funding support. Of course, there needs to be more workforce planning and a more strategic approach. There is always more to be done, and I felt that it would be remiss not to raise that particular point because the workforce challenges are indeed across the aged care sector, and as you know from the recent Productivity Commission reports and roundtables, the entire care sector is faced by these same constraints. But we have also heard, and perhaps I should have raised this within the submission, there are a number of home care providers who have said, and I believe you've heard from some of them today, we were ready to be able to respond to this particular need with these packages. This is
Inspector General, I just want to one word of note. Today has been a line of sorry, my 5 minutes isn't up yet, is it?
No, sorry, I got a point of order. So I'm just going to take the point of order.
Point of order. I was just wondering, Chair, whether it would be possible for the witness to finish your answer before the Senator asks the next question.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add before the next question, Inspector?
No.
Okay.
No, that's okay.
Thank you. Inspector General, just one thing that's evident from today is that we've heard from a line of managers and providers, but we've really not heard from the voices of the actual workers who are going to be providing this care. In your role as Inspector General, what feedback have you had from the workforce, given the effort we have tried to put in now in really salvaging and rescuing this workforce?
Thank you, Senator. We've obviously been hearing the voice of the workforce quite a lot across the 18-odd months that the Inspector General's office has been in operation, and I'm speaking here for my predecessor, Mr Ian Yates, who I believe you heard from earlier today as well. Some of the workforce constraints are potentially also being driven around by the rigidity of rules around reporting. You would be aware that the care minutes requires a particular type of workforce. There's a particular constraint around enrolled nurses versus registered nurses. We are hearing that the workforce are there and keen, but there is also, we know there's a fair bit of burnout. Upgrading skills and enabling greater promotional opportunities within the workforce are key as well. I think they're surmountable issues, and I don't believe that the workforce issues will be so great as to prevent the release of these packages. From what I'm hearing, there is an enthusiasm there around their release. What I think I have heard quite consistently, though, is that while both the home care service workforce and the residential aged care workforce are both challenged, if we do not release packages and we do not invest early in that home care, we're actually going to have potentially greater strain on the workforce in residential aged care. So what we could be doing is just pushing or creating a bulge elsewhere.
Thank you very much. The only reason I interrupted you is because we are on the clock here. But thank you.
No, and you didn't interrupt me. It's all good.
Thank you very much, Ms Siegel-Brown, for your evidence. That concludes this panel. Thank you very much for your evidence today. The committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025, and I don't believe anybody asked any questions on notice, but if we did, they'd be due on the 4th of September. Thank you very much for your time, and as Senator Ruston said, we look forward to seeing you at estimates.
Thank you, Senator.
I'm now going to welcome representatives from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing, including representatives from the Aged Care Council of Elders, Services Australia and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. As there is limited seating, I ask officials to treat this session like an estimates hearing, where you only come to the table when relevant lines of questioning are underway. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and a copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, could those people at the table please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear, and if people come forward later on, I'll get you to do that at the start of your evidence. And I'll start on my left.
Josh Malden, Reform Implementation Division, Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Blair Comley, Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing.
Greg Pugh, First Assistant Secretary, Access and Home Support Division from the department.
Stuart Turnbull, Acting Deputy CEO, Program Design Group, Services Australia.
Great, thanks very much everyone. I might just check whether anybody has an opening statement before we get underway with questions.
No, we don't have an opening statement.
Great, thank you. All right, we might get, I'll kick us off. We've heard from a number of witnesses today. We've heard from advocates for older people who've said that there's a lot of distress out in the community in relation to people not being able to access home care packages in a timely way. We've also heard from our lived experience panel where we've heard from people themselves about the issues that they face in waiting for home care packages, including one witness who waited for a year and her husband's package was approved a couple of days before he died, in which case he never actually received it. We've also heard from Anglicare Australia, Uniting Care Australia, Bolton Clark, Silver Chain, Auntie Grace, Ageing Australia, Carers, Catholic Health Australia and Community Options, all of whom are providers who said that notwithstanding their request to delay the start of the Act on 1 November, they all had and still have capacity to roll out the additional home care packages that were meant to start on the 1st of July. Given that we've got providers telling us they have the capacity to do that now, given that those packages were obviously budgeted for, and given the acute and urgent need of people out in the community, could the department tell us what barriers, aside from a decision by the minister, there are to actually releasing more home care packages right now?
Thanks, Senator. So, Greg Pugh, Access and Home Support Division. Just in answer to your question, I will start by making the point that we do have data as at 31st of March 2025 that does show that the home care packages program is operating at record levels. So at that point in time, we had 299,765 people in receipt of a package. We appreciate there have been the calls made for the additional packages to be rolled out. As you noted in your question, that is a decision for government. It is our intention to be able to provide further information around that when a decision has been made. I note that there is a lot of debate currently on the ACOLA bill, currently before the Senate, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment any further, other than to say that it is a decision for government.
So is the department aware of any technical or other barriers that would prevent the minister from making a decision to release more packages?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you. Just a question then around this record number of packages. In response to the growing wait list, the minister, Mr Ray, has been saying that more than 2,000 packages are being released every week. Is this an actual new supply of packages, or is this the recycling of packages from people who no longer need them? So that's people who've died or have entered residential care.
Thank you, Senator. It's the latter, and I believe the minister has been clear about that in his public commentary as well.
Okay, so has there been any actual increase from 1 July in the total supply of home care packages, or are we just seeing packages being reallocated?
The reallocation.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to make sure, so we've got an ageing population, we've got more people in need of care every week and a growing wait list, but there hasn't been an increase in the overall number of packages that have been released at this point. We're just seeing packages recycling through the system.
Yes.
Okay. I might actually go to Senator Pocock now. And
Senator Pocock, could you indulge and just ask if I could follow on with the quote?
Yep. If you want to follow on, then I'll come to Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering if you could tell us when was the last time that we had a release of new packages? What was the date of the last release of new packages?
Do you have If you can bear with me for 1 minute, I'll be able to get you the precise date. Sorry, I don't have that right in front of me at the moment.
Sure. And also, have you got in relation to the question just asked by Senator Allman-Plain, do you have a profile of the release of the reallocated existing packages over the last 12 months?
Not before me at the moment, no.
Okay, would that be possible to be able to get that?
We can get that on notice for you.
Yep. Okay. You keep referring to data from the 31st of March as your latest data. Could you advise whether the department has in its possession any data in relation to the number of people on the wait list and the length of time people are spending on a wait list post the 31st of March? Is that in the possession of the department?
So we have aged care data warehouse, and we do have that data within the warehouse. The reason we haven't been able to provide that data current as at 30th of June is because we have issues around the reliability of that data, particularly as it relates to end of financial year. When we go ahead and we release our quarterly HCP program data reports, we need to make sure that that data has been verified with our colleagues at Services Australia, and that we've run our own quality assurance processes. So to answer your question, sorry, Senator, we would be able to give you an extract of a live data feed, but I would not be able to attest to its veracity or accuracy until such time that it was made public a little bit further down the track.
What do you believe the deviation is likely to be in terms of the error content in that data?
I couldn't speculate.
Okay. Is there any reason why you are unable to give us monthly data? So, for example, in many estimates, when I'm constantly asked this question, you are usually able to provide me with the data of the previous full month of data. I mean, in February, you gave me, on February the 26th, you actually gave me data as it related to the 31st of January. Do you have that data for April or May that is able to be provided, or June, notwithstanding your comments about the full year data, but do you have that data in your possession, in the department's possession, for the end of April and the end of May?
So not in my immediate possession. As I said,
does the department have it in their possession?
Yes, so we will be able to take a live extract from our aged care data warehouse, but again, I would caution that noting the transient nature of the data in the aged care warehouse, if I was to provide you that today, the final number when it comes out as published may be markedly different, and I can't comment on the deviation amount.
But you were happy to provide me that data on the 26th of February 2025 in relation to data on the 31st of January 2025, caveated or not, you were prepared to provide me that data then. Why is the department not prepared to provide me that data? Well, I think Senator Pocock asked for it. Why are you not prepared to provide that data to me today?
Because I don't have it in my possession. I can take it on notice and I can provide it with the usual caveats attached.
What would be your time frame to be able to provide that information? Because I think I've made it fairly clear, as has Senator Pocock, that this information was absolutely paramount. This inquiry, I would remind witnesses, is actually about the wait list and the stalling of the release of the 83,000 packages that were promised in the election campaign. So I would have thought it was completely reasonable.
Senator Ruston, I'd like to raise a point of order.
Yes, Senator Cox.
But I think the witness, and again, can we revisit the respect for the officials who have already answered the question that they will provide the data on notice, and we continue to hear Senator Ruston attack the official at the desk, and I don't think it's appropriate. So can you please ensure that we protect our officials who have already answered the question and said that they will take that on notice and provide it?
I'll take that point of order, Senator Cox. You happy to move on?
Thank you. I meant
Senator
no
Ruston?
Disrespect at all, Mr Pugh, or Mr Comley, to any of your officials at all. I suppose I was just making the point that the very nature of this inquiry was...
Senator Cox, I think the point of order has been made and taken, and
No, it hasn't, because Senator Ruston is continuing to continue the narrative. If she's taking the point of order, then that is accepting that the witness will provide that on notice. I don't think we need an explanatory process to continue on with that. And therefore, we're moving to the next question.
Thank you. As Chair, I'm comfortable with what's being said at the moment. I'm going to ask Senator Ruston to continue. Did you have a contribution, Mr Pugh?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I just wanted to follow up on a question I think that Senator Ruston had earlier, and that was around the last date that a new HCP was released. So I'm advised by my informed colleague here that it was the 30th of June 2025.
Okay, and so do we have the profiling of the new packages for the last, or maybe for the 6 months from 1 January through to the 30th of June? Is it? I mean, you don't have to provide it now, but if you could provide it, in writing. Instead of going through it, that would be really helpful. So further to my line of questioning in relation to this particular inquiry, Mr. Pugh, what sort of timeframe would you be able to provide the information in relation to the April, May and June, as I accept unaudited data?
Sure. If we could have probably a 2-week period. The reason that I say 2 weeks is because I note that in that table that we provide around the data availability for the many other requests that Senator Pocock requested of the Secretary, we were able to provide some but not all. In relation to the CHSP data that's broken down by service type and by aged care planning region, we have similar issues around the availability and accuracy of that data. That will be available in mid-September, so we can lump the two together and provide them both at the same time. That would be ideal.
Okay. So if I just simplified my request, for all I would like to know is on the national priority list, how many people with the latest data that you are able to access, could you just provide that data? I don't need you to go through, well, I mean, obviously I'd like that data in due course, but we have the bill on Monday about, I'm assuming the government will put the bill up on Monday, and I think it is incredibly important that we understand how many people are currently waiting for home care packages in the process of debating that bill, because we know how important it is. So if there was some way that you could see your way to provide the unaudited amount of people that are currently on the national priority list before Monday, and then if you want to provide the other detailed data at a later date, then I think that's absolutely fine. So thank you. So in terms of the preparedness of the Department and Services Australia to enable the release of supported home packages as of the 1st of November, as Senator Allman-Payne stated, that just about every witness that came before us said that they were in a position to either release or to provide more home care packages now, or immediately provide supported home packages from the 1st of November. Is the department absolutely confident that all the information that providers will need so that they can deliver those packages from the 1st of November, that is within the control of the agencies of government, will be ready?
Yes.
Okay. So on the back of that, then, there is no reason, given the advice that we've received from the providers, that they are in a position to have the resources to deliver packages, and you're saying there's no reason why the department won't be ready to provide all of the information, technical interface, etc., for providers to be ready to go. It seems to me that there would be no reason why the department couldn't release the packages if the government made the decision that those packages could be released on the 1st of November. From a practical sense, I'm not asking you to make a comment in relation to a decision of government. I'm just talking about the practicality of the delivery of such.
So from a practical perspective, from the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing's perspective, I think there are no impediments. I will defer to my Services Australia colleagues.
Is there any reason?
No, Senator. I think if there are additional packages, we would assess the need for changes on our end, the preparedness and staffing, etc. But we'd be able to respond if that happened.
Okay. So I'm interested to understand whether there's been, has there been any profiling done as to when the 1st of November starts and supported home commences? I mean, obviously, anybody who's grandfathered will continue on in terms of their payments, but there will be changes to how they're delivered. There will be changes, obviously, to those people that have come onto the system since September 2024, who will be transitioning from their current financial arrangements into their new financial arrangements. So with all of that has to happen on the 1st of November, are you still confident that any additional packages could be accommodated as well as that work?
Sorry, just so I'm understanding the question.
Okay, we've sort of got three groups of people really that will be impacted in general on the 1st of November. There will be those who have been grandfathered because they were either on their MPL or they were already receiving packages prior to the September 2024.
Yep.
Then there'll be a group of people who will be have come on to and been assessed and received packages subsequent to September, who will have their arrangements change because they weren't grandfathered but they're on the old system. And then of course there are new packages of people who would come into the system post from 1 November onwards. I'm interested to understand, with the changes that have to happen to the grandfathered people, the changes that have to happen to those people who will have their arrangements changed because they've come on subsequently, and the release of new packages, is the department absolutely can guarantee that they will be ready to be able to make all of that happen within that time frame?
I mean, yes, simple answer from me is yes. We were in an advanced state of readiness for 1 July, and so the benefit of having the 4-month deferral is that we are all ready, including the sector.
Okay, thank you. So from your perspective, the only thing that is stopping the release of new supported home packages is a decision of government?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time on Friday afternoon. Secretary, thank you for your letter and the data. I was interested with the wait list as at 30 June 2025. If you could give me the unfinalised number.
Sorry, in relation to which data set, sorry, Senator?
The wait list. People approved for a
So is that the number of people waiting on the national priority system as at 30th of June? So I think Senator Ruston has just requested that a raw data figure in and of itself be provided for the debate, to support the debate on Monday.
You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen it, no.
Okay. Secretary, have you seen it?
No.
No one's seen it. And Mr. Pugh, you didn't think to bring that data, given this inquiry is not into that bill, it's actually into the sort of the delay, and at estimates you give us that data on a monthly basis with a caveat. We'll take the caveat.
It wasn't a matter of not thinking about it, Senator. It was a matter of looking at the data sets that we had available and the accuracy that we had, and then being able to tell you what we've got now relative to what we might be able to provide a little bit further down the track.
And what was the difference at estimates in February?
The difference in estimates in February was because it related to January data, and there was a live data pool made at the end of that month, and we just haven't been able to do that for this particular purpose.
So you haven't done that for April, May and June?
Not yet, no. As in, we can pull the data out of the aged care data warehouse, but all the same caveats that I mentioned previously.
And so I'm interested why you didn't do that.
Why we didn't do that for today? Yes. We went through the list of requests that you had in your letter. We looked at what was available, what we were able to rely on, and then when the next tranche of data will be available, and that was what informed our decision.
Okay, I didn't ask for polished figures in my letter, and I don't know. It's disappointing that you can't provide that data. But can I just make sure that you're taking on notice that we'll get those three numbers for the months on notice? They can be unpolished. That's totally fine. I don't have to wait till mid-September to get the sort of finalised stuff. I'm very happy with the caveats.
Best endeavours, Senator. I will take it on notice to be able to provide it for Monday.
Thank you. Do you have anything on wait times for assessments? Any data there?
The wait times for assessment should be in your data set in attachment B. Is there a particular figure that you're after there? So the start in attachment B to the letter, the first page, we've got the assessment wait times, which is essentially your first request. So assessment wait times wait times for an assessment broken down by region, priority level, setting, hospital versus community, and then we've been able to provide that at a median level for client state by aged care planning region, and also been able to provide it for high, medium, low, and low, and then we've been able to give you the median and the volume. So we've been able to produce a fair chunk of data around assessment wait times for the 30th of June. The difference I might just add in anticipation of you asking the question is that we're dealing here with a brand new single assessment system, so the data is more readily available. We've set up our structures from the outset to be able to access it and have better confirmation that it is more accurate than where we'd otherwise see in the HCP program.
Thank you. And is this...
Do you actually have the number of people? I mean, you've given these wait times, but actually how many people are currently waiting to be assessed at any point in time?
The number of people currently waiting to be assessed, I think I do. Give me 2 seconds and I will find it. So I can provide you the following. So in the April to June 2025 quarter, median wait times between an assessment referral being issued and a support plan.
I didn't ask that question. How many people, like if you, when can you tell us at a point in time, so the 30th of June or the 31st of May, how many people were actually waiting assessment on that date?
Sure. Maybe just to add to that, Mr Pugh, because we heard from earlier evidence from the former acting inspector that you obviously get someone registers with My Aged Care, they're seeking an assessment, and then there's an assessment date. So how many people, as of today, for example, have registered for a My Aged Care assessment and haven't yet received it?
I don't have that particular piece of data in front of me.
Could we get that on notice?
We can get that on notice, and importantly note that that will form part of the aged care wait times
Sorry,
report.
Chair, just a point of order. Was this data part of the terms of reference? I'm just struggling to remember.
The committee's entitled to ask for whatever evidence it requires, and so we're fine to do that. I'm going to go back to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Mr Pugh. Mr Pugh, does this data capture how long it takes for someone to get the assessment from referral or for the actual assessment to take place?
I might refer to my colleague. I just realised she's joined us at the table, Ms Blackwood.
Thank you. Rachel Blackwood, Assistant Secretary, Access and Home Support Division. So the data that we've given you, Senator Pocock, is from the date that the referral is issued to the date that the support plan is completed for a relevant individual.
Great, thank you.
And I can also speak to the point around the number of people waiting for an aged care assessment. I do have some data available if that would be helpful. So as at the end of July, we have a couple of ways that we track this. One is total assessments on hand that are outside the recommended KPI markers for assessments, and one is total assessments on hand. The second number is 121,596 people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then one of the things that's come up today where there's a lack of clarity on is around the cost of potentially bringing forward plans, and I'm interested if people who are approved for a plan post November 1, will they then have to pay a co-contribution?
So if you are a newly entering client and you're not protected by the grandfathering arrangements or the no worse off principle, and you're being assessed and entering the support at home program for the very first time post 1 November, you will be liable for the contributions.
And are you considered a new, even if you have just been waiting, if you're approved for a package and then from November 1 it changes to support at home, you're then considered new and you'll have to co-contribute?
I might ask my colleague to clarify.
Assistant Secretary, Residential Care Division. The relevant
consideration for grandfathering for contributions in support at home is based on whether you are receiving a home care package or approved for a package either on the National Priority System or not, or whether you've been approved for a package on or before the 12th of September 2024, that being the date the Aged Care Bill 2024 was introduced to the Parliament. So if you were approved before or on that date, you are eligible for the grandfathering arrangements for your co-contributions. Anyone approved from the 13th of September last year onwards will transition to the new ongoing co-contribution arrangements. And so that's irrespective of whether they're in a package or not in a package as of the 1st of November.
Mm-hmm. And how many people are still waiting for a package that were approved before the 12th of September?
I don't have that data. I'm not sure if any other witnesses do.
Data that we'll take on notice for Monday, I think.
Mm-hmm. And how does the sector not know this? Like, we heard from 2 or 3 witnesses this morning, and their understanding was that if you've been assessed, if you're assessed before November 1, you won't pay co-contributions.
So that's not quite a correct understanding. The group who will pay no co-contributions will be people who are eligible on that 12th of September 2024 date, who, based on the assessment of their income that's been undertaken under the present day income tested care fee, if they would have an income tested care fee of $0 under the current system, they will transition to ongoing co-contribution rates of 0%. That is largely full rate pensioners who are eligible for the No Worse Off principle. Everyone else will pay co-contributions based as a percentage of the service received, but those part pensioners and non-pensioners in that pre-12 September cohort will pay at lower percentages than others.
That's really good to know. I assume people in the sector might be watching this, but it'd be great if that information was sent out, because that certainly wasn't what we were hearing this morning. I'm interested if the department's undertaken any costings looking at the cost of releasing additional packages before 1 November.
So it's not a simple answer, Senator, and I hate to answer with it depends, but it really does depend on the package level.
But have you done any costings?
I mean, there are a myriad of options, so really if we were to do a costing, it would need to be based on what the agreed position was. Sure. We could come up with 30 different options. But
have you done any? That's the question.
We have draft costings for a range of different options, yes.
Is there any you can tell us about? What would it cost to release 20,000 before November 1?
Oh, I don't have the information in front of me, but we have done that costing.
Okay. Good. Maybe on notice?
On notice, absolutely.
If that's all right. Thank you. I think the rest can go on notice. I know we're pushing on time. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Am I going to you, Senator Nandaraja?
Thank you. My question is to Secretary Comley. Could you perhaps again outline for us the differences between the supported home and its legacy, and what you think the outcomes will be to older Australians, how much the government is investing in this particular arm of aged care reform?
Well, actually,
just keep it succinct, please, Secretary.
I mean, I actually I might defer to one of my colleagues. I mean, the major difference with supported home and home care packages is that we're moving to a much better assessment system, much better tiering of service, higher level of packages, particularly at the high end. The level 4 home care packages now up to $78,000, all with the objective of having a more sustainable system that keeps people in the home longer. Yeah. The uplift in the number of packages, and I take the comments by other senators and the witnesses today about waiting lists and the demand, but there is an enormous demand. We are now sitting at around 300,000 packages. We'll be, in the not distant future, at 380,000 packages. If I take a sort of slightly longer term context, around 5 years ago we had 100,000 packages in the system. So we've had a tripling of the system. Yeah. We have an ageing of the population, and the government is certainly trying to put as much resources into the system as possible. If you take the broader aged care story, from 2021 to 2028, the aged care expenditure is projected to move from $25 billion to $50 billion a year. So it's a very, very substantial uplift in the investment in aged care. to accommodate the ageing of the population and the increased expectations of what we can do for older Australians.
Thank you. That's a huge uplift from 100,000 to 300 in 5 years. What is the department doing to support assessment organisations in providing timely assessments? There's been a lot of discussion today. I note table 1 of your supplement that Senator Pocock asked. It looks like for the high priority people who are awaiting home support that their median wait times are around 1 to 2 to 3 weeks. It's actually not too bad according to your own data, if I've interpreted that correctly. In the high column, table 1, these are people who are awaiting home assessments. In Victoria, for example, median times 11 days, 14 days, in some cases 1 week.
I might defer to Ms Blackwood again. She can talk you through the support that's being provided to assessment organisations.
Thanks, Senator. So the department's been meeting regularly with assessment organisations since the establishment of the single assessment system workforce in December, and regularly discussing things like staffing levels, assessment volumes and caseloads. We've also been holding monthly forums with assessment organisations to discuss the rollout of the system and identify opportunities where we might be able to obtain greater efficiencies through making improvements, but not at the expense of the assessment experience for older Australians. We've also been chairing some online sessions with the assessment workforce to present specific elements of the changes that they can expect from the 1st of November. We have seen that as assessment organisations have onboarded and trained their workforce, we've seen assessment volumes month by month kick up, and you can see the aggregate results of that in the data that we've provided to the committee today.
Yeah, thank you. It's quite impressive data, actually, when you actually look at the data. My next question is around home care packages. What has been the largest release of home care packages in a month historically? And have providers demonstrated a capacity to scale? And what risks does, I guess, releasing a whole lot of home care packages present?
In relation to the first part of your question, I don't actually have the figure of the largest number. The 83,000.
Do you have an estimate? I mean, we can take it on notice, but do you have any?
I don't. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But I would say that the 83,000 that's been announced over the first 12 months of the program will be the largest ever single release within the space of a year.
Right. When they are released, it'll be the largest release historically.
Yep.
Okay, understood. And have providers demonstrated a capacity to scale? I mean, we're about to flood, in 2 months' time, 83,000 will be discharged. Maybe not. Yeah. I mean, we haven't talked about the cadence, but nevertheless.
So the provider market's not homogenous. So we've got obviously the very large end of town and then the very small providers. And I mean, you've heard from the witnesses earlier today that everyone's in sync with saying that they could absorb it. So we would have to take that as their word.
The larger providers have said that, but thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Cox, you have some questions, I believe.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask, although as Senator Nandaraja just said, that some of the big providers that have given evidence, not just today, but at the previous hearing that we had in relation to the bills, that they did have the capacity, what would be the impact if they didn't, once that home care package was in place or allocated?
Jasmine Snow, Support at Home Policy and Operations Branch. Participants will have 56 days to accept a package, so there'll be a 56-day window to talk to providers in their area. If they need to, they can ask for an extension to 84 days.
Great,
Can I just make a comment, Senator, to this absorption capacity? My understanding is the conversations we've had, and I didn't watch the evidence today, I apologise, but we've had lots of evidence, people saying to us and providers that they certainly couldn't, for example, absorb 80,000 packages, in a week or a month, etc. So I think comments about absorptive capacity it takes a fair bit of processing to a package, etc. Without putting a particular phasing on it, it's not the case that you could release and have in the market the full amount of packages. Now, how far you can go and how long, that be a matter for consultation with the sector. But we've certainly had feedback and a number of mechanisms that there is a limit to the absorptive capacity to put packages into the market at the same time.
You're on mute, Senator Cox.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's getting late in the day. Thank you. That's really helpful for us to know. Is the department withholding any home care packages?
No.
No. Thank you. I have a question to the Council of Elders. Have you been consulted on the deferral of the Act?
Senator, I can see we have Ms Burgess online, but there she is.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. Ms Burgess, if you just want to start by stating your name and the capacity which you're appearing, and then you can answer Senator Cox's question.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, we can, Ms Burgess.
Sorry, just finding it hard to unmute on this system. So my name's Anne Burgess and I chair the Council of Elders.
Ms Burgess, I understand that you're on the chair, you are the chair of the Aged Care Transition Task Force as well, who was in fact, and there has been ongoing consultation around the deferral of the Act and the technical amendments, and just want to acknowledge that you were at the last hearing that we had in relation to the bills, and you gave some great evidence to us. Can you talk a little bit about what that engagement has meant, the important role of that task force in bringing together consumers, providers, and workers that have really helped shape help government to shape this reform, and has that continued since the decision to defer the Act? And has it helped the sector prepare as we've moved now towards the next 8 weeks and in fact to 1 November?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we have continued to meet very frequently with all of those bodies that you identified around the table, and it's very much been a problem-solving forum. So we've heard from everybody about where they see any sort of barriers and trying to work through them. And I think from the evidence that you've heard from today, you can see that people are working hard to try and make sure that this Act comes into play from the 1st of November, and that that from a participant point of view, from an older person's point of view, that the services continue to be provided to them in a very smooth sort of way, with as least disruption as possible. And I think everybody around the table has worked hard on that. The department, the Commission, Services Australia, providers, all of those bodies have worked to make it the best possible transition that we can have. And I said at the last hearing, it's not a perfect Act and it won't be a perfect transition, but we want to make it as smooth as we can, and I think we're in a better place now than we would have been in the 1st of July. So we've got, I think, another 3 or 4 meetings before the 1st of November, and we're continuing to try and identify any sort of hiccups and what we need to do to improve that.
Thank you, Ms Burgess, and thank you for your ongoing advocacy and work that you're doing in the Council of Elders, but also in the task force. I think such important work. So thank you. And again, thank you for appearing today. I'll hand you all back, Chair.
Thanks very much, Senator Cox. I've just got a couple of quick questions before we check whether there's any further and wrap up. Just in relation to the cadence of the 83,000 packages that are now going to be released on 1 November as opposed to 1 July, is the expectation that it's going to be a linear release, like the same amount released every month for 12 months?
Thank you, Senator. So, as I mentioned before, around the fact that there are several competing amendments in this space currently before the Senate, we don't yet have a firm decision on that, but I can speak about the legislative basis by which a decision around front-loading or what the release profile would look like, if that would be helpful.
Well, I guess absent any amendments that may or may not be before the Senate, obviously, if the packages were all due to be released starting on 1 July, I would have expected there was some modelling that was done.
Yep.
So in terms of the modelling that was done for the packages for the 12-month period that they are due to be released, whether that starts on 1 July or 1 November, did you model the speed at which they would be released, and was it linear or is it going to be front-loaded?
So we modelled for 1 July. And at that point, we were expecting a more linear fashion of release because, the original commencement date was 1 July. The 1 November deferral has made that slightly different. So we haven't quite landed whether it's going to be front-loaded or what the spot peaks and troughs might look like. There's a whole legislative process to go through for that, for the Minister to make a determination around how the places will be allocated, delegates that to the Secretary as a system governor for determining how the number of places will be allocated, and then there is written into the legislation requirements around what must be taken into consideration and what consultation must happen between the Minister and the Minister for Finance as well. So we are similar to the cost options that Senator Pocock mentioned earlier. We do have myriad of options that we can and are modelling in anticipation of 1 November, and our intention is to provide this information to the sector to allow them to be certain around what that profile looks like and adapt their workforces accordingly.
Is there an upper limit to the number of packages that could conceivably be rolled out in the first 2 months in terms of capacity to roll out?
You heard from the Secretary about the absorption capacity of the sector. Informal conversations that we've had with various providers and other people who are around the sector, indications are that 40,000 in the first 2 months may be too much and that 3 months at a minimum would be needed. That has been, contradicted by various people, so there are differences of opinion, yeah.
All right, and just one last question. The government has said that wait times will be 3 months by 1 July 2027. Can I just clarify whether the intention is for that to be 3 months from the date that someone applies to My Aged Care and receives their service? Or are we talking about from ACAT assessment to provision of service, in which case we still have this hidden wait time?
Dozens. That is from the date of approval to date of service commencement.
Okay, so there's no guarantee at this point that someone will get their service in 3 months if they can't get an ACAT assessment straight away. Okay. Senator Ruston.
Yeah, just another lovely piece of data for you to spend the weekend looking for. How many assessments are being currently undertaken per month? So to be really, if you could provide the data of how many people every month go onto My Aged Care and they actually register for the assessment, and then how many assessments are actually being undertaken each month. If you could provide the most up-to-date data, but could you profile that over the last 12 months?
Is that in our current?
We don't have the full 12 months in our current, the information's before me. I do have some of those things, but we can take it on notice.
When did you have the data till?
I've got the last 6 months of data in terms of since the single assessment system started. I've got assessment volumes month by month.
Okay. Well, if you could maybe do the last 12 months on notice and if we could have that by Monday as well, that'd be fantastic. Yep. Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, the 12 months will obviously incorporate the period before the single assessment system and then obviously the last 9 months. So there may just be some caveats attached to the interpretation there.
Okay, and if you could maybe use the caveats in terms of how do you actually sort of balance like for like, because I mean quite clearly you've got somebody who is seeking an assessment, whether it was in the previous system or the new system, they're still the same people seeking assessment. So if you could try and sort of equalise that, that would be great, because it'd be very interested to know if there has been a slowing of the number of people who've actually been receiving the assessments. That would be a very valuable piece of information as well. And maybe if you could also let us know if you've received any direction from the government or the minister in relation to any aspects in relation to either assessment processes or package release, etc. If there are any directions that the government or the minister's given you, that would be great.
Question from Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Ms Blackwood, for that figure, 121,000. I just wanted to clarify, does that represent everyone who's had an assessment but doesn't have a home care package yet, or is it people who've had an assessment but aren't on the NPL?
No, the 121,000 figure was people currently who were at the end of July awaiting an assessment, so they'd had a referral for an assessment, but the assessment had not yet been completed in the form of a support plan review decision. Okay,
great. Thank you very much.
And I have one final question, which I'm happy for you to take on notice, and that is: has the department done any modelling on how many additional people will end up on the lower levels of supported home as a result of shifting away from CHSP?
Sorry, would you mind repeating that? Sorry, Senator.
Yep. So has the department done any modelling on how many additional people will end up on the lower levels of supported home as a result of shifting away from CHSP? So, for example, we've had a provider say today, for example, that they're exiting out of CHSP now ahead of 2027 because they think it'll be death by 1,000 cuts. So just wondering if you've modelled that.
We can take that on notice, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Look, thank you for your forbearance. I realise we've gone a little bit past time. Thank you for giving evidence today. It's much appreciated by the committee. I note that witnesses on this panel have undertaken to give us their evidence by Monday, 1st of September next week, and the committee will report to the Senate on Monday, the 15th of September 2025. So thank you very much. That concludes today's hearing. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee will report to the Senate on Monday the 15th of September 2025 and we've agreed for the last panel that responses will be due by Monday the 1st of September. I don't believe we took anything else on notice today. Just the department, and so the committee stands adjourned. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.